Today is your day. You're off to great places. Commish, say hey.
There you go. Come on.
With a chain on your neck and Versace on your shoes, you'll have the best drip as you wait for a team to choose. You've worked your tail off, so let the people know that you're the guy who'll help their franchise grow. Teams looking at players, debating with care, fans anxiously waiting to see who will go where. Last year, Trevor Lawrence was the #1 pick. This year, Aidan Hutchinson's name should be called quick. Now, the draft can be an up and down slope. Things will happen and frequently do, like Eli Manning saying nope, or CeeDee Lamb snatching his phone from his boot. The war rooms will battle to make things happen. So don't worry, don't stoop, just go right along. You'll get the call too. Oh, the places you'll go. You'll be on your way up. You'll be seeing great sights. Enjoy draft night in Vegas, under the lights.
What's up, and welcome into ESPN Digital's coverage of Day 3 of the 2022 NFL Draft. Shea Cornette, Mike Tannenbaum, Jordan Reed, and Ian Fitzsimmons are holding things down for us all day on ESPN Radio and, of course, the ESPN app. We are on the app. We are on Twitter. We're on YouTube. We're on Facebook. We are Phil Murphy, Scooby Mageza, KJ Wright to join us shortly. It's a party, Scooby.
Yeah, we're pretty much everywhere. Day 3 of the draft. I mean, these last couple of days are really where you find that value within the players. We've seen some great players getting drafted, and now let's see how much homework these teams have been doing, because get those guys that can contribute at this late in the draft will be huge. And as you can see, there's some key players available on Mel Kiper's big board.
Yeah, Calvin Austin, Yak Machine, Khalil Shakir, high character guy, lines up everywhere. Daniel Fa'alele, all 384 pounds of him. Tariq Woolen has traits you just can't replicate. 6'4" corner, runs a sub 4.3. We got a whole lot of fun here, and it's going to be all rounds 4, 5, 6, and 7. No commercials. We're either going to be the radio coverage that we have simulcast, or, of course, Scooby and I in studio, and more pillows than we probably need. This reminds me of the first time I made the bed as a married man. Just way too many pillows. We're going to get rid of some of these. KJ Wright's going to join us as well. But for now, Day 3 of the NFL Draft 2022 kicks off from Vegas. As Scooby said, so much of the 53-man roster getting filled out here in the coming hours. So enjoy the coverage with us and hang out with us. As you can see, the Bucs are on the clock.
With the first pick, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Trayvon Walker. The Detroit Lions select Aidan Hutchinson.
I can't even describe it. It's been a very good year. I'm super grateful that I'm sitting here at Detroit Lions.
The New York Jets select Sauce Gardner.
He played 448 coverage snaps, allowed 17 catches, not one touchdown.
The New York Football Giants select Kayvon Thibodeau.
Do you salivate when you think about the possibilities of how he's going to isolate you and put you in places to be successful?
Can I tell you that when I was watching film, I felt like I was watching a steakhouse commercial. Like my mouth was watering with just fire. I was just so ready, like, oh yeah, you know, it's so much you can do. I love it. It's tough.
Now, live from Caesars Forum in Las Vegas, alongside Ian Fitzsimmons, Mike Tannenbaum, and Jordan Reed, here's Shea Cornette.
Day 3 of the 2022 NFL Draft. We are up early in Las Vegas, and we are ready to go. Rounds 4 through 7 today. We're going to take you all the way through all of them. Mike Tannenbaum, Shea Cornette, Jordan Reed joins the party, and Ian Fitzsimmons. And guys, momentarily, we'll go to the podium because the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are the first to make their picks today to start off round 4. So we'll go see who the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select once they go on the clock. But let's look back at what we saw the last few days, right? Round 1, obviously, Thursday, 2 and 3 last night. And as we look ahead to round 4, and this is where I think, you know, championship teams can be made. One famous coach once said that 1 through 3 can be easy, but 4 through 7 is where you really get into it, right? And you build character and you build a team around it. Let's go best available player, a guy who could be a sleeper perhaps in this year's draft. When you look at your boards that you 3 have, who are you looking at?
Yeah, there's a number of players. There's 2 Isaiahs that stick out to me, Spiller and Likely. So Isaiah Spiller was a really productive running back at Texas A&M. I think he plays faster than his time speed. I think he goes here in the 4th round. I think his skill set really translates well to the NFL. And Isaiah likely was somebody that really stood out the Senior Bowl. You know, we were there, Jordan, and I think he has really, when you think about Jeremy Ruckert went, I think he's a real comparable player to him, and there's still a number of good tight ends out there, but the one I like the most is Isaiah Likely.
Jordan, who do you like? Who do you still have in your board that you think could go high here in the 4th round?
Well, there's 2 guys for me. The first one is quarterback Sam Howell from North Carolina. Some people saw him as a 2nd-round guy.
Yeah.
I think this is probably where he's projected to go for the most part, and Sam's a really interesting case just because he lost so much. Last season, North Carolina lost over 90% of their offensive production. He lost his 2 running backs in Javonte Williams and then also Michael Carter. And then he lost De'Ami Brown and Daz Newsome on the perimeter. So the thing with Sam is that he had to learn so much last year from a rushing standpoint. Only had 150 rushing yards coming into last season in his career. And then he had over 800 last year. So last year was really a telltale as far as his career and how things had to change for him. So there's some teams that could take a quarterback early on. Tampa Bay could be one if they're looking for a successor to Tom Brady. Seattle is still in the market for a quarterback with Drew Lock. So there's some teams early on. And then the other guy is Perrion Winfrey, who was the MVP of the Senior Bowl. I was really impressed with him down there, and I think he's going to go really early today.
Ian, what about you?
I agree on Winfrey, and I'm going to give you 2 way off the radar.
Okay.
You know, Damone Clark, linebacker out of LSU. You wear 18 for a reason at LSU. That means your character is off the charts. And then I talked to 2 SEC offensive coordinators that both brought him up as one of the best players they played against all year. He has a herniated disc. This is a redshirt year. One NFL GM told me for him, expect him to go off the board. He's a steal in this draft.
All right, and with that, guys, let's go to the podium because Roger Goodell is going to welcome us in here for the start of the 4th round of the 2022 NFL Draft. We go to the podium here in Las Vegas.
Casual commissioner.
Don't even want to interrupt the Blue Man Group, but good morning. Yeah. Come on, you could do better than that, Vegas. All right, welcome back to day 3 of the 2022 NFL Draft. Thank you to the city of Las Vegas and all of you for making this such a great weekend and your hospitality. Thank you. We have 4 important rounds remaining today and lots of talented players waiting to find out which team they're going to be playing for in the NFL. And as you can see, joining me on stage behind me are some of our honored season ticket members from across the league. Many are also out here. And we're also joined by local youth football players. And soon, these fans and all of you will be cheering on these young athletes in NFL stadiums. There they are. So Vegas, you ready to bring it home? All right, round 4 is now officially open. By way of trade, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are on the clock.
All right, so the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are now officially on the clock. And yes, we are underway here, day 3, round 4 of the 2022 NFL Draft. Again, coming to you from Las Vegas. Shea Cornett, Jordan Reed, Mike Tannenbaum, Ian Fitzsimmons here, taking you all the way up to the end of this draft. As a reminder here, guys, just like in round 3, rounds 4, 5, and 6, teams get 5 minutes to make their decisions. And then in round 7, that gets shortened to 4 minutes, okay? So we'll kind of try and keep up as we go pick by pick and dissect each player and then also look at things big picture. Let's zero in here now on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So far, their selections, which started in round 2, remember they traded out of round 1. They took Logan Hall, defensive end out of Houston. Luke, help me, Gadecki, right?
Gadecki.
Offensive tackle out of Central Michigan. And then Rashad White, running back out of Arizona State. And so now they've got 2 picks here in the 4th round. Do the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, guys, what direction could you see the Tampa Bay Buccaneers going with here?
Yeah, well, you know, they attack their needs really well. You know, we talked yesterday about no Pierre-Paul right now, no Ndamukong Suh, despite his social media onslaught of, you know, selling himself. So I can see another front 7 player going here. You can't have enough of them. You know, they drafted Joe Tryon a year ago. And then in the secondary, you know, last year they were devastated by injuries. You know, Carlton Davis was re-signed, but he's been hurt. So to me, I could see something on the defensive side of the ball. I'm assuming at some point they're going to sign Gronkowski. I'm sure he just doesn't want to go through spring ball. So I don't see a tight end. I see something probably more on the defensive side.
Jordan, what do you think?
Yeah, I think defensive end, they have to go there. And as Mike mentioned, I think they have some needs on that side of the ball. They have some defensive linemen to replace. Already selected Logan Hall, who's that inside-outside versatile guy. He can play, I think, he can play inside or outside. So look for a defensive end here. Somebody like a Kingsley Enigbare from South Carolina could be an option. I think this is a really good range for him here.
Yeah.
We haven't had many tight ends go off the board. I know Gronk is going to show up at some point, but there's no O.J. Howard anymore.
Right.
So you have a ton of talented tight ends from like a Charlie Kolar, at Iowa State. He may be more of a fifth-round guy, but if you have a tight end that's very high on your board right now, I mean, that wouldn't surprise me also if you're Tampa.
Just to go along with that, Cameron Brate, as of right now, is the only tight end on this roster, right? He's going to be 31 this summer, so he's getting up there a little longer in the tooth, and this is a team that utilized a 3 tight end system last year. And Gronk also, we should be reminded, is here in Vegas. He held Gronk Beach just yesterday. I think, where was that at? I'm not even sure. The Encore Beach Club or something?
I don't want to know.
He's having a good time.
And with the Tannenbaums, it takes a village. So here's Gronk a couple weeks ago in Boca Raton with my daughter. So she was, interviewing him. So we fully expect
him.
So we fully expect to be breaking that story when Gronk officially goes back to Tampa.
Okay, so. Which I think we're all deciding.
Wow.
I think the fact, guys, and we'll see what they do here, and maybe this could change our mind with the selection if they do go tight end. But nonetheless, they've gone through 3 rounds at this point without selecting a tight end in the draft. I think that means that they're putting their eggs in the Gronkowski basket, thinking that he is going to return. Wouldn't you address a need, especially with the lack of tight ends that we've seen go through rounds 1 through 3? There is depth at that position. If you didn't think Gronk was coming back, Jordan?
Yeah, I think so. And I think the funny thing about this tight end class is that there's not a Kyle Pitts type of player in this draft class, but I think the depth of this class is really on day 3, and I expect those guys to fly off of the board. We could see one right here.
Hey, we brought this up quite a bit over the last 2 days, but it's more prevalent now here in rounds 4 through 7 than ever. And Ian, that was the point of this being kind of an oversaturated draft. And I feel like on this day 3 is when we're going to see that more so than we have in the first 2 days.
Every college coach, every scout, every general manager I talk to, and Mike T, you can elaborate on this even more so from that GM's perspective. Because of the COVID super seniors, you have guys that you could have in this draft would have gone in late 2nd. They're going now late 3rd. Late 3rd are going in the 4th, and you're going to get tremendous value because of the super seniors. This draft is, as so many told me, they use the word oversaturated. So a lot of guys, I mean, it's great for teams, Mike, in that front office, seat, that you're getting tremendous value. Bad for players because you'd have been, getting that 2nd round money instead of a 3rd round money, or guys today, 4th round money, it would have been 3rd round. But this is a very deep, talented draft, and today is where the guts of teams are made, and teams are going to get steals when it comes to talent.
Yeah, and Fitz, you've mentioned that for the last couple of days, and I think you're completely correct. And I think there'll be a lot of really, when we look back at this draft, we'll see a number of stars that come out of, this round, and maybe an intriguing quarterback, as Jordan mentioned, and Sam Howell. To me, he just didn't play well this year. And I know he lost all those weapons, but and then you watched him in a couple key spots, and he was walking the bases loaded, and he needs a year to really refine his accuracy. But there are some real quality players that I think we're going to look back at this 4th and 5th round and say, like, wow, there's some really notable stars that come out.
I want to stay with the quarterbacks here because I just want to remind everyone how this weird kind of draft with the quarterbacks has gone. Obviously, the first quarterback we saw go off the board was Kenny Pickett. He went number 20, and he went to the Pittsburgh Steelers. And then we had a long wait for the next 3 to come off the board. Next was Desmond Ridder. He was the 2nd quarterback drafted out of Cincinnati. He went to the Falcons with the 74th pick. Then it was Malik Willis, who went to the Titans at number 86. And then yesterday, we saw Matt Corral go to the Panthers with the 94th pick. Few things I want to say here. Number 1, in terms of what happened with the Panthers, again, we talked a lot about Matt Corral. We talked a lot about the Panthers being in the market for a quarterback for a long time. Up until that pick, guys, we were talking about Baker Mayfield perhaps ending up in Carolina by last night's end. That was according to our Kimberly Martin. Well, then their GM comes out and says, well, now that we drafted Matt Corral, perhaps we're done with our quarterback room. We can save that discussion for a little bit later on today. But now, in talking about Sam Howell and how today might go and where he might go, we don't know at this point because, again, it's been a crapshoot, to use kind of a term here since we are here in Vegas with quarterbacks. Sam Howell, and you said he didn't play well this year. But he did do well in things like the Senior Bowl, right, and Combine or whatever, the after the season things that he participated in. But do you think that was a product of him or more the system that was run there at North Carolina?
Yeah, no, that's a very fair point. He actually, I thought he threw the ball exceptionally well at Indy, way better than I expected him to. You know, a lot of guys struggled in Mobile, not Jordan Cornette, for the record. A lot of the quarterbacks throwing the ball did.
My husband.
Jordan actually thrived. But the conditions were really tough there, Shay. And from an evaluator standpoint, and Jordan and Ian, I'd love to get your, like, I thought that was good to see them. Like, I thought Carson Strong, I was so excited to see him. And, boy, he was so disappointing. Like, his arm strength, like, I thought, like, it was going to be an opportunity for him to thrive, and he didn't. In terms of, again, how, like, I know we lost all those players, but there was just a dip in the production, and that's, again, what greatness is about. You know, like, Patrick Mahomes is making $45 million a year for a reason, because Tyreek Hill is going to go, and we still expect Kansas City to be great. So, again, I'm not saying Sam Howell has to be Patrick Mahomes, but at least hold serve this year, which, in my opinion, he didn't.
And, you know, you make a great point, just because I think, of course, to be a contender year in and year out, you have to have that quarterback that you can win because of. And I think Sam Howell is a quarterback that you can win with on the next level. But the thing with him is that is he ever going to get into that tier of that starter, that top 15 to 20 guy that can go out no matter who the weapons are or the environment or the surrounding that he has? Is he going to be able to uplift that supporting cast? That was always the big question with Sam Howell. He just wasn't able to do that last year.
I'll give you another name. And I'm not saying he's going to be a starter, but I think he's going to be in this league as a backup for 7 to 10 years minimum. That's Bailey Zappe out of Western Kentucky. The first time I heard his name and saw him, I had Houston Baptist versus Texas Tech in the COVID year. Anish Shroff, Tom Luganville, and I did that game. And we're expecting 50 to 10. We have all this film material. And here comes this young man, Bailey Zappe, who throws for over 500 yards at Texas Tech, right? And just goes in like, you know, screw you, Power 5 Texas Tech Red Raiders. We're HBU. I'm coming in, and I'm going to beat your butt. And he came in with a bleep you attitude, threw for over 500 yards in that game, and they almost beat the Red Raiders. And his offensive coordinator is Patrick Mahomes' old GA, who Cliff Kingsbury basically said, Zach Kittley, take Patrick Mahomes. He's your guy. Zach Kittley then he was the OC at HBU, then took Zappe to Western Kentucky. He threw 62 touchdowns last year for nearly 6,000 yards. Now, can he drive it vertically? No. But does he get the ball there? Yeah. And he has a remarkable attitude. And I think this young man, 5th, 6th round, somebody's going to get not just a camp arm that I thought I saw 2 years ago,
or a practice,
but a guy who's going to be on the 53.
Right.
I saw him live in the Boca Raton Bowl on the mean streets of Boca Raton. And, you know, he threw it better than I expected, because I thought I was looking at a guy that's just going to have, like, long handoffs. You know, and their offense is really weird, you know, outside the numbers. But he was really productive. That's really impressive, though, that you saw a Houston Baptist game. That's on a whole other level.
COVID year, man. That was the launch of the Big 12, whatever, ESPN Plus, you know, network thing.
At that point, we would take any games that we could get. I mean, come on, we were salivating for him. We didn't care.
And it was him and Jareth Stearns, who's another young man who's going to go off the board late, Jordan. Yeah. I mean, you have more details on Jareth Stearns, but this young man caught 150 passes last year. A Houston Baptist guy goes with Zach Kittley to Western Kentucky. 150 for over 1,900 yards receiving. I know he's small, Jordan, but that's another young man. If you get Jareth Stearns in the 5th, 6th round, you may have something.
Yeah, you know, just talking about Zappe, he reminds me a lot of Taylor Heineke, who's with the Washington Commanders right now. And Heineke was an undrafted guy out of ODU, Old Dominion. But just the infectious personality that he has, and he's not going to push the ball deep, but he's really, really accurate in the short to intermediate areas, and you always feel as if you have a chance to win. With a guy like that, he can revolve and galvanize a locker room. So Heineke was one name that I wrote down when I was watching Zappe.
Awesome. All right, guys, we've had some picks now come in. Let's revisit those. So the 4th round is here and underway in Las Vegas. Again, Shea Cornette, Mike Tannenbaum, Jordan Reed, Ian Fitzsimmons here with you. We're going to take you all the way through round 7 right here on ESPN Radio. So the first team that was on the clock I wasn't almost saying this evening. It's still the morning here in Vegas this morning.
Were you up all night?
I was not up. I know. The coffee isn't quite kicked in, so it might seem like that. But no, I was not up all night. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers, they made their selection. They were the first pick here again in the 4th round. And so, guys, they did go tight end. They went Cade Otton out of Washington. And, again, this is a 4th round pick. So someone maybe to replace like an O.J. Howard, not necessarily someone like Gronkowski if he still is in the fold. So they go tight end there, do the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Next on the the clock was the Houston Texans. Again, they got that pick from the Detroit Lions via the Cleveland Browns. They go Dameon Pierce, running back out of Florida. So the Houston Texans adding a running back, and then next was the Cleveland Browns. They got that pick from the Houston Texans. That was in the Deshaun Watson trade, and they go Perrion Winfrey, defensive tackle out of Oklahoma, guys. So those are the first 3 guys off the board here in the 4th round. Any of those stand out to you?
Yeah.
Mike T, go ahead.
Yeah, actually, Perrion Winfrey, somebody that we've talked about a lot over the last couple of days. He's somebody that if you just went to the Senior Bowl, he looked like a first-round pick. Guys, he was unblockable. I mean, just simply unblockable. There was a lot of questions about how consistent he was, how seriously he took the game. But he has great interior pass rush, and what our sport's becoming is, can you rush the passer? Can you defend man-to-man on the outside? And Perrion Winfrey is a great interior pass rusher that, in my opinion, is just getting better.
Again, Perrion Winfrey just went to the Cleveland Browns. That was a pick that they got from the Houston Texans here in the 4th round, defensive tackle out of Oklahoma. Jordan Reed, any of those 3 picks I just pointed out here to start the 4th round stand out to you?
Yeah, it is Winfrey, just because the talent is not the issue with Winfrey. It's just the consistency. And we're talking about a big-time recruit. He actually was the #1 JUCO recruit in the country back in 2019 before he signed with Oklahoma. So at Oklahoma, he would make a lot of flash plays, but he would disappear at a lot of times too. So with Cleveland, they have a huge need along the interior. They only have Jordan Elliott and Tommy Togiai right there, and Sheldon Day as well. So they have a huge need, and I really like this pick a lot.
All right, Dameon Pierce, again, guys, went 107th here. He goes to the Houston Texans. I just want to point this out. He had 16 scrimmage touchdowns last year. That's the most by a Florida player since Percy Harvin had 17 back in 2008. So some good comparisons there. And then Cade Otton, the tight end who went to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. This is the first tight end drafted since they took O.J. Howard with the 19th overall pick back in 2017. So 3 picks already off the board today in day 3. Anything stand out to you, Ian?
I'm going Winfrey also. I remember last year at Big 12 Media Day asking Lincoln Riley, then head coach at Oklahoma, now the head coach at USC, for a breakout player this season, and he didn't even take a breath. He said it's Winfrey. He said, get ready. He's done everything and then some leading up to camp to take this game to his game to the next level. By November, if you're a college football fan, not just a Sooner fan, you will know the name Perrion Winfrey. Now, to Jordan's point, I mean, he made some flash plays like against Nebraska, but then all of a sudden he disappeared for a series or 2. But when Lincoln Riley steps out and says, man, and he didn't bat an eye, Shay, I mean, didn't take a breath. He said Perrion Winfrey will be a household name. He was, but I think the inconsistency, Jordan, is why he fell to the 4th round.
Yeah, that's always been the biggest issue. Talent has never been the issue with Winfrey. It's just a matter of consistency and just stringing along those flash plays and not having them so much this or there with him. So if he's able to put all that together, I like the situation that he's entering in Cleveland, too. He's going to be able to play right away.
All right, good stuff, guys. 4th round of the NFL draft, rolling right along here from Las Vegas. Coming up next, Florida State head coach Mike Norvell is going to join us. This is the 2022 NFL Draft on ESPN Radio.
All right, welcome back into Studio E. Phil Murphy, Scooby Mageza here, and also KJ Wright hanging out with us, too. A long time a Seahawk. He was with the Raiders last season. KJ, I haven't had a chance to say what's up, man. But, Scooby, this is a 4th round of the draft, and that's where KJ was drafted.
Yeah, this is where the big money guys come in. As we mentioned at the beginning of the show, the guys that can truly make a difference. And KJ, you made a difference. You're here. This is the day. I mean, do you get nostalgic feelings at all when you hear day 3 of the draft? Man, this is where I did it.
I still get flashbacks, and I remember I was just absolutely livid that I had to wait 3 days to hear my name called. And I think I speak for most of these guys is that this is pretty frustrating. It's pretty frustrating to have to wait 3 days knowing that you're better than a lot of these players getting picked in front of you. But the 3rd day is where the gems get picked up. That's where these guys will come in OTAs, come in training camp with a chip on their shoulder, come in pissed off, ready to prove to themselves and to the organization they should have been taken way higher.
KJ, the Seahawks have just made a selection, and again, I know you were a Raider last year, currently a free agent, but man, your legacy has been defined in your NFL career by a very successful run in Seattle. The Seahawks take Kobe Bryant, who lined up. He is named after Kobe Bryant, though spelled differently. Lined up opposite Ahmad Gardner in Cincinnati. He was a guy who had a higher draft grade earlier in the process, and now kind of slips out as film was scrutinized. What would your advice be to him to not just make a roster in Seattle, but make this a career?
Oh, come in hungry. Coach Carroll, he loves guys that are gritty. He loves guys that are competitive. And when I look at the Seahawks roster, I was waiting for them to take a cornerback. This is a position that had a big question mark, and this league is way too explosive not to know who's going to be a quarterback on your football team. And so, excellent pick by them, and I can't wait to see how he fits in with this team.
I mean, to have a team that really has a need at the DB position, Nakobe Dean, do you think he can come in and be a part of this team early? Because as a day 3 guy, you know, the expectation isn't necessarily as high as it is for the guys who come in earlier.
Well, when you look at the depth chart, Seahawks did a fantastic job bringing Sidney Jones back in free agency. DJ Reed leaves and go to the Jets. And so when I look at this depth chart, it is wide open for anybody to come in and compete. Remember, Richard Sherman came in as a 5th-round draft pick and earned himself a starting spot with the Seahawks. And so Coach Carroll is, you know, as you can see, he's starting over. He's rebuilding this team. And so anybody who wants his spot is yours to come take it. And
KJ, if you can still hear us, my question is coming about Nakobe Dean. He plays a position that you played in linebacker. You want to talk about chips on the shoulder. Some teams are worried about more the pectoral with Nakobe Dean. Had a mid-first round grade, ends up going in the 3rd round. Man, you see things on tape that guys like us miss. What did you see with Dean and the impact he could potentially make with the Eagles?
When I was looking at Nakobe Dean, I was like, he is for sure going to be Defensive Rookie of the Year. I love everything that he brings to the table. I'm telling you, this man is a playmaker. He just led the team in sacks, made plays all over the field, had pick sixes, and it just shows you the mindsets of these GMs. They look at these measurables versus looking at production. When I'm a Mike linebacker, I need someone to call my huddle, get guys lined up, hold guys accountable. He checks all. He's pissed off that he had to wait so late, but I'm guaranteeing that he's going to be Defensive Rookie of the Year.
KJ Wright, man, we appreciate the time and insight as we get a little bit more of Nakobe Dean's highlight reel, and you can see Daniel Fa'alele, latest news, the 384-pound right tackle out of Melbourne, Australia, went to Minnesota.
Incredible.
Rode the boat with P.J. Fleck. He's headed to the Baltimore Ravens as a right tackle. KJ, we're going to ask you to stick around for the next commercial break, but for now, let's send it out to Vegas. Shay, Mike, Jordan, and Ian holding down the fort from there.
Draft on ESPN Radio.
Coming to you live from Las Vegas, we are covering rounds 4, 5, 6, and 7 today of the 2022 NFL Draft. Thanks for hanging out with us, everybody. Mike Tannenbaum, our former Jets and Dolphins front office exec, is with us, as is Ian Fitzsimmons. You can hear him out here on ESPN Radio. He hosts Freddie and Fitzsimmons on weeknights. Also, an excellent football reporter, giving us the very latest here at the NFL Draft. And then Jordan Reed joins the party. He's our ESPN NFL Draft analyst, also a former college quarterback, and coming in with all the insight today. I am Shay Cornett. Hello, everyone. So 4th round is off and running, guys. 2 picks have been made now. Let's start with the latest one that we haven't hit on yet that came from the Seattle Seahawks. With the 109th pick, they take Kobe Bryant, cornerback out of Cincinnati. And then the Baltimore Ravens, who have 4 picks here in the 4th round. That's the most picks that a team has ever had here in the 4th rounds. The Baltimore Ravens, who get the pick via the New York Giants. They take Daniel Fa'alele, offensive tackle out of Minnesota. And then here from the Carolina Panthers, the New York Jets have this pick, and that was in the Sam Darnold trade. They take offensive tackle Max Mitchell out of Louisiana. 3 picks now have come off the board since we got back from break. What stands out to you, Ian?
Kobe Bryant going to Seattle. I mean, everyone talks about Sauce Gardner, you know, who went 4th overall to the New York Jets. And in my opinion, the best cover corner in this draft. But Kobe Bryant at Cincinnati was a Jim Thorpe Award winner, and all the attention went to Sauce. This young man can play. Now, is he as athletic, and does he have, the athleticism of Sauce Gardner? No, but, man, he has football roots. I mean, his older brother, Christian, played at Ohio State, played for a few years in the NFL, being drafted, starting with the Rams when they were in St. Louis. But he's got an attitude about him. And Bill O'Brien, offensive coordinator for Alabama, told me before the college football playoff, these 2 corners, why test them? We're just going to run it right down their throat. And they did, with Brian Robinson going for over 200 yards on the ground. But it wasn't just Sauce Gardner. Kobe Bryant, man, stood out to the Alabama coaching staff as well. And, and oh, by the way, Jordan, he is named, for people who are wondering, after Kobe Bryant. But his parents spelled it with a C and a Y out of respect for the Lakers Hall of Famer. And I asked him about that. He goes, look, there's only one true Kobe. but I'm just trying to live up to the name. But I'm going C&Y, not K&E.
Hey, I just want to point this out, too. Kobe Bryant with that pick now from Cincinnati, obviously. Cincinnati now tied with Alabama for the second most players selected in this year's draft. Only Georgia has got more with 9 players off of the board. I mean, that's pretty impressive what Luke Fickell's been able to do there. But anyways, I know you wanted to add more on Kobe Bryant. Go ahead, Jordan.
Yeah, and just feeding off what Fitz was saying, and that Ahmad Sauce Gardner got all of the attention. But on the opposite side, there was a very good player, too, in Kobe Bryant. I think this is such a great pick by Seattle just because when you're thinking of the mold of their corners, they like them big, they like them long, and they like them very physical. And that's exactly what Kobe Bryant is. I think he's going to thrive in that cover 3 predominantly zone scheme.
Let's go back to Daniel. Oh, sorry, Mike, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to talk about
Daniel Faalele. Okay, good. I will let you do that. And I also want to point this out again. He went to Baltimore. The Ravens have 4 picks here in the 4th round. And Daniel Faalele, offensive tackle out of Minnesota, he weighed in at 384 pounds at the NFL Combine. That's the heaviest of any player at the Combine since 2006, as far as our data at ESPN has been tracking. This is a really big dude.
Yeah, and he's foreign. He's from Australia. And, we saw Jordan Mailata go to the Eagles, the developmental player, and obviously he's now turned out to be a great tackle. He lacks a little bit in foot quickness, but he's a massive guy, playing the Big Ten, and if they could just get him a little bit quicker, they may have a Pro Bowler here.
Wow.
He is a big guy, and we talk about, Fitz, you talk about how good the Ravens do in the draft.
Yeah.
This guy could be another big, rock-solid starter for the Baltimore Ravens.
It could help out for the Baltimore Orioles, for the Baltimore Ravens. Did you say Orioles?
I thought he said Ravens.
Oh, you did? I thought I heard Orioles.
Jay, have another sip of that coffee.
I know, I'm going to.
Jordan, give us some more on that.
He just threw the challenge flag. I want to roll back the tape. I want to see if that challenge is upheld or not.
This big body's going to protect Lamar Jackson, and
Vegas,
he could use it. He was hit 16 times per game last year. That's the most of any quarterback over the last 15 years. But let's go back to round 1 because Jermaine Johnson was drafted, defensive end out of Florida State. He went number 26 overall to the Jets. Let's bring in someone who knows a thing or two about that selection, and for that, we go to Ian Fitzsimmons.
Let's bring in Florida State head coach Mike Norvell here on ESPN Radio. And, Coach, we were screaming about Jermaine Johnson, Mike T, Bart Scott. Bart Scott was literally on the table, man, going, why is this man falling? Describe what you had in Jermaine Johnson at Florida State.
The total package. I mean, somebody with dynamic pass rush ability, but, I think the thing that sets him apart was just the physicality, the effort, the way that he played in the run game, the teammate that he was, being here for a year, he really came in and made an incredible impact. And, he was a great leader for our team. Really, was somebody that's inspired about trying to help the younger players and, what he brought every single day. I think he is the total package.
Coach Mike Tannenbaum, thanks for joining us today. Can you tell us a little bit about recruiting? It sounds like things are going really well as you're, increasing the foundation that you started at Florida State.
Yeah, it's great when you have examples of guys like Jermaine that have come in and he was here for a year, but was able to just really accomplish so many dreams that he had. He came in, was the defensive player of the year in the conference. Now a first-round draft pick. We're looking for the right fits for Florida State, and this is a program with incredible tradition, great legacies, and now as we've transitioned in, building that foundation, we're going to do it the right way, and we've done a remarkable job bringing in young talent, being able to have a mix of the transfers that have come in that are really establishing themselves, as some of those older leaders. But there are great days ahead here in Tallahassee, and I think we're going to have guys that will be talked about, here not only in college, but as they transition to the National Football League, that are going to have great success, and that's something that has been a tradition here at Florida State.
Coach Jordan Reed here, and hitting on a guy like Jermaine Johnson and staying with recruiting, how are you able to find a fine line of getting those guys from the transfer portal, but also some of those homegrown recruits that you already have too?
No, and that's something that what makes FSU so special is we're here and in the most fertile recruiting grounds in the country. With the state of Florida, with Georgia being the proximity here in the southeast. I mean, it's we have just great relationships and opportunities here. And like you look at this spring, we actually brought in 23 newcomers. Started in January. We had 13 high school early graduates. We had 10 transfers. Trying to find that right mix and balance. We were one of the youngest teams in college football this last year. And so, being able to bring some guys that have a little bit of experience and leadership qualities, much like we did the year prior with Jermaine, you see the growth of the young guys and the way that they've developed, but also the opportunity to have guys that are, a little further along in their career. So we try to have a great balance with that, but, to also taking advantage of just all the great players we have here in our region.
Talking to Florida State coach Mike Norvell right here on ESPN Radio. Round 4 of the NFL draft from Las Vegas going on right now. And obviously, Coach, you coach defensive end Jermaine Johnson, who went number 26 overall to the Jets. And just watching him day in and day out at practice, how do you think his game translates to the next level?
I mean, I think he's going to be a great piece to the organization there for the Jets. Just he brings it every day, and I think that people, as they went through and started the evaluation process, he did a wonderful job at the Senior Bowl, just in the impact that he had for the week. And I told I had a lot of coaches that called, and they asked him, "And is this?" That you watch the way he plays, the effort, whether it's the first quarter to the fourth quarter. I mean, he really plays at a very high, with the right mentality, with the right energy, just the passion of what shows up, and that's how he is, each day at practice, and that's where I think he really separates himself, and it allows for that consistency that shows up, throughout the course of this season, and that. It's what you want in the leaders of your program. And, because it's not always about what they say, it's about what they do. And Jermaine was a great example of that on a day in and day out basis.
Coach, before we turn you loose, we always enjoyed asking coaches about guys they played against. You went up against Kyle Hamilton at Notre Dame and Ike Ekwonu, the first rounders at NC State. When you hear those names, I hope you don't get chills and shivers right now. But but if you can, from a opponent's perspective, what are teams getting in guys like that?
Well, when I watched that Kyle Hamilton highlight that continuously is playing when he went from the other sideline to pick the ball off on our own sideline, it was that's one of the more impressive plays I've ever seen. So I still get I still probably have nightmares about that one. But I mean, those are great players and guys that made an incredible impact for their programs, and and going against them, you just knew, in the week of prep, going in leading up to the game to, what you saw them and how they performed throughout it. I mean, you gain a great deal of respect for them, and they're great players, but also seem to be great young men and leaders within the programs that they came from, and I think those guys are definitely going to have great careers there at the next level from all that I've seen, because they definitely earned my respect throughout that process.
Coach, we'll get him down there in Tallahassee. Thank you so much for your time here on ESPN Radio.
Well, appreciate you guys having me on, and go Noles.
All right, so that's Mike Norvell, head coach of the Noles down there in Tallahassee. Guys, let's get caught up here on some of these picks from the 4th round, the ones that we haven't touched on just yet. So the last one we mentioned was pick 111. That went to the New York Jets here in the 4th round, and they took offensive tackle Max Mitchell out of Louisiana. And so we keep it moving here. The Giants picked next at 112, and that was a pick that they got from the Chicago Bears in that Justin Fields trade. And they took Daniel Bellinger, tight end out of San Diego State. Moving right along here, the next pick, 113, Washington Commanders took Percy Butler, safety out of Louisiana. And then Dane Belton came off the board next. He went to the Giants, safety out of Iowa. And then finally, right here with the Denver Broncos, who, by the way, right now have back-to-back picks. So they're still on the clock, but the Broncos just now took Damari Mathis, cornerback out of Pitt. And so, guys, now that I've recapped the last couple picks here, Jordan, what stands out to you?
Percy Butler from Louisiana is one player that I was really impressed with throughout the pre-draft process. I had an opportunity to watch him live in the East-West Shrine game out here in Las Vegas, and he was one of the more impressive players that I saw. He can be a core 4 special teams guy for you right away, which is where I think he's going to have to go. But he can be a free safety. He's a true traditional middle-of-the-field center fielder type of player, and he can give you the ball production. He can come down and strike you in run support, too. So I like this pick a lot by Washington.
Louisiana has had 2 players selected in this round. That is more than 7 Big 12 schools, guys, so far, including Texas and Oklahoma State. We can say that now for this entire draft so far. The Big 12 is just struggling. But nonetheless, Percy Butler, yes, safety out of Louisiana, did go 113 to the Washington Commanders. Go ahead, Ian. What are you going to say?
That is a shocking stat.
Isn't
For
it?
one more time, let this sink in. One more time, Shay.
Louisiana has had 2 players selected in this round. That's the 4th round, which is more than 7 Big 12 schools, including Texas and Oklahoma State, can say for this entire draft so far.
I mean, Malcolm Rodriguez is going to come off the board at some point from Oklahoma State, linebacker, former wrestler. But, man, Mike T, you look at I think if you give Steve Sarkisian and Kyle Flood and that coaching staff down there at Texas, if you actually, which is remarkable to try and say this because it's not going to happen, if the jock-sniffing boosters in Austin can give them time, they will develop a title contender. But to not have a single Longhorn go off the board, and we're in the 4th round, that's embarrassing.
No, it is.
I mean, that's unbelievable.
But that's why Steve Sarkisian is the head coach. Like, he has a demonstrated track record of being a great recruiter and someone that's developed talent, at both the NFL and the college level. But that paints an incredible picture.
It really does.
We were saying the other night that, Georgia had 5 players go on defense in round 1. ACC had 4. Pac-12 had 4, and Big 12 had 0. Like, it's unbelievable where the Big 12 was, and I think that's one of the reasons we're seeing some of those teams leave for the SEC.
Of course, seeing so much conference realignment, that's for certain. Let's focus in on the Denver Broncos. As I said, they have back-to-back picks here, guys. So far in this draft, in the 2nd round, because they didn't have a 1st-round pick, they took Nick Bonito, outside linebacker out of Oklahoma, speaking of the Big 12 there, and then Greg Dulcich, tight end out of UCLA, and then they just took Damari Mathis, cornerback out of Pittsburgh. Mathis missed the entire 2020 season due to a shoulder injury, but since 2019, he's had the 3rd best completion percentage allowed in coverage, trailing only Sauce Gardner and Derek Stingley Jr., if I could talk this morning. So a good pickup if he can get right for the Denver Broncos. And again, guys, they're here on the clock, and once they make their next selection, we'll go right to it. But taking a step back and looking what the Denver Broncos have done, we know they added Russell Wilson. We know they're in a loaded AFC West. This is a draft where they have to capitalize and get it. Okay, so they just made their next pick here, and they took a defensive end out of Iowa State. I'm going to butcher his name, so I'm just going to leave it at that. But we know the position group that they've taken. What do we think of the Denver Broncos draft so far?
Yeah, and what I like about it, just to go back to what they did late last night with Greg Dulcich, when you look at the trade they made, they gave up 3 1s for Russell Wilson. They also gave up a really talented tight end in Noah Fant. So to be able to get a guy like Dulcich, I don't think he's Fant, but I don't think he's far away. Yeah. So I think Bonito has some pass rush ability. I think he's a little bit of a developmental guy, a little off the ball, but so far so good for Denver. And when you go into a draft and your first pick is 64, I think they've done a pretty good job so far.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Jordan, what do you think?
Yeah, they've done a good job of filling in some spots that they needed help at. I think they needed a nickel corner. That's what Damari Mathis is probably going to step into right away. Iyomi Owuzurike is interior defensive lineman.
Thank you.
Again.
There we go. That's the name I needed him to say for me. I appreciate that.
And another player that I was able to see at the East-West Shrine Bowl. I thought he had a really productive week there. And he may never turn into a starter for Denver, but they're starting to build depth along the defensive line. Draymond Jones is a player who's really turned the corner for them. DJ Jones, who they just signed over from San Francisco. And they have some young players they like too, like Matelvin Najim. And then you bring in Nick Bonito to rush off of the edge too. So they're starting to build some depth along this defensive front.
Yeah, Ioma, who's the last guy that went off the board for the Broncos, and the Broncos need him. They ranked last in pass rush win rate last season. Go ahead, Ian.
New York Giants, Dane Belton, safety out of Iowa.
Yeah.
I had those guys against Wisconsin. We called his name a few times, but I didn't come away, just overly impressed. But one coach that I talked to described him as very instinctual and a remarkable reader in zone coverage. Could be a steal in the 4th round, 5th round. There he goes off the board to the New York Giants. Jordan, your reaction?
Yeah, I mean, he's a player. He pretty much played everywhere in the secondary. And he's not the most physically gifted of this year's safety class, but his smarts, his awareness, and then he just relies on instinct so much. And that's what stands out about his tape. I mean, Iowa has had plenty of players in the secondary. They have one next year who's probably going to go very early in Riley Moss.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, he was a really good player, but Dane Belton was the leader of that group last year.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, in terms of the Giants, I've been there a couple times. When you have a new head coach and a new GM, it's really important that you get building blocks because the other veteran players are saying, like, okay, this is what you stand for. And you look at the football character, Thibodeau, Evan Neal, Robinson, just talking about Belton. Like, it's really important that those guys come in and they're competitive and they love football because you're setting the tone. And especially when you're in a situation, new head coach and new GM, this is not going to happen overnight. The Giants are bereft of talent, but the football character of the players they selected, it's certainly encouraging.
We'll dive more into that because the other New York team, the Jets, are officially on the clock, and the Giants have already had 2 picks here through the 4th round. We'll talk about it more next. You're listening to the 2022 NFL Draft on ESPN Radio.
Welcome back into Studio E in Bristol, Connecticut. We got Phil Murphy, Scooby Mageza, KJ Wright also on the line. We got our throw pillows. We got our draft notes.
Feeling good.
It's things are moving fast in this 4th round, day 3. This is how things go, and Mike talked about it, the depth in a roster that can be built. KJ Wright is one of those men who was drafted for depth by John Schneider. But KJ, something of a cultural shift in Seattle. You left the team a year ago to go to Vegas, but this last offseason, a $25 million house goes on the market, previously owned by Russell Wilson. Bobby Wagner's gone. What do you make of the overall overhaul in Seattle?
It just shows you that that era in Seattle that we had for all those great years has officially ended. And I believe that with Russell, I wasn't surprised when they made that move. It was clear that they were on 2 different pages when it came to which direction do we want to take this team. Russell's a guy that wants to air the ball out, put up 40-plus points a game. Coach Carroll has this philosophy. No, we're going to run the ball, and then we're going to air it out. And so I believe this guy, because before they didn't have too many. And so fantastic job by both these teams, or both these Russell and Seahawks making this move, and I believe both of them will be successful with it.
With Drew Lock there, the word is that they have a lot of faith in what Drew Lock's going to be able to do, and they draft an offensive tackle who's probably one of the best pass-blocking offensive tackles in the draft. Yeah. Do you think that they're going to be really leaning towards more what Drew Lock is going to be able to do and being in a passing attack type of offense?
Well, I'm not saying that Drew Lock is the guy. They brought Geno Smith back. This is going to be an open quarterback position, and they paid Geno a good bit of money as well. And so I'm not sure who's going to be the starting quarterback in there. They're going to go through the process of OTAs, of training camp, or preseason to see which one of these guys is going to pan out. But whoever is the quarterback, they are going to be handing that ball off with about 25, 30 times a game because they got their left tackle in Cross. And, they have DK and Tyler that they could just play action the ball and throw it deep to. And so I'm not sure who's going to be the quarterback, but this philosophy is going to get back to running the football.
But you and the 12th man, they all feel the same way. I mean, and you want to talk about philosophy getting back to running the football. When we evaluate Charles Cross and Abraham Lucas, those guys are terrific pass blockers. The question marks for them are as run blockers. Then they go and draft a Kenneth Walker. I mean, I guess this is more of like a binary opinion question, which isn't good for this format, but do you think they're looking toward next year's draft that's deeper in QB and they're just going to see what they have with Drew Lock, or is it the Baker Mayfield sweepstakes? What do you think is? I mean, the 12th man. That's the question they're asking.
Well, it all depends on how this season goes. Let's give these guys a chance. These guys have played some football before. Geno has played ball. Drew Lock has played ball. So if they come out there and look pretty good, who knows what could happen? So let's give them a chance to prove themselves. But if it doesn't pan out, you best believe that they're looking at these next quarterbacks of the future to take this franchise to the next level. And so I love this offensive line that they're putting together. I love this philosophy that they're trying to build through the draft. Get some undrafted free agents to come in there to fill out this roster. And I believe they're going to be pretty competitive in the NFC West.
Yeah, when you look at Rashad Penny, he's a guy that's had a lot of injuries, but his bounce back last year was something that was great to see for this team. So Kenneth Walker, that's almost an insurance for him when you talk about injuries with Penny. Now, elsewhere in the NFC West, the Cardinals, they ended up trading the 23rd pick and the 100th pick to the Ravens for Hollywood Brown. Thoughts on that trade with Hollywood leaving the Ravens, deciding to go play with his former college teammate, Kyler Murray?
I saw a quote by how Baltimore Ravens are a run-first football team, and then if it's not in a pass game, the quarterback is going to take off running. And so I believe that this was a fantastic business move by Hollywood to get back with Kyler Murray. They are going to air the ball out. A lot of attention is going to go to DeAndre Hopkins. A lot of attention is going to go to Ertz right there in the middle. It's going to free up tons of space for Hollywood to make his plays and to really take his career to the next level and to be the player he could be.
KJ, man, we appreciate the time. And for 49ers fans and Rams fans, the reason we didn't talk about your teams, they've combined for 4 total picks now so far through 118 total picks in the draft. KJ, best of luck as you look forward to your next NFL home again. Long a Seahawk with the Raiders last year, and obviously your football IQ, you can add a lot to a lot of different teams picking today. So all the best as you continue your career.
No doubt.
But for now, we're sending it back to Vegas with Ian, Jordan, Shay, and Mike holding it down on an early morning in Vegas as round 4 rolls on.
With Michael Clemens, defensive end out of Texas A&M with the 117th pick. That was their second pick here so far today in the 4th round. Earlier today, they took an offensive tackle out of Louisiana, Max Mitchell. And guys, just to recap who they took throughout the draft over the last 2-3 days here, their first pick was Ahmad Sauce Gardner, cornerback Cincinnati, Garrett Wilson, wide receiver out of Ohio State, Jermaine Johnson, as we've talked a lot about today, defensive end out of Florida State, Breece Hall. They went running back out of Iowa State, Jeremy Ruckert, tight end out of Ohio State, and then the 2 picks I just mentioned here in the 4th round. Jordan, since you're kind of new to our party here today, what do you make of what the Jets have done so far in this draft?
Well, I've been really impressed. I thought of any team during day 1 of the draft, I think they probably had the best of the bunch, getting 3 first-round picks. And then you're talking about taking premium positions, a cornerback, which is what they needed. They haven't had a really good cornerback there, really, since Darrelle Revis, honestly, as far as that number 1 guy. They take a defensive end, Jermaine Johnson. They trade up for him. But they get the best wide receiver in the draft, too, in Garrett Wilson. So what you're seeing is that they're getting the top players at each position. And I think Breece Hall was the best running back in this draft class, too. So I think Joe Douglas has done a heck of a job bringing in some of these guys.
Why don't we hear from the head coach, Robert Saleh. Here's his thoughts on the Jets draft so far.
When you get 3 in the top 8, you're not expecting it. Like Joe said, we're fortunate we're in a position to take our best available players as they come off ranked, and so Sauce was a very easy decision. Then getting to 10 with Garrett Wilson, it was a very easy decision, and when we got to 15, and it was like, well, shoot, our top guy is still there, and Joe working the phone and being able to get him. You get 3 impact players at 3 premium positions. You dream of it happening, but it was a really good day, really good opportunity for these guys to come in and help this team get better.
Guys, I've seen some videos circling social media of Robert Saleh giving these guys a call or meeting these guys, and you can just see the excitement, right? And like kind of almost seeing the future in the Jets and hoping for a brighter one. The last guy they just drafted, that will be Michael Clemens, that defensive end out of Texas A&M. And I know LSU had a down year this year, but still want to point this out. Clemens had 11 pressures in that November 27th game against LSU. That's the most by any SEC player in a game against an FBS opponent in the last 3 years. So this can be a standout guy for the Jets if he can get in there sooner rather than later, Mike.
Yeah, and looking at the big picture again, you're going back to Coach Saleh's comments, now it's about production and managing expectations because, being in that market for as long as I was, it's not going to happen overnight. And we talked a little bit about Kayvon Thibodeau, and Evan Neal's going to give up a sack, and Kayvon Thibodeau is going to go 3 games without getting one, and Sauce Gardner's going to get beat on a double move, probably against Tyreek Hill at some point, and that's okay. Like, they have great football character, but I think they have to quickly transition from the euphoria, which they should have. I mean, you put in Breece Hall into this mix and Jeremy Ruckert. Max Mitchell was a 51-game starter at Louisiana. Like, this should be a foundational draft.
Let me ask you this, Mike. If you're the Giants, or maybe even more so the Jets, especially with a Sauce Gardner who never gave up a touchdown reception in his career, if you're Robert Saleh, are you going to him right now going, look, you are going to get beaten. It's going to happen. You need to clap it off, snap it off. Next play immediately, don't get down on yourself. Is that a lesson you have to teach a guy like that right away because he's not used to failing?
So one of the questions we would ask prospects when they came in was, who do you call when you have a bad day? Because all of us have bad days, and knowing what your infrastructure is. And I'll tell you guys a story. There was a player that we had a lot of interest in. He had a couple bumps in the road. We said, hey, who do you call when you have a bad day? He said nobody. And we had real concerns about him. We didn't wind up drafting him, and he continued to have real trouble in the NFL. So having a support system, having the people there through thick and thin is really important because that day is going to come, Fitz.
That's really interesting stuff. Jordan, do you have anything to add on the Jets?
Yeah, like I said, I really like what they've been able to do. Michael Clemens, I think, can come and be that big base end in those 4-3, in Saleh's 4-3 defensive scheme. He can play on the strong side or the weak side. Really long guy, too, 6'5", 260+ pounds, too. So I don't think he's ever going to develop into a starter. But as far as a down-the-line guy, as a depth piece, I think he can be that.
Look, the Jets were 4-13 last season, guys, and we talked about this. I believe it was yesterday. The days are all starting to blend together a little bit, but that honeymoon period for Robert Saleh, Joe Douglas is kind of starting to come to an end. Like, we're out of excuses now this year. You need to see Zach Wilson take the next step forward, and you need to capitalize on some of these draft picks.
Shay, the honeymoon period comes to an end in New York at the end of the press conference.
Yeah, no kidding. That I believe.
You mentioned a word there, Shay, excuses. You don't, Mike, you're nodding your head. I don't want to hear that from Robert Saleh anymore. You know, it's about doing now. It's not, hey, you know, well, we had this or we were left with this. I mean, move forward, man.
I couldn't agree with you more. It bothered me, to be candid, because what you saw what Nick Sirianni did in year one, they swallowed the biggest cap charge with Carson Wentz, and they went to the playoffs with Jalen Hurts in year one. And Robert Saleh has to be a leader. He has to Google Coach Parcells' 10 Commandments of a quarterback. He talks about a battlefield commander, rare mental, physical toughness, resiliency, and you want to see those same attributes in your head coach. You have a good roster now. You're improved, and they're going to have to pass the eye test because it's New York, and you could rebuild for about 10 minutes, and your point's a great one, Shay. Like, the honeymoon is way over, and it starts with the head coach and what he says, and it permeates the locker room about excuses and cap charges and what we were left with. Nobody cares. Nobody cares anymore. That's what pro football is, and it starts with your head coach.
Well, especially when you've got multiple picks in the first round, which the Jets had, and so did the Giants. Let's go to the other New York team here, guys. I'm just going to recap who they've taken so far in this draft. Again, they had multiple picks in the first round, 2 to be exact, 2 within 3 picks of one another, picking 5 and 7. They took Kayvon Thibodeau first, defensive end out of Oregon, then Evan Neal, offensive tackle out of Alabama, Wan'Dale Robinson, wide receiver out of Kentucky, Joshua Izudu, guard out of North Carolina, Cordell Flott, cornerback out of LSU, Daniel Bellinger, tight end out of San Diego State, and then just recently here in their second pick in the 4th round, they took Dane Belton, safety out of Iowa. Before I get your thoughts on what the Giants have done thus far, again, a lot of draft picks so far over the last 3 days, 7 to be exact. Let's hear from their new GM, Joe Schoen, on their draft thus far.
We had 7 or 8 cards, and we just kept switching them back and forth based on different scenarios, and this was a scenario we went over. And if there were 2 tackles on the board and the pass rusher, we were going to go pass rusher knowing we could get a tackle at 7. So, you know, we were ecstatic when that scenario, you know, came up.
All right, so obviously he's talking about Evan Neal right there with 7 and what they did in the first round. Again, a team that needs some help. Another 4-win New York team, 4-13. They make a switch at GM. They make a switch with the head coach. They don't pick up Daniel Jones' 5th-year option, and now they're trying to build through the draft, guys. What do you think so far, Mike T?
I think they've done a solid job, but you bring up a really interesting point, Shay. I think there's a big difference between how the media perceives this 5th-year option and reality, which is nothing would make the Giants happier than to go pay Daniel Jones a big contract. What they're saying is this gives us flexibility. Look at Sam Darnold, Carolina. Look at Baker Mayfield in Cleveland. I would just tell Daniel Jones, like, hey, go crush it. Like, we want you to be great. And this is the biggest carrot in the world for him. And then in your back pocket, oh, by the way, you have the franchise tag if that ever came into to pass. But knowing where that 5th-year option is going, like, they had to make that decision. They haven't been on the field with him, and the way the rules are, they had, you know, the deadline is basically on Monday. So it's not necessarily the end of the road. I think people portray this whole notion of the non-exercise as the end of the road. It's not necessarily the case.
I mean, why would you pick up his 5th-year option with the way that he has played? This is like a tryout year for him. That makes perfect sense. Go ahead, Jordan. What do you think about the Giants draft so far?
Well, I just think they needed to get better in the trenches, just because historically, when I think of the Giants, I think of strong defensive linemen and then strong offensive linemen too. Justin Tuck, Michael Strahan, O.C. Umenyiora. The list goes on and on of some of these talented defensive linemen that they have had. So bringing in Kayvon Thibodeau, who I think was one of the better overall prospects in this draft class, I like that. And then Evan Neal, he can slide into that right tackle spot opposite of Andrew Thomas. You have 2 big bookends on the outside, so I like that a lot. Wan'Dale Robinson, I thought it was a little bit early and redundant just because you already have Kadarius Toney there, and both of those guys kind of play a similar role. But outside of that, I think they've done a really good job of filling
they have
their needs.
A loaded wide receiver room, it feels like right now, so they might have to make some decisions there. there. Any takeaways for you, Ian, on the Giants?
Reiterate everything they just said.
Yeah.
I mean, especially with coming away with Kayvon Thibodeau. When he sat down with us, and I talked to him about this coming into last season, when he was projected as a number 1 overall, and when you say slid to 5, right? I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Top 5 pick. But he describes himself as a closer. And he's said that for 2-3 years now. But when we talked to him here, when he joined us on our set, on Thursday, I mean, his jaw got locked. Like, I am a closer.
Mm-hmm. Jordan,
fourth quarter, watch out.
We had an awkward moment where Fitz reached into his pocket to try and grab the Snickers bar, and Thibodeau just knocked down Fitz.
Really?
Did that actually happen? I don't know.
That would be a great story if it was true.
I can't confirm nor deny.
Right?
I'm not sure.
And it was a long reach. That man's got wings.
Let's get caught up here on some of these fourth-round picks that have been made, guys, over the last couple of minutes. And let's start with the Minnesota Vikings at number 18. They get that pick from the Cleveland Browns. They go with Caleb Evans, cornerback out of Missouri there. Then up next was the Baltimore Ravens. Again, I've pointed this out. I'm going to say it again. They have 4 fourth-round picks today, so this is another one. Jalen Armour-Davis is where they go, cornerback out of Alabama. And for more on that, let's go to Ian.
Armour-Davis is only a 1-year starter at Alabama, but I talked to his former DB coach who's now at Oklahoma, Jay Valai, who was an all-Big Ten safety at Wisconsin, has NFL experience with the Kansas City Chiefs. Jay couldn't shut up about him. He described him as an elite quickness at the line, good change of direction, and a phenomenal athlete. The only thing he lacks, he said, is experience. He's only a 1-year starter because he was buried on that Alabama depth chart behind guys that are in the National Football League right now. He said the one thing he has to do, and it comes with experience, is find the ball quicker, which will come because of all the NFL talent he was behind. That is something that he just needs reps on. And I asked him, day 3 guy, and he responded, hell no. I've had 16, 17 teams call me about him. He won't get past Friday. Well, he did, so that to me tells me that's a steal for the Baltimore Ravens. He's very grounded. He's married with a kid. This is already a business for Jalen Armour-Davis. I think Baltimore got a steal with him.
Yeah, I did Alabama's pro day, and I thought he was phenomenal at the pro day. There was a lot of people that had glowing reviews about him, and like you just mentioned, the only caveat to him is that he just lacked experience as a 1-year starter. But the great thing about him in the situation that he enters, he's not going to be the guy on the depth chart. They already have Marcus Peters. They have Marlon Humphrey. And the one thing that he did that was his specialty at Alabama during his first 2 years was special teams.
I was about to say,
he was an ace special teams guy. And I think when he gets to Baltimore, he's going to be one of their best special teams guys that eventually turns into that 3rd or 4th corner.
And guys, go ahead, Mike T.
No, and at this point, too, like you're looking for attributes. He's 6 feet and he runs 4.3. He had an injury earlier in his career. So to me, like agreeing with those guys, but to have that depth at the corner position because Humphrey makes a lot of money. Peters is obviously close to the end. So to me, like this is always you want to have one in the hopper. And the other connection here is, Ozzie Newsome, who's still part of the Raven organization, is,
Bama connection. The
legendary Bama connection. So to me, like he's going to have everyone's going to have good information, and he'll always have the best information. So I love this, where they got him. Pick overall, 119 to get a corner that can run that fast. That's really good value.
Guys, we were laughing yesterday about that pipeline, it feels like, between the Commanders and Alabama, because it seems like they keep drafting Alabama players. Apparently, so do the Ravens. Talking about Jalen Armour-Davis here, going 119 to the Ravens. That's the 12th Alabama player selected by the Ravens since 1997. That would be the most in the NFL. There's been a few picks here we'll catch you up on. Also, Malik Willis fell to the Titans in round 3. We'll talk to his college coach, Hugh Freeze, next. This is the 2022 NFL Draft on ESPN Radio.
Thank you, Shay. Thank you, everybody watching at home. Phil Murphy, Scooby Mageza. We are not going anywhere, not taking any commercial breaks. My buddy over on Red Zone has something patented that I can't say, but there are no commercials on this drive here. But Scooby, something they mentioned there during their conversation, Robert Saleh of the Jets. It's kind of a win-now situation. Only his 2nd year as head coach, but Jets fans, Gang Green has to like what they're doing in this draft, getting arguably probably the best cornerback on the board in Ahmad Sauce Gardner, getting very likely the best receiver, even though he wasn't the first taken, in Garrett Wilson. Jermaine Johnson, terrific value for him as an edge rusher. Maybe the best running back in the class, Breece Hall, ticking all the boxes. Jeremy Ruckert feels like a little bit of a luxury pick at tight end.
They already had 2 on the roster.
And not only did they have 2 in the roster, they signed 2 this offseason with some needs on the defensive side of the ball. But it's a sexy pick, and it's going to sell jerseys in the team shop and get people excited. And then they get Max Mitchell, who's a very consistent pass blocker out of Louisiana, a little top-heavy at times, but only 13 pressures allowed this year.
Yeah, when you talk about teams that are winning the draft so far, I think at the top of the list, the New York Jets are right there. I would also throw in the Philadelphia Eagles as two teams that have won the draft. But the Jets, essentially, in those first 3 picks, got 3 of their top 10 players on their board. That's what Robert Saleh said. They said Jermaine Johnson was 8th on their big board. And you talk about players that they were able to get so late within the draft. So I love what the Jets are doing. And then Breece Hall, the knock on him is his pass blocking ability. But he should still be able to do it all. And then you got Michael Carter, a guy who was one of the best rookies when you talk about running backs. And the sauce, a guy who didn't let up a touchdown pass. Yeah, didn't let up a touchdown pass in 3 years in college. So they're doing well in that regard of building on the offensive and defensive side.
Well, the Jets, everybody in the AFC East, is now chasing the Buffalo Bills. That includes your Patriots. But the Bills, the Bills literally had one hole on their roster, and it was at the cornerback position as well. Yes, Sauce Gardner is terrific, but another great corner in this class, this man, Kaiir Elam. The only knock on him, maybe a little lazy in his technique at times. He has all the physical tools. It's about grabbing his face mask and telling him, trust your technique, because he is long, strong, and has range for days. It makes the Bills a very scary proposition, not just in this division, but as Super Bowl contenders, maybe the favorite coming out of this draft, because then they go and add James Cook out of the backfield who can catch passes for days from Josh Allen and just add yet another wrinkle to this offensive attack, who loses Brian Daboll, offensive coordinator, but they keep Ken Dorsey, so a little bit of continuity on their offensive staff.
Yeah, and passing defense is a huge part of the Bills' success and what they've been able to do.
Number one total defense last year.
Yeah, when you look at the type of DBs that they've drafted in the first round, we talk about Stephon Gilmore, you talk about Tre'Davious White. Those are guys who ended up being all-pro type of players. So when they see a DB who has talent, this team knows how to go and get them. They do really well in that regard. And then you brought up my New England Patriots.
Yep.
A person who sees talent and goes for talent is Bill Belichick. But it was strange with that pick.
Cole Strange. You know what it reminds me of? You know, you and the boys going out for drinks or whatever, and there's like, 8 or 10 different beers you can grab, and no one raises an eyebrow. Then you got the one dude who asks for the menu, and he said, what kind of small batch double IPAs do you have? And you know what? Maybe it's going to raise your eyebrows and be the best thing on the menu, or maybe it's just going to be overpriced. And it feels like that's what they're doing here. They're getting fine assets, but maybe a little overpriced where they're picking them. Cole Strange, the Rams are hoping to get at 100. Tyquan Thornton had a day 3 grade. Marcus Jones, I love. I'm not going to say it's something edgewise about getting Marcus Jones at that spot, but even Jack Jones is somebody who was honorable mention all Pac-12. He was a 5-star recruit coming out of high school, didn't really materialize in college. It seems like if they had taken all of these picks, except for Marcus Jones, 1 round later, it would have made sense. So are they overpaying, or are they finding the diamonds in the rough?
And that's the thing. It's not that these picks are bad. It's just you could have gotten maybe a little bit better value, because when you look back at some of the guys that the Patriots have passed off in the draft, remember when they drafted N'Keal Harry and DK Metcalf was still on the board? You look at that and you say, there's great guys you passed on. Dax Hill was still on the board as well. So I will give Bill Belichick the benefit of the doubt, especially when it comes down to offensive linemen, because they've always done well in that regard.
Still needs to fill if they want to close the gap on the Bills atop the AFC East. For now, we're going to send you back to Vegas. Here is Shea holding it down for us from Sin City.
Next up, Patriots. This is a pick that comes from the Miami Dolphins via the Kansas City Chiefs. They took Jack Jones, cornerback out of Arizona State. Following them, the Raiders had another pick. By my account, this would only be the Raiders' second pick so far in this draft. I'll update that in a minute. But they took Zamir White, running back out of Georgia. And then the Los Angeles Chargers were next. They took Isaiah Spiller, running back out of Texas A&M. And then with the 124th pick here in the 4th round, the Cleveland Browns, and this is a pick that comes from the Philadelphia Eagles via the Houston Texans, they take Cade York. That would be a kicker out of LSU. That is the first kicker that we have seen come off the board so far. We now pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is the 2022 NFL Draft on ESPN Radio. So Cade York, that kicker that just came off the board, he is the highest drafted kicker now since Robert Aguayo in 2016. And he goes here in the 4th round to the Cleveland Browns, who, yes, they do need some help in the kicking department. And with more now, we're going to go back to the quarterbacks here, guys, and talk a little bit about Malik Willis, who went off the board yesterday, and maybe hear from his head coach. And for that, we turn it over to Ian Fitzsimmons.
Thanks, Shay. Joining us right now, Liberty head coach Hugh Freeze here on ESPN Radio as we come to you from the 2022 NFL Draft here in Las Vegas. And, Coach, Malik Willis, your guy, in all of our opinions, falls into the 3rd round. What did teams that passed on him, what did they miss?
Well, I'm not one to ever second-guess other coaches and staffs because I know what that looks like. But obviously, I have a bias toward Malik, and I think that there's going to be a lot of teams that regret passing him up. Having said that, that's their right, and we respect that, and trust that it works out the way it's supposed to. And truthfully, I love him going to Tennessee, and I think it's just going to be a really good fit for him. But they're going to miss out on what I think was one of the best quarterback athletes with strong arm and accuracy in probably the last several years, and I think he's going to prove to be very invaluable to that locker room that he joins.
Coach, in terms of his transition to pro ball, being able to sit behind Ryan Tannehill, as you mentioned, it should be a positive. Where do you think his game has to improve the most for him to become a frontline starting NFL quarterback?
Yeah, I agree with you. I think being able to go in and not have the pressure of, well, I've got to do this right now, and knowing that he has a veteran in front of him to learn from is going to be helpful. And part 2, I think just truthfully, the speed of the game and the speed of the windows closing so much faster than at any other level he's ever played. I don't get real concerned. I know that this is and I don't want to be negative in any way toward anyone, but everyone acts like that this extreme difference in college game and NFL offenses. And I got to tell you, I clinicked 4 NFL teams last spring, and they're trying to be more and more like us. And so I don't know why people continue to and go put on the tapes. I mean, and they're doing very similar things. And I'm not saying that's the case with Tennessee. Maybe it is going to be more of a challenge. But to me, I think the game is trending toward more of what you're seeing with us on Saturdays. But there's no question in my mind that he has got to play faster in the pocket with his progressions because of just the sheer speed of the guys he's going to be throwing against.
Coach, when you're going through the process of recruiting Malik, bringing him over from Auburn, what did you see in him that made him so appealing?
Well, truthfully, I've said this, and there was no possible way that I could know we would be sitting here having these conversations or be in the green room on a draft night because he just had no significant snaps at quarterback in the college game at all. Truthfully, he only had 15, and they were zone reads, so I really had no data to go on other than I knew him out of high school, and I knew what kind of athlete he was. And I believe wholeheartedly that in the non-Power 5 especially, if you have the best athlete on the field at that position, it gives you a fighting chance to win games. And I believed we could win with Malik at quarterback. I loved the type of kid he was, the leader. Had no clue could we get to this point of him being a true NFL quarterback, but quickly into his first year, I knew, man, that's possible. This guy's got a lot of skill, and he's still really, really young at the position. And I just think the upside for him is huge.
Talking to Hugh Freeze right now, head coach of Liberty. Coach Malik Willis, who was drafted number 6 overall to the Tennessee Titans. And Coach, you talked about what part of Malik's game needs improvement at the next level, but what part of his game do you think translates really well here?
Well, did you witness all of those DMs they were drafting this year?
I did.
Did you see the playoffs last year where no one can protect the quarterback? Those are, I think you've got to have somebody in today's times that can make that first guy miss and extend plays and then be able to throw the ball down the field when those scenarios occur. And they're occurring more and more and more and more in today's games because of how good those D-lines are, and no one can consistently protect the quarterback. And so to have a guy back there like Malik that can make the first guy miss, extend the play, get you a first down either with his legs or throwing, I just think is absolutely invaluable, and you can't teach that. And he has that ability to do it, and that to me is what he's ready for. Obviously, those coaches, that's why they call us coach. If his feet need to improve on his drops or all of that, man, you got hours and hours and hours to do that with him. But you can't teach what he already has, and that to me, for the way the game is being played today, is invaluable.
Coach, it used to be that the NFL game would then, trickle down to college and college to high school. And then now it feels like 7-on-7 is influencing high school and high school to college, and college now is influencing the pro game. It feels like it's flipped. When you hear that, do you think that's accurate when you're talking to NFL teams? And as you mentioned, you just clinicked 4 NFL teams recently on your offense.
Well, they're just all wanting to know, how do we get into being able to throw RPOs with the rules that they have, and tell us what your favorite RPOs are against quarters, against man, and how are you getting it communicated to where you have the right one called at the right time. So I know that it's translating to that, and we're used to, I talked to Malik after all of his visits to these sites with the NFL, and used to, when you're calling a play flip right, YMO, 32 power alert, Z drive, X shallow, Y post. Now they're like us. We call that smoke, and it's the same. And he is telling me when he leaves. Now some are still in that world, and they won't change. And I'm not saying that's right, wrong, or indifferent. But now he's coming back with us. He said, "Man, Coach, they're starting to say." And that's the stuff that I've talked to teams about, is how do you make this thing simpler for, a guy when you ask, when I was coaching Laramie Tunsil and everybody, can he learn? I was like, he's the best athlete I've ever seen at offensive tackle. You better make it where you can learn it. And so I do think there's no question. I still call things the same way I called when I was a high school coach, and I do think that it is transitioning the other way now.
Well, Coach, we greatly appreciate your time here on a Saturday here on ESPN Radio from the NFL Draft. And we know you're going to a golf outing. Favorite club in your bag? Do you have one?
Putter. It's the one that bails me out because my wedge is in putter. My short game is the strength. Everything else can get suspect at times.
Yeah, I can relate to that.
I don't have one. So there you go. Coach,
you just luck of the draw, huh? Whatever.
Coach, thank you so much for your time as always, man. Enjoy the rest of the draft.
Absolutely. Thanks, guys.
Last one we talked about was the Cleveland Browns, and they drafted a kicker, Cade York, the first kicker to come off the board in this year's draft. Next up was the Miami Dolphins, and they went with Eric Izuama. I hope I'm saying that right. Wide receiver out of Texas Tech. And then beyond that, the Raiders took Neil Farrell, defensive tackle out of LSU. The New England Patriots took Pierre Strong Jr., running back out of South Dakota State. And then the Baltimore Ravens, via the Arizona Cardinals here in that Hollywood Brown trade, took Charlie Kolar, tight end out of Iowa State. Guys, let's rewind a little bit, though, because a lot has happened so far in the 4th round, and let's back things up. Zamir White, I know, who went to the Raiders earlier today was someone that stood out to you guys, and also Isaiah Spiller, running back out of Texas A&M, who went to the Chargers. Two guys who I believe, Jordan, you're thinking maybe could make some sort of immediate impact here.
Yeah, I think so. And with the Raiders not extending the fifth-year option or exercising the fifth-year option with Josh Jacobs, I think this is your replacement for him right away with the new regime and a new coaching staff coming in there. I think they're going to want their own guys there. Zamir White is a no-nonsense between the tackles type of runner that tested much better than a lot of people were thinking. He was a part of that dominant committee along with James Cook at Georgia. So I think this is a player that they have big plans for. Maybe not so much in the passing game. I think he has to get much better in that area. But from a rushing standpoint, I think he can get the job done.
And as far as to piggyback, Shay, what Jordan was talking about Zamir White, I was told he was the quietest guy on that Georgia team, which isn't surprising. He got bullied a lot growing up, dealing with that cleft palate. But he takes all of that now out on his opponents. Kirby Smart told me before the national championship game, he runs as hard as any back I've ever been around. He wants to not run and hit you. He wants to run through you. And he's grounded. His mom's a parole officer and told him when he was growing up, Shay, I can't be around you at school to protect you. You have to defend yourself. Be bigger, work harder than they do. Handle your business or you will be handled. And he did. He lives by that to this day. And she had him when she was 14 years old. And the doctors told her and her mom there was a high possibility he would never be, quote, normal. She and her mom said, I'm not giving up on him, and the rest is literally history.
That's a remarkable story.
It's unbelievable. This kid, and he brings that passion on his pads of being bullied as a kid with that cleft palate and a little speech impediment. He brings that to this day. And again, that message of you have to handle it or you will be handled, he still lives by that mantra. And that's not even my favorite part about the guy. I grew up on a thoroughbred horse farm in Folsom, Louisiana. His passion, his sanctuary, is going to his uncle and grandfather's horse farm in North Carolina, getting on the back of a horse to just dial out. He's a remarkable young man, and if you want a grounded individual that will knock the snot out of you and then actually say sorry and pick you up afterward, it's Zamir White from Georgia.
And just to add on to that, he's faced a mountain of adversity. Having 2 ACL tears his first year, or his first 2 years on campus, and then coming back and ended up a national champion, says a lot about his football character.
Yeah, no doubt. Okay, so back-to-back running backs taken. You guys were just talking about Zamir White, who went to the Raiders. Immediately following that, another AFC West team, and the Chargers took a running back as well, and they took Isaiah Spiller.
Yes, this is one of my favorite players. Taking nothing away from that great story about Zamir. I'm not going to touch that one.
Oh, it was awesome.
With a 10th football.
That's great.
But
you're going to go Kenneth Murray on me there?
I'm not going Kenneth Murray.
3 years ago?
No, we're just going to. But what I can say about Isaiah Spiller is, here's a player that, again, sometimes we get so dogmatic about, hey, well, he didn't run fast, but he plays fast, and he's explosive. He's 6 feet, 217. He actually can catch the ball well. I think there's great value to get him in the 4th round. I think his skill set, in my opinion, translates to a 3-down back in the NFL. So I think that's a really good job by Tom Telesco and crew, and it's another weapon for Justin Herbert.
Yeah, that's another weapon for Justin Herbert. Could always come in handy here, guys. Okay, let's keep it moving and go back to some of these picks. Again, at 127, the New England Patriots took Pierre Strong Jr. After that, the Baltimore Ravens from the Arizona Cardinals took Charlie Kolar. After that, the Dallas Cowboys, the 129th pick, and guys, we're still in the 4th round here. They took Jake Ferguson, tight end out of Wisconsin, and now the Baltimore Ravens are back on the clock. As a reminder, they have 4 picks here in the 4th round. Going back to this running back that the Patriots selected in Pierre Strong Jr., New England, guys, has had some success with the South Dakota State players and their football program. If you remember, the NFL's all-time leading scorer, kicker Adam Vinatieri, SDSU alum, second on the Patriots all-time scoring list before joining the Colts. So maybe Pierre Strong Jr. can add the same kind of scoring threat, I don't know, that Adam Vinatieri did back in the day.
Yeah, only one of 4 players in program history to rush for over 4,000 yards. So that just goes to show you the production that he had on the FCS level. One of the more consistent players on the FCS level over the past few years as well. I was able to see him alongside some of these other guys at the East-West Shrine game. And you talk about a combination of explosiveness. He's that one cut and go back that could just accelerate and hit the gas immediately. So his speed shows up not only on the FCS level, and that's something that you want to see in these postseason All-Star games. How are these FCS guys, how are they able to adjust to the speed of the game? Just because they're not playing against ACC, SEC, Big 12 Big Ten, some of these other guys, they're not used to seeing that type of speed on a week-in, week-out basis, but his speed showed up. He runs 4.37 at the combine, and it's going to translate to the next level.
Let's go to the Dolphins pick here with 125 in the 4th round. They took Eric Izukama, the 3rd Texas Tech player so far today, selected by the Dolphins in the last 30 years, along with linebacker Zach Thomas and wide receiver Jakeem Grant. And for more on him, we go to Ian Fitzsimmons.
Easy Izukama, Matt Wells, his former head coach at Texas Tech, who's now at Oklahoma, told me either his stock is rising or it's all smokescreen, knowing all college coaches talk to people like me, calling him because his phone was blowing up the last couple of days when I talked to him on Thursday. He said he really improved as a route runner and his performance after the catch. And Sonny Cumbie, offensive coordinator at Texas Tech last year, now the head coach at Louisiana Tech, Matt Wells said did a nice job of getting the ball and letting him just make plays in space. Slip screens, jet sweeps, whatever. He's a playmaker, so we just got him the ball. Big body with firm, strong hands. So on contested balls, Matt Wells said, I like his chances. He's a big body, former basketball player, can go up and get it. Off the field, 0 issues with Easy Izukama. Mike, you were down there in Miami. That's another weapon for Tua.
Yeah, absolutely. And look at the job they've done with Jalen Waddle a year ago, Tyreek Hill, franchise Mike Gesicki, and now Easy Uzakama. And again, you already touched on it, given his size. And one thing about Tua is he does struggle with accuracy. So I like the fact that they're getting another big body target for him.
Guys, I have been saying this whole time that the Baltimore Ravens have 4 picks in the 4th round, and I stand corrected. They have 6, in fact, in the 4th round. In this 4th round today, they've already made 4 picks, and they've got 2 more to go again today in the 4th round. Their latest pick was the first punter to come off the board, and that would be Jordan Stout from Penn State. They've had the same punter there in Baltimore for the last 10, 15 years, a really long time. He becomes a free agent this year, and so they go draft a punter here with their 4th round pick, and again, they've got 2 more to go. Day 1 was on Thursday. Feels like a lifetime ago at this point, guys, but the main story on Thursday was wide receivers, some big-name veteran wide receivers that went to new teams. How big of an impact will they make, and how did it affect this draft? We'll tell you next. You're listening to the 2022 NFL Draft on ESPN Radio.
You can see on the bottom line, the Titans have drafted Derrick Henry's understudy, Hassan Haskins. He'll be RB2 in Tennessee. Let's talk about the AFC South, Scooby, but I don't want to talk about the reigning division champs, the reigning 1 seed in the AFC. I don't want to talk about the current favorites to win the division, the Colts. Okay. Let's go to the bottom of the division, Texans and Jags. Nice offseason and nice draft classes so far.
When you look at what both of these teams have done this offseason, especially in the draft, love what the Texans are doing, especially with the additions of Derek Stingley Jr., who was going to be considered one of maybe the top player in the draft had it not been for the last couple of years. I mean, 15 games the last 2 seasons due to that injury that he had to his foot, and it's a COVID year, so it hasn't been the same type of production that you've seen from Derek Stingley Jr., but the Texans needed this help at the defensive back position, and then they backed it up by getting an offensive lineman later on in the draft in Kenyon Green. And Green is one of the only offensive linemen to have 75 snaps at left tackle, left guard, right guard, and right tackle. The versatility is at a high clip next to Evan Neal.
He started in 3 different offensive line positions in 4 different weeks this season for A&M. And that's I guess, the luxury of going into a draft of having needs everywhere. You can't really miss on needs. Jalen Petrie, the highly intelligent, highly fast safety out of Baylor. They just turn guys like that out. John Mechie adding some depth to the receiving core. He had a serious injury in the SEC championship game. Hopefully he's back for week 1, and then they stick on the Alabama tree with Christian Harris. But then the question begs, is this draft class better than that which Jacksonville had? Jacksonville, we know, won the offseason in terms of free agency, and Field Yates tweeted out the stat that in the last 6 seasons, the team that spent the most in free agency, at a minimum, raised their win total by 3, giving the Jags finally having some stability in their coaching staff, getting some talent around Trevor Lawrence. They get Zay Jones. They get Christian Kirk in the offseason. You start to think their floor is rising, and it sounds crazy. They are sitting right now at 7-1 odds to win this AFC South. And looking at what they've done in this draft, hard to discourage them from going with Trayvon Walker at the top. But then after that, Devin Lloyd, the ever-rangy, terrific coverage linebacker, played safety in high school. Luke Fortner, another guy who can play anywhere along the offensive line. And Chad Muma, 140-odd tackles at Wyoming. The guy is a 40-inch vertical. He is a terrific athlete and a tackling machine.
Yeah, so they just piled onto their defense because they feel like they've done enough in free agency to be able to reload on that offense. But then when you look at the Titans to see what they've done in this draft, they made that trade with A.J. Brown. Now, for a team that really relied on A.J. Brown for their offense, I think A.J. Brown is what made Tannehill that elite quarterback in the NFL. Now you got rid of him, hoping that Treylon Burks can be that guy to replace it. This isn't a quick switcheroo. No. You can't just expect a rookie receiver to end up being a Pro Bowl caliber wide receiver like A.J. Brown.
And they had a need at wide receiver coming into this draft, so that just they replace A.J. Brown. Not really. They get the watered down, on home, we have McDonald's at home type deal version of A.J. Brown and getting Treylon Burks. Roger McCreary, no criticism there. He's a great cornerback. They draft the guy who's ultimately, we think, going to take the reins from Ryan Tannehill, who's in a contract year, in Malik Willis.
Yep.
But this AFC South, man, it's going to be a race to 10 wins. Not a lot of elite teams, it seems. And then the Colts, they get some projects. Jelani Woods, huge catch radius. He was used primarily as a blocking tight end at Oklahoma State. High ceiling for him. Alec Pierce, I love, especially as a red zone target.
Red zone target.
Yes.
He had the most red zone touchdowns of any receiver.
And then good value for them. Bernard Ryman in the third round, who was a converted tight end. The Austrian only started playing American football a few years ago. And Nick Cross, who's just lightning quick at the safety position, can play single high if he needs. AFC South, very exciting, very encouraging. But let's get back to Vegas, where teams are continuing to build their roster as day 3 of the NFL Draft continues.
NFL Draft rolling right along here. Day 3 from Las Vegas. Jordan Reed, Ian Fitzsimmons, Mike Tannenbaum, Shea Cornette here with you. We'll take you all the way through round 7 today. Keep you updated on all the picks that are going down. We just had another punter go off the board. Jake Camarada out of Georgia is now off the board. We've now seen 2 punters and a kicker thus far today. That's the first time since 2007 multiple kickers and punters have gone in the first 4 rounds. So people filling up on their special teams. Let's go back to the skill position players here, guys, though, and talk about the wide receivers, because on day 1, we were talking about, is Deebo Samuel going to be in the mix somehow today? And none of us suspected that instead it would be A.J. Brown and Marquise Brown, who ended up going to different teams and being part of, we can call them blockbuster trades on day 1. Before we dive into exactly what happened, let's start with the Tennessee Titans, who traded away A.J. Brown. And so here's their head coach, Mike Vrabel, on that decision.
I just am confident that we went to the extreme to try to keep A.J. here, involved with the process through the entire time. So, we're going to continue to, coach our guys, develop them, try to, make it about the team. And, this is just another example of making tough decisions that, hopefully in the long run, it's going to make our team better.
Okay, so the Philadelphia Eagles are the ones that now acquire A.J. Brown, and they're going to pay him a lot of money, $100 million deal, essentially. And according to A.J. Brown, that's just not something the Titans could provide him with. Meanwhile, on the other side, Marquise Brown, the wide receiver for the Baltimore Ravens, no longer in Baltimore. He's now going to reunite with an old friend in Kyler Murray. And so Hollywood Brown on the move, going to the desert. Here he is on being traded.
It was very tough. That was one of the toughest things, was leaving Lamar. But I talked to him, he understood, and, we still cool at the end of the day. I'm very excited because, I get to learn from him, and, he's DeAndre Hopkins. He's going to command that attention. And, I've been in the offense where I've been getting all the attention. I've been getting the cloud coverages. So I'm excited, get some one-on-one matchups and, spread the field out.
Okay, guys, again, that was Hollywood Brown, and he said the hardest thing about that, you heard him there, was leaving his buddy Lamar Jackson, who does understand, but maybe this is a better situation for Hollywood Brown. I'll say this, though. Him leaving Baltimore, outside of Mark Andrews, who are they throwing the ball to there now?
Well, it's interesting. That's how you have sustainability in this business, is you have to hit on your picks, and there's going to be a massive bullseye now on Rashad Bateman, who was a first-round pick a year ago. They also have Devin Duvernay, a fast receiver from Texas, a third round a couple years ago. But Bateman's the guy that really needs to step up to be a bona fide frontline guy. Now, with that said, too, Shea, and I know we'll have some time to get into this today, but there's an unusual amount of quality free agents out there. Odell Beckham Jr., Jarvis Landry, guys that you could get on a one-year deal. Now, obviously, OBJ is coming off of the injury in the Super Bowl, but if you're them and you have a chance to win the division, because if you're healthy, no team had more injuries than they did a year ago, and you have Mark Andrews, Lamar Jackson, a healthy J.K. Dobbins, and you're lining up with Rashad Bateman and let's just say OBJ, that's pretty good. Now, maybe you try to draft a receiver here, get another guy in the pipeline. So losing Hollywood Brown definitely is not good for their offense, but sitting here at the end of April, they still have options.
Go ahead, Jordan.
Yeah, I was really surprised that they took a punter before a wide receiver just because, I mean, they're starved for talent on this depth chart. They have Bateman, Devin Duvernay, James Prosise. They're hoping he can step up. Tylan Wallace, there was a lot of people excited about him when he was coming out of Oklahoma State a year ago, who put up a ton of good numbers there. But I just think they need somebody to step up in this group just because Hollywood Brown, even though, he didn't really contribute in the short to intermediate areas, he was that explosive option over the top, and I don't know if they have that on the roster right now.
What'd you make of these trades, Ian?
Yeah. Let me stay with the Ravens here for a second with Charlie Kolar, tight end out of Iowa State. Talking about guys who can, make plays and who's Lamar Jackson throwing to. This is Mark Andrews 2.0. Now, he can't block like Andrews. I mean, is he willing? Yeah. Does he get it done? No. There's a difference between being willing and getting it done. But there's a funny story about this young man. And, Mike T, you're already laughing. You know the story. This guy, at Big 12 Media Day, Shay, his All-American linebacker and teammate, Mike Rose, who is another guy, maybe a steal, 6th-round undrafted free agent because he got banged up a lot. But Mike Rose outed Charlie Kolar. And that was, this dude eats spaghetti with his hands. And Kolar got really angry. I mean, he's like, wait a minute, what? And Mike, he goes, I've seen it. And then all of a sudden, Mike Rose put video out of Charlie Kolar eating spaghetti, like my 2-year-old daughter back in the day when she would take her shirt off right in the middle of a restaurant because spaghetti showed up in front of her and it was just habit. That's Charlie Kolar. I've never heard of any human being, a grown adult,
over the age of 3,
right, eating pasta with his fingers. But, hey, Baltimore, get ready. If he does it in a restaurant, it's okay. He's your new tight end of Iowa State.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it. If you see a guy 6'6", 250, just feasting on some pasta with his fingers.
Maybe you just avoid, Italian team dinners the night before a game, just to avoid the mess.
There's actually some position groups he's going to fit in really well with, namely the offensive line.
No doubt.
I've never heard of a grown man or an adult eating pasta with their fingers.
Is this the time to start talking about our own Mel Kiper and how he eats his pizza?
Go ahead. This is disgusting, man. If you want to go on a diet, get ready for this.
Right? We have multiple sources we can confirm, and we will have Adam Schefter verify that our own Mel Kiper, I believe, takes off all the cheese and then puts mashed potatoes on his pizza.
Who just has mashed potatoes laying around? I feel like pizza is a thing that you're ordering if you've got nothing else in the fridge. You know what I mean? You're like, oh, well, we've got nothing to eat, so let's just order pizza. You're not like, well, there are some taters in the fridge, so tonight seems like a good night. That doesn't even make sense.
I've never heard of that until you told me that 2 nights ago.
Yeah, that's.
But sources can confirm.
Sources that's
carb up.
Oh, Mel Kiper. Okay, guys, let's keep it moving here with the draft. Again, we're in the 4th round. The Tennessee Titans took Hassan Haskins, guys, running back out of Michigan. And interesting because we're talking about A.J. Brown getting traded away, and now they've got Derrick Henry, obviously, and Hassan Haskins. And for more on Haskins, let's go over to Ian.
It's an old-school player, Shay. One assistant coach in Michigan told me, quote, complete animal, a definition of low, no maintenance. He's rugged, always available, always practices his butt off. I bet he plays at least 7 to 8 years because he's played on all 4 aspects of special teams here. And he's just a true workaholic. Athletically, he's the strongest player I have come across. Would rattle your bones when he hits and he said it's almost comical the power he produces. I'm amazed he hasn't cracked a face shield. So this young man has heavy hands. He can tote it, and he doesn't care. It doesn't matter what you want him to do. Kick coverage, punt return, kick return. As a running back, man, he runs with power behind his pads. He is an old throwback Mike Vrabel type player for the Tennessee Titans.
Well, he was a linebacker, and I saw him at practice. Went there a couple of times this year, and all those things you said is true. He actually reminds me of Brian Robinson, just his play style, very physical. And we've been talking about the Mike Vrabel type of players. This is Malik Willis has toughness. He has toughness. I really like what they've done. And look, Derrick Henry, the way he plays so physically, they need another running back in the pipeline.
Jordan.
Yeah, I mean, I like Hassan Haskins. You're talking about a former linebacker, so it's not surprising to see how physical he runs. And also, he's a really underrated pass protector, too. So I really like the selection.
All right, guys, let's keep it moving here because the Green Bay Packers were next on the clock, and now they have taken 2 wide receivers in this NFL draft. They go with Romeo Doubs, wide receiver out of Nevada. Following that, and we'll dive more into the Packers here because I think their draft so far has been interesting. Tampa Bay Buccaneers, they take Jake Camarada, another punter out of Georgia. We talked a little bit about him earlier. The Niners then were on the clock. Spencer Burford, offensive tackle out of UTSA. Kansas City Chiefs here. Joshua Williams, cornerback out of Fayetteville State. The interesting thing about the Kansas City Chiefs, they've had 5 picks so far in this draft, guys. 4 of them have now been on the defensive side of the ball. So they're trying to obviously elevate that side of the ball. Cincinnati Bengals next. Cordell Volson, offensive tackle out of North Dakota State. Let's go back to the wide receivers because the Green Bay Packers don't typically give Aaron Rodgers multiple weapons, and now they have done that in this draft, drafting 2 wide receivers. The first one off the board was Christian Watson out of North Dakota State, and now Romeo Doubs, wide receiver out of Nevada. They drafted a guard in Sean Ryan earlier yesterday, and then their first 2 picks, as we talked a lot about, was Quay Walker and Devontae Wyatt, 2 defensive dudes out of Georgia. But in adding depth to the wide receiver room, this says something, I think, to this Green Bay Packers offense.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I still disagree with the decision to let Davante Adams go. If you're in this last dance mode with Aaron Rodgers, I just think you keep Davante Adams even if he's not happy. That's why you have the franchise tag. And, again, I think it bears repeating, the most catches a rookie wide receiver has ever had with Aaron Rodgers is 38. So I love Watson. We talked about him earlier, and he has size, speed, really good hands, but it's not going to happen overnight. You know, Romeo Doubs, he's a little bit more of a down-the-line developmental player, although, you know, he was very productive this year with 80 catches. But, like, for me, I still think maybe they go out and get a veteran guy at some point because Watson and certainly maybe Doubs one day, it's not going to happen overnight, and we don't know how much longer he's going to play.
Really quick on Romeo Doubs here, who, again, the Packers selected in the 4th round with the 132nd pick. In 2021 for Nevada, that's where he played, Doubs had 11 receptions on throws of at least 20 air yards. That's the same amount as the recently departed, as you just talked about, Davante Adams. So he does have something in common with the former Green Bay Packer, Jordan.
He does, and I want to give a shout-out to Joshua Williams. Me being a former HBCU guy, this is the first time we've seen an HBCU player selected since Latavius Simmons in the 7th round of the 2020 draft. So this is a big landmark for him, and then also the HBCU game as well. Joshua Williams going to the Chiefs in the 4th round, so big news right there for the Chiefs, and then also Fayetteville State as a program.
For sure. Let's go back to the Green Bay Packers really quick because we do have sound from Aaron Rodgers on how the Green Bay Packers draft has gone so far.
I know that they really liked Wyatt early on and were wondering if he was going to be there at either pick, I believe. And when the linebacker was there in the 20s, and all 6 of those receivers, I believe it was 6 who they had first-round grades on, were gone, I think it was pretty obvious that they wanted to shore up those 2 spots in their mind.
Okay, so he doesn't sound too surprised, which is a nice breath of fresh air for Green Bay Packer fans to not have a disgruntled Aaron Rodgers. Am I right?
That's assistant GM Aaron Rodgers there, right? Talking about Devontae Wyatt at a Green Bay,
No, that was general manager Rodgers critiquing assistant GM Brian Gutekunst.
Yeah,
let's flip that around.
That is true.
Here's the thing about Christian Watson and so many in that narrative about the Packers not taking a first-round wide receiver in Aaron Rodgers' career. Greg Jennings was not a first-round pick. You know, Jordy Nelson out of Kansas State was not a first-round pick. Davante Adams out of Fresno was not a first-round pick. Jordan, you know this better than anybody, man. And Mike T, you know, there is remarkable talent at running back and wide receiver that you don't have to go and spend a first-round pick on. I mean, Christian, and then you have Amari Rodgers last year. Yeah. They spent a 3rd-rounder on him. Now, we all know Aaron Rodgers doesn't like rookies. Maybe this is a bit of a breakout year for Amari Rodgers. When you watched him at Clemson, man, I mean, this dude, you throw it anywhere near him, and he's catching it.
Yeah, so the Steelers and the Packers have kind of been ahead of paying these wide receiver ones, and I think this is a trend that's really going to start, what we're going to start to see here maybe the next 2 or 3 years. I think the wide receiver market is going to slow down, and these wide receivers are eventually going to turn into the new running backs. And what I mean by that is every year we're starting to see an increase in wide receivers drafted just because the wide receiver market is just ridiculous.
Like 17 so far in the first 3 rounds?
$25 million plus for these guys like Tyreek Hill, Devontae Adams. And what these GMs are starting to see is I can just go and draft a guy in the first or the second round as opposed to paying this guy $25, $26 million a year. So it's not worth it. We're seeing these wide receivers make a huge impact from day one. So I'm going to go and draft a Chris Olave or a Garrett Wilson and have them cost controlled for 4 to 5 years as opposed to paying a Tyreek Hill $25, $26 million a year. So I think that's a trend that we're going to start to see here in the future.
Jordan, I agree with everything you said. The one thing I would add, though, is in this situation where you have Aaron Rodgers for, another year or two, as Fitz just mentioned about Amari Rodgers, it just takes a little time, and that's why if we were building a team, I agree 100%. I just think in this situation, if you're bringing Aaron Rodgers back, like you're in a win-now mode.
For sure. Guys, moving along with the draft here, 136th pick, the Cincinnati Bengals took Cordell Volson, offensive tackle out of North Dakota State. I don't mean to keep piling on the Big Ten, but I want to point this out. North Dakota State's second pick, along with Christian Watson now, still means that teams like Texas and Oklahoma State still do not have a pick yet in this draft, which is pretty remarkable because there's been multiple FCF schools that have had multiple picks through 4 rounds here so far. And then Bailey Zappe is now off the board. He's our next quarterback to go, and he goes to the New England Patriots. His Patriots pick comes from the Rams via the Houston Texans via the Carolina Panthers. A little bit to get there, but the New England Patriots with the 137th pick, they take quarterback out of Western Kentucky, Bailey Zappe. Guys, Sam Howell still waiting in the wings, but Bailey Zappe goes off the board.
All right, I am surprised that he went before Sam Howell, but I developed a man crush on Bailey Zappe 2 years ago when he was then the quarterback at Houston Baptist University going up against Texas Tech, and Eashroff Tom Luganville and I called that game, and man, he came in with a bleep you attitude, and he's got quarterback amnesia. I mean, he doesn't care. If he throws a pick, bam, next one, he's going to rip it again. He threw for over 500 yards. We came into that game going, all right, let's have a bunch of film material. It's going to be about 50-10. No, it was a one-score game, and Texas Tech was lucky to come away with a win because of then offensive coordinator Zach Kittley, who was Patrick Mahomes' GA at Texas Tech. Now he was the offensive coordinator with Bailey Zappe at Houston Baptist and also Western Kentucky. The man threw for 62 touchdowns, Jordan, over nearly 6,000 yards. Now, can he drive it vertically? No. Does he give a damn? No. He's just a gunslinger. I love this guy. Now, New England with Mac Jones, I don't know why you did it there, but man, Bailey Zappe to me is going to be in this league for a while as at least a backup.
He's kind of like, Chase Daniel, Taylor Heineke, those dudes that just find a way on a roster forever. And the landing spot is very interesting, especially with them taking Mac Jones a year ago. But I think Bill Belichick sees him as like high-quality insurance. And, he's very structured. He's not the most gifted. Just like Mac Jones, we said he wasn't the most gifted of those 5 quarterbacks that went in the first round, but he's very smart. He knows where to go with the football, and we know that he's accurate. So I can see why Bill Belichick would take a liking to Zappe.
Bailey Zappe is the 8th quarterback drafted by the Patriots since 2010. That's tied with the Jets for the most in the NFL.
And it's just Coach Belichick's approach about quarterbacks. They got Tom Brady in the 6th round. They take Jarrett Stidham in the 4th round, take another quarterback here in the 4th round. It's just his belief. You keep adding one, and maybe Brian Hoyer, maybe this will be his last year. So not surprised that he did this. Maybe Hal.
Is that the Ron Wolf philosophy, going back to the Green Bay Packers, where even though you had Brett Favre, he'd still draft guys and just use them as commodities?
Yeah, you look at Aaron Brooks, Mark Brunell, Hasselbeck. They had a great run of quarterbacks that they developed behind, Brett for all those years. And then, ironically, in 2005, they drafted Aaron Rodgers and wound up trading Brett Favre to us at the Jets. So there is definitely a philosophical approach. And Ron's son is on the staff right now in New England.
Guys, let's turn our attention here to the NFC South because the Saints have now drafted wide receiver Chris Olave, tackle Trevor Penning, and Alontae Taylor. And actually, we talked to Saints defensive end Cam Jordan yesterday. We're going to hear from him next. You're listening to the 2022 NFL Draft on ESPN Radio.
Thanks, Shay. Holding it down in Vegas, site of the Las Vegas Raiders franchise, of course. And
some picks, man.
So
the Patriots.
I know, you're a Patriots guy. He always wants to talk Patriots every break. This break, Scooby, we are talking AFC West. Very intriguing division. The Chiefs have been kings of it basically since the Broncos won Super Bowl 50 and haven't made it back to the playoffs since. Broncos did everything they could in the offseason, bringing in Russell Wilson, bringing in Randy Gregory. The Raiders did everything they could this offseason, bringing in Chandler Jones, trading for Devontae Adams, trading for Rock Yassin. The Chiefs have that haul of draft picks that they got in return for trading away Tyreek Hill. For you, what's more important in this offseason? The Chiefs building through the draft and adding some pieces to stay atop not just the AFC West, but the AFC at large, or what the Broncos and Raiders have done?
Right now, it looks like the Chiefs are set on building through the draft. They haven't really done too much. I mean, look how many picks that they already have within this draft.
A lot in the 7th round, too.
Yeah, exactly. And they're going to get more picks as we go along, but I love what they've been able to do so far. You look at Trent McDuffie. You still don't know what Tyrann Mathieu is going to be over there. You've got Chardarius Ward. You don't know what's going to be going on with him. So you get a cornerback who can do a lot for you on defense. That was huge. And then their defense struggled in pass pressure last year to get Carl Loftus. That was huge as well, because at one point during the college football season, he was regarded as the top overall draft pick in the NFL.
Yeah, he has a terrific bull rush. I mean, he can get after the passer at Purdue, stood out on tape there. Only started playing football in the 8th grade, so a little bit raw is he. You mentioned Trent McDuffie. Didn't give up any more than 39 receiving yards as a primary defender in any game this season. Only 111 receiving yards total against him. The only thing he lacks is those A1 lockdown corner traits. And then the rest of this class, Brian Cook, the safety out of Cincinnati who played behind Ahmad Sauce Gardner and Kobe Bryant, he can crack. And then Leo Chenal is an absolute thumper in the middle. Who else? Joshua Williams, the long, strong, fast player out of Fayetteville State. And then Sky Moore's the one for me.
That's what I was going to
because his
that.
fit in an Andy Reid system, a yak machine, he can break tackles. The knock on him, not really much of an intermediate route tree, but shallow and deep is where they're going to use him. Much like, I'm not saying he is Tyreek Hill, but they're going to deploy him similarly. It is a terrific fit for Andy Reid.
The wide receiver position is something that I played in college, and Sky Moore is one of my favorite wide receivers in this entire draft. What he does really well is the slant route. He led the FBS in catches and yards when it comes down towards the slant route.
Broken tackles.
Yeah, exactly. So when you just brought it up, his yak, yards after the catch, really great at that. And then Patrick Mahomes, he had over 546 passing yards on the slant route. That's the most in the NFL. And that connection with him and Moore together on the slant route is going to be dead. Look at that. Look at that. The moves off the line is what makes this guy big. And they asked him, how are you going to be able to fill that role that Tyreek Hill left? He said he's going to make it his own and do what he does best and kind of put his own swing to it. So this guy, dangerous one-on-one. You don't want to have him one-on-one.
And I don't want to neglect what else is going on, but the Chiefs do have a busy day, again, getting, 5 picks in return for that deal. And the Broncos trading away their picks to get Russell Wilson and have a bona fide QB1 in Denver. I did like what Denver did in the 2nd round with Nick Benito, a guy who's going to immediately come in and contribute to that pass rush alongside Bradley Chubb, alongside Randy Gregory, who they signed for 5 years, $70 million. And we're not neglecting the Chargers. It's just kind of quietly plugging along. It's Zion Johnson building a wall on the left side of that line of scrimmage to protect Justin Herbert from those edge rushers. And then in the 3rd round, getting J.T. Woods, a guy who plays well with the ball in front of him, but has given up some big plays at Baylor.
Yeah, then the Raiders, they didn't give Josh Jacobs that 5th-year option. And matter of fact, the 3 guys that they ended up drafted all didn't get their 5th-year option. So they're looking to replace that running back position. They drafted a running back. I like what they did there. And as we continue to go forward to this draft, we'll see what they end up filling up.
And they end up getting Dylan Parham, one of the few interior offensive linemen in the range in that class. Let's send it back to the home of the Raiders in Vegas. Shea Pepler-Cornett holding down our coverage on radio.
The Patriots take quarterback Bailey Zappe out of Western Kentucky. Number 138, wide receiver Calvin Austin III from Memphis goes to the Steelers. At pick number 139, the Ravens take tight end Isaiah Likely from Coastal Carolina. And at pick number 140, the Packers take Wake Forest guard Zach Tom. The 76ers will play the Heat in the Eastern Conference semifinals, but center Joel Embiid is out indefinitely with a right orbital fracture and a mild concussion. Game 1 for the Heat and Sixers Monday night in Miami. Back to Shea and our crew in Las Vegas.
Thank you, Doug. Appreciate that. Yes, welcome back to Las Vegas. Coverage of the 2022 NFL Draft. As Doug just mentioned, round 4 starting to come to a close here. So Shea Cornette, Mike Tannenbaum, Jordan Reed, and Ian Fitzsimmons here with you. Now, I know Doug just updated this, but I just want to point it out. The Green Bay Packers at pick 140 took Zach Tom. That was guard out of Wake Forest. And the Packers have now made 4 straight picks on offense after going defense with their first 2 picks. That was on Thursday. And then the Ravens, they're now the 6th team to take 2 tight ends in the same round of a draft. They've taken 2 tight ends here in the 4th round. The last to do so was the Patriots in the 2020 3rd round just a few years ago. Let's go back, though, to the New Orleans Saints because they've had a busy day 1, and then it was a little slower for them here over, I don't know, the last, I should say, 24 hours or so. So what the New Orleans Saints did in the 1st round, they had 2 picks in the later picks of the 1st round. And with the 11th pick overall, they took Chris Olave, wide receiver out of Ohio State. Then with the 19th pick overall, they went Trevor Penning, offensive tackle out of Northern Iowa. And then they didn't pick again towards the end of the 2nd round. And with that pick, they went Alontae Taylor, safety out of Tennessee. And so we had a chance to catch up with Cam Jordan. He's the defensive end for the New Orleans Saints, and ask him how he thought this draft was going so far for his beloved Saints.
Right now, when you look at the change that has gone on with the Saints, as a player in that room, and a part of that team, how do you feel?
I'm excited. I mean, think about, Jameis Winston being healthy this upcoming season. I'm excited. Think about Mike Thomas coming back healthy this season. I'm excited. We just added in Chris Olave. We all are going to get excited. I mean, let's just be real. That's a playmaker. I mean, that's just going to make us better. I'm thinking, if I'm looking at the wide receiver core, I'm thinking Mike Thomas. I think Chris Olave. Now, you add in Marquez Callaway, and then, of course, Deontay Harris and AK. What can't we do on offense?
So should this make you guys the favorite for the division?
I always think we're the favorite for the division. Look, you can say whatever you want, but even the guys who won last year didn't beat us.
Okay.
That's fair.
That is fair.
I've never seen somebody
No.
I haven't.
Hold on. Listen, Cam. No. Listen, that was a layup. You know what I'm saying? We were just hanging out in the city the other day. I just threw my boy ooh.
And look, like prime time Clippers, I got to be like DeAndre Jordan. I need that.
Go ahead and clip that, man. We're going to put that right there on the front,
recovery.
and we're going to send that to terrific top.
Okay, go ahead.
I got a question for you. What would you wish you knew coming out that you know today, being the great player that you are in pro ball, making that transition for college, that you could instill in all these gentlemen that are getting drafted today?
To stay positive, because there's the one thing that always going to stick out for me is your work is never done. No matter how much you think you can be successful, no matter how hard you think you're working out in the offseason, there's always more work to be done.
Cam, I know you've been paying a lot of attention to this draft and specifically what the Saints have done, but has there been something that stood out to you over the last 2 days that's been surprising about this year's draft?
Man, you see how aggressive Detroit's been? I'm just maybe it's my affinity for Dan Campbell, but I just feel like Detroit has made some waves. I think that the Saints surprised me each and every year with some of the stuff that we've done. I mean, we had double first rounder. We traded to move up to go get electric player like Chris Olave. Then with our 19th overall pick, we take an offensive tackle.
Who starts a lot of fights in practice, by the way.
Yeah, look, offensive linemen have to be, that
gritty,
nasty,
like that.
gritty, sort of jerk guys. But I'm sure he's a phenomenal person. Most offensive linemen are. Like, in between the lines, they try and act harder than who they are. But they're like when you think of, pristine, good people, this usually, your quarterback and your offensive lineman.
No, listen, we had a lot of controversy at the beginning of this draft. And you being a professional pass rusher, which one of these pass rushers did you think, when you broke them down and you watched them, was the best out of the bunch?
I mean, it's one thing I've learned over the years. It's one thing to see college and be like, ooh, that's going to transition well. That's going to transition well. And then they see, they hit the league and they don't pan out, or they do pan out. I'm going to let the scouts do what the scouts do best, because I'm clearly like, I don't see it. And then he'll come up and be amazing for a year or two. I also don't believe in one-year wonders, but that's just me. I like consistent bodies of work.
Cam, what about tell us something about Dennis Allen that we didn't know? Obviously, he replaced Sean Payton. Do you think he's ready? And what are the attributes that you think were the reasons they selected him?
I mean, he's gone through and been a head coach before. So if any lessons that he had to learn, he learned the hard way. He had to go to the Oakland Raiders. I mean, for him to be a coach over there and just how tumultuous it's been over at the Raiders. in terms of consistency at head coach. You see what it was been now. It's like being at the Cleveland Browns for the time. Like, you're going to spit people in and out. It's that level of consistency that you can gain trust, you can gain power. But DA's been with us for 6 years. So this is somebody we trust. Guys know what he's about. So it's not something like, oh, we have to figure out who this coach is. You know exactly what he's about.
We all have a feeling how Bart Scott would handle rookies. How do you handle rookies?
Caringly. I treat them with as much nurture as possible.
Oh man, these
The
guys,
sarcasm, man.
You gotta ask them what the
In the year
5-finger
2022, you can't treat rookies like I was treated. You know, like
5 fingers to the face, rookie. Smack.
2022 guys have real feelings. You know, you have to have
How were
those
you
feelings
treated?
being
Give us
weighed.
a story. How were you treated?
Look, I was not called I was called rookie all throughout the thing. Third base, silver spoon, whatever, because I'm a legacy kid. You know, my pops played for 13 years, so I walked in the building and they're like, I would talk to my linebacker coach. I'd be like, morning, Joe Vitt. And Joe Vitt would sit me, and he wouldn't look at me. He'd look at John Vilma. He'd be like, hey, Vilma, why is this rookie talking to me? Like, all right, we get it. You're from Philadelphia. But, at the end of the day, like, it's just that the culture. But I also had, the ultimate vets. I had John Vilma. I mean, I had Will Smith. I had Cedric Ellis, like guys who had won a championship, guys who had won at every level that possible. And so you take all that. I mean, I had to pick up, donuts on Tuesdays, lunch on Wednesdays, or lunch on Thursdays, breakfast on Fridays, food for the plane. This minuscule
And
stuff
now?
that
So your
now
rookies do
you
none of
can't
that?
ask for too much. You be like, bro, go pick up. I gotta go lift, man. I gotta worry about my. Bro, nobody cares about your pump on Thursday, bro. Go get lunch.
Yeah, if that red light is on at Krispy Kreme's and
That's what I'm
I don't
saying.
get a fresh donut, it's gonna be
And it better not
smoke in
be
the city.
lukewarm.
Yeah, some smoke in the city. It better be steaming.
That's what I'm saying. It is 6 blocks away from the city.
Hot. You know when it's hot, you.
Man, what? And now these kids got Uber Eats. I didn't have Uber Eats when I got first got to leave.
That's how they
These
do
mugs
it.
don't
They
even have to get in the
pick it
car to pick it up.
They don't pick up. They just order Uber Eats for the plane. Oh hell no! We had a couple players miss the plane because they was like
Absolutely, as they should.
They used to
Go
call
pick up my sandwich.
They used to call it.
I don't even want this. I don't even want this fried chicken sandwich. I just wanted you to get it.
Yeah, we used to call it the
You can't
Bart-
do that anymore.
It was the Bart special. Like, yeah, they knew at 9 o'clock I was calling at Denny's. They better have everything ready for me. I'll be up there in a couple minutes.
My biggest thing there at the end of that conversation with Cam Jordan, Pro Bowl defensive end for the New Orleans Saints, Bart Scott has got NFL money. What's he doing eating Denny's? Not a dig at Denny's, but my goodness, man. Only Bart Scott, right? Only Bart Scott. With Shea Cornette, Mike Tannenbaum, Jordan Reed, I'm Ian Fitzsimmons here on ESPN Radio. Recap, if you are just tuning in, a quarterback came off the board at pick 137, 4th round to the New England Patriots. Bailey Zappe, quarterback out of Western Kentucky, led all of college football with 62 touchdowns, nearly 6,000 picks. He has quarterback amnesia. Back up to Mac Jones there in New England. Calvin Austin III, wide receiver of Memphis, went next to the Steelers. Isaiah Likely, tight end, Coastal Carolina, to the Ravens. Then it was Zach Tom, O-lineman out of Wake, to Green Bay. Demarion Williams, cornerback out of Houston, went to the Ravens. So they've got 17, it feels like, 4th-round picks. Actually, they have 6 total. I think they just spent their last one. Jacoby Durant, cornerback, South Carolina State, then went to the Rams. Tennessee Titans are now on the clock. Station ID. There we go. Right now, we now pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is the 2022 NFL Draft on ESPN Radio. Coming up next here on ESPN Radio, we'll give you a taste of what the LA Rams have to do next when it comes to defending their Super Bowl title. This is the 2022 NFL Draft on ESPN Radio.
Thank you, Ian. You can see the Titans just drafted Chigozie Okonkwo out of Maryland, a guy whose stock went up at the end. But, Scooby, we're talking AFC North.
Let's go.
4th round. Basically, no, that's a wrap. That was the last pick of the 4th round. It is the Ravens round. 6 4th-round picks for the Ravens.
Insane.
And you and I were talking seems like every pick, they tick the box of value. Even in Isaiah Likely, who is a Project Y tight end out of Coastal Carolina, averaged 20 yards a reception. He's essentially a receiver, which almost ticks the box for them because they have Mark Andrews as their TE1.
Yeah, they picked every single person that they possibly could in this 4th round. The second most picks in around in NFL draft history. And I love Isaiah Likely as that pickup for them. I think the Ravens, they looked at this situation and said, listen, we need to draft guys that are the best fit for what we're trying to do. The knock on them is wide receivers don't want to go there anymore, because if you're a wide receiver, you have to block. And because you're going to go in that offense where Lamar Jackson is going to be the primary focus in that running game. Now, that's why that Tyler Linderbaum pickup was so great, because Lamar Jackson can't be taking hits when he's running and when he's passing. Linderbaum only allowed 3 sacks his entire career, so he's a great addition there. And then when you look at what they've done at the safety position with Kyle Hamilton, remember they have
and
Marcus
value.
Williams.
They got at 14.
A lot of value there. They have Marcus Williams, who signed a 5-year, $70 million extension in free agency, so they were able to get a guy like that to stay, and now they got Kyle Hamilton. So the Ravens, they drafted a safety who's really talented, and the last time they drafted a safety this high was Ed Reed. So they know what they're looking at when you talk about guys. And then look at the rest of this draft. Jordan Stout, a punter. Matt Ariza, I know he's sitting there right now like, what the heck is going on? But then we said Isaiah Likely. He's more of a wide receiver tight end.
Yes.
Charlie Kolar, wide receiver and blocking tight end.
Yes.
I lived in Iowa, one of the best tight ends in the country. Dealt with a lot of injuries last year, but when you talk about talent and value, that's one guy right there.
And Jalen Armour-Davis out of Alabama is another guy who had that injury knock against him, some knee concerns, but he limits yards after catch. He's long, strong, and fast. And then Daniel Fa'alele, the project offensive tackle out of Minnesota by way of Melbourne, Australia, 6'8", 384 pounds. The first time he put on a helmet and pads was at IMG Academy, had a bunch of Division I offers already at that point. Still really refining his technique. He is something of a blank slate. So he's somebody, we saw what happened with Jordan Mailata taking his rugby background, which even though Daniel Fa'alele is from the land of Aussie rules in Melbourne, he was a rugby player. He takes that skill set, that size, that ferocity, and I think that's the one question for him. As the Ravens, Scooby, we always do herald what they do in the draft, and this is yet another year why. Eric DeCosta, another home run for them. Got to put it together on the field, because since they won the Super Bowl 10 years ago, this team has 2 playoff wins. We know the Bengals are on the ascendancy. We know the Browns just added Deshaun Watson. And the Steelers, we know a down year for them is
added a lot of skill players in this draft. When you talk about the Steelers, they got Calvin Austin, one of the fastest players in this draft. George Pickens, another wide receiver who could have been one of the top wide receivers in the draft, but he was injured all season, came back in that national championship game and tried to do his thing for the team. But when he's healthy, that's a guy who can be dynamic. And Phil, Sam Howell, drafted by the Commanders. I like that pick as well.
There he goes. But here's the question for the Steelers. We knew they were going to take a quarterback. Did they take the right one? They take the hometown kid in Kenny Pickett. Very consistent. No off games for him all season. Every game between like a 7 and 9 if you're rating it on a 1 to 10 scale. Malik Willis a little bit more of a roller coaster. But for me, Willis and his ability and his willingness to roll out fits Matt Canada's offense a little better. That's going to be the debate as we go forward, and it's not going to be the last time we talk about it. Let's send you back to Vegas, as it looks like Shay, Mike, Jordan, and Ian are in position to shepherd us through round 5 of the 2022 NFL Draft as these teams continue to fill out their rosters with a very deep class.
They're coming up later here in the 5th round. When you don't have that much of an arsenal because they gave so much away to go and win that Lombardi, as a GM, go back to that GM seat you sat in for such a long time in the National Football League. What are you trying to accomplish today? Mike, there we go. There we go.
Oh, there we go. It works a lot better when you turn it on. Just for, you know, as Mike Greenberg would say, you know, sneaky big news. You know, sneaky big news about the Rams is they actually draft very, very well, but it's in the later rounds, and that's why Les Snead and Sean McVay deserve so much credit, you know, because the headlines are going to be Matt Stafford and Jalen Ramsey, some of the bigger moves. But when you look at, like, roster construction fits, they've done a great job. The Cooper Kupps of the world, the Jordan Fullers in the 6th round, they've done an amazing job. So when you look at what they've done today so far, you know, they started off with Logan Bruss, the guard out of Wisconsin, and came back with Nakobe Durant, the corner out of South Carolina State. And I'm sure the way they're currently constructed, those guys will be depth. But over time, because Aaron Donald's contract and some of the other big names, they're going to have to be become bigger players. Like Van Jefferson, I work with Van's father, Sean, a really good receiver coach. Van Jefferson's going to have to take the next step this year. And that's why they've been able to be sustainable, is because they haven't drafted high, but they still drafted very well.
Jordan, what do you see in the Rams right now?
Yeah, I really like what they have done. They only had one selection prior to this round at 104, and they get Nakobe Dean, a player that I have been very high on, one of the better FCS corners, comes from a really good program that produced Darius Leonard as well as Javon Hargrave. So I really like them adding to the secondary here.
And now going forward, I mean, as you mentioned, there's not a lot of draft equity there left, but they've been able to find steals. Now let's take a look at just that division, and let's go to the San Francisco 49ers. I mean, Shay, we haven't talked about Deebo Samuel since day one.
I know. Can you believe it? That was like our first story.
Yes.
Baker Mayfield, Deebo Samuel, and these two have almost become irrelevant based off of what has happened so far in the draft with the quarterbacks and obviously what has gone on with the wide receivers. And you're right. We haven't talked a lot about the San Francisco 49ers, their draft so far. They had their first pick in the second round with the 61st overall pick. They took Drake Jackson, outside linebacker out of USC, then Tyron Davis Price, running back out of LSU, Danny Gray, wide receiver out of SMU, and Spencer Burford, offensive tackle out of UTSA. We haven't really hit on the last few guys here, guys, with the San Francisco 49ers. They have quite a few more picks coming up throughout the 5th, 6th, and 7th round. And Jordan Reed, what do you think of the Niners and what they've done so far in this draft? And I guess if I know you're more of a draft analyst, but if guys, Mike T, and obviously Ian, you too, guys, if we could project forward, the day's not over. And Deebo Samuel has asked to be traded. Does that happen at some point today? Does that happen sometime in the next few weeks? What do we think? Let's start with the draft here in Jordan.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they've done a really good job of adding some players. Drake Jackson, I think he's a really good scheme fit as far as a 3-4 outside linebacker. That's where I think his role is going to be on the next level. And this team needs help off of the edge. I really like Danny Gray, him coming over from SMU. I think he can be that explosive option on the perimeter. And they've kind of gotten out of their element a little bit as far as taking running backs early. They're usually a team that relies on those late round, the UDFA type of running backs. They took Trey Sermon a year ago, and he just hasn't been able to find himself in that rotation. So Tyrion Davis Price, a player that I was impressed with in the Florida game, I think that was one of the better ones that he had a year ago.
Yeah, and what's interesting is when you look at what they've done, I think they've added some really good depth. I think this is a team that can win now, and I've said this for a while. I think it's a package deal. If you trade Jimmy G, trade Deebo, and start over. I want to do that because I think they've done a really good job. They've been in the discussion of being in the Super Bowl, losing the championship game. If Jarsky Tart hangs onto that ball from Matt Stafford, they're in the Super Bowl again. So to answer your question, Shay, I think if they're going to trade him, I would do it now because we all learned the collective lesson, guys, of Jalen Ramsey with that hold in Jacksonville and what a headache that was. So if you can't solve the problem, whatever it is, economic, non-economic, role.
It doesn't feel like it's economic, though,
It doesn't.
Mike.
No, it doesn't.
Totally agree. Stack the dollars if they want to.
No, yeah,
and John Lynch said, you don't trade a Deebo Samuel, but if he doesn't want to be there, and you brought up a great example of Jalen Ramsey with Jacksonville, you can just force your way out. And if it comes to game day and he's still on your roster, oh, my back. Sorry, guys, can't go today. I mean, but you still have to be able to move him. So what do you take for him? You're not going to take nothing for Deebo Samuel.
Right. So, but again, I would take my yellow pad. I would go see him. I would sit down and I would just keep asking questions and try to solve the problem because I totally agree with what you just said, Fitz. It can't be just economics because there's enough ways to solve that now. And we saw that in Tennessee. What Coach Vrabel just said, just in terms of, hey, we gave him what we thought was fair. We couldn't get it done. We traded him. Brown. And I've done that a bunch of times in my career. That happens all the time. But I think this situation is different. And if I'm them, I think they're going to be kind of caught in the middle here because to have this unresolved going to training camp to me is not ideal for them.
Guys, let's look ahead to what's happening here so far in the 5th round. Obviously, we're off and running now. 4th round in the books. We've got the 5th, 6th, 7th coming up. Just to update everybody, similar to rounds 3 and 4, teams have 5 minutes to make a decision. Then at round 7, that moves down to 4 minutes. Shay Cornett, Mike Tannenbaum, Ian Fitzsimmons, and Jordan Reed here with you in our coverage of the 2022 NFL Draft coming to you from Las Vegas. Guys, the Washington Commanders are the one that takes Sam Howell off the board now. By my count, that's 5 quarterbacks that have gone off the board. The first one being, obviously, now the second one today, first one in the 5th round. It's the first pick in the 5th round. It goes to the Washington Commanders and Sam Howell. Following that, the Kansas City Chiefs made their pick, and they take Darian Kinnard. a guard, so they go offensive line here out of Kentucky. Let's focus on the quarterbacks, though, and Sam Howell. We talked a little bit about this earlier, guys, but it's worth revisiting at this point. Sam Howell, and Mike T, I'm just going to take words out of your mouth because I've heard you say it a few times. He didn't have a great season, right? But he performed well in the, I'll call them extracurricular draft activities after the season. And then you question if that had something to do with the system that he was in, and maybe that just didn't work to his fullest potential or whatever it is. Who knows how he's going to be used with the Washington Commanders? Obviously, they have Carson Wentz now as their quarterback. They've got a backup room that includes Taylor Heineke, and now it'll include Sam Howell. But in terms of how he fits in with the Riverboat Ron's kind of system and what he could do there, what do you think about that pick?
Yeah, since 2018, they've had a league-high 10 different quarterback starts, so it's obviously been a position they've had trouble solidifying, Shea. So, obviously he could come in, sit for at least a year behind Carson Wentz. I thought he actually threw the ball well at the combine, not as well in Mobile, and didn't play as well this year. I didn't think any of the quarterbacks acquitted themselves well in Mobile, with the exception of Malik Willis, who clearly had the strongest arm. So, to me, to get him in the 5th round, and I know, Jordan, you had him earlier, this is obviously good value because, again, you have 4 years on the contract. He could sit. Hopefully he gets developed by Scott Turner. And there is good tape of him, more from his junior year than his senior year.
Yeah, I like this fit a lot. And the Commanders did a lot of homework on quarterbacks. Every pro day that I went to, I made the full pro day circuit with these quarterbacks. They were at each and every one. So it's clear that they were in the quarterback market. They trade a couple picks for Carson Wentz, but also with Carson Wentz, I think you have to have some insurance behind him, especially with the way that he's been on the downward spiral over the past few years. He's been on 3 teams in 3 seasons. So I think you have to have somebody behind him. And I think this is a really good option. Taylor Heineke enters the final year of his contract, so Sam Howell possibly can slide into that backup spot after this season.
Well, Mike? Day 3.
Just to peek behind the curtain here, because this is what we do with radio. We're all turning on and off our mics. We're just trying to scarf down lunch really fast. But anyways, just to recap here what the quarterback situation is. So the first quarterback that we saw come off the board was Kenny Pickett, who went to Pittsburgh. He went to the Pittsburgh Steelers with the number 20 overall pick. Desmond Ridder was next, went to the Falcons, number 74th overall pick. Titans then picked Malik Willis at number 86. Matt Corral went to the Panthers with the 94th pick. And then obviously we just saw Sam Howell go in the first pick of the 5th round. And guys, it was a slow kind of coming here with the quarterbacks, right? Like not seeing any quarterbacks go in the 2nd round, and then obviously not seeing anyone for a long time after we saw Kenny Pickett go off the board. But this was kind of similar. I think Desmond Ridder going ahead of Malik Willis was probably the biggest surprise in terms of how the quarterbacks would come off the board. Not necessarily where, but how. This is kind of what we had thought.
Yeah, and what's interesting, if we look back 3 years, 3 years from now, we'll see how it all plays out, because again, we talked about this, guys, a lot. It's not where you start, it's where you finish. And I love Desmond Ridder with Arthur Smith. I love Malik Willis in Tennessee because I think he exemplifies, that match. And as Jordan just mentioned, Washington really needs to try to solidify this position. So if I'm Sam Howell, I'm massively disappointed today that I'm a 5th-round pick, but it may be the best thing that happens to me long term.
Stay with the Washington Commanders and Carson Wentz. How do you fix the mental side of a quarterback, Mike? You've gone through this as a front office guy for 3 decades. Is it possible?
Yes.
Because the tools are there. It's just all between the ears of Carson Wentz.
And I saw the all-time best do it in 1998. Vinny Testaverde was a bust as the first pick overall, Tampa. The Baltimore Ravens cut him. Bill calls him up and says, hey, we want to sign you to a 1-year deal, and I don't give an F what happened before. We want you to come in and compete with a guy named Glenn Foley, and we go by what we see. And Vinny Testaverde came in that year, signed in June. Jordan, I'm looking at you. You're probably not even alive, so that really bums me out. And we go to the championship game. And so to answer your question, Fitz, absolutely, because it's a clean slate. And if I'm Carson Wentz, this is really, like the last stop. Unless Dan Orlovsky becomes a head coach in the NFL, this is going to be the absolute last stop for Carson Wentz because
nice shot.
But most people are going to judge by what they see except for Dan. So my point is, this is it. Whatever you got,
it has
if somebody was going to do it, wouldn't it have been Frank Reich?
But that is the thing, because that's the thing for me, because that's why I think we were all scratching our head as to why he didn't just stay in Indianapolis another season. To me, yes, it was the panic moments that we saw with the Indianapolis Colts, but then also maybe the leadership quality. Like, there was a reason why there wasn't more trust in him to stay another season in Indianapolis, a team that has had so much turnover with one-year quarterbacks. Obviously, we think about Phillip Rivers and what happened there, and then you move on to a guy like Carson Wentz, and it's just they keep having this constant turnover, and now Matty Ryan's there, of course.
Yeah, and it's very rare you see an owner come out and get in between the head coach and the quarterback. The head coach coming out and basically saying that we made a mistake and that we needed to move on.
Yep. Hello? Anybody? What we got?
Sorry, I thought Jordan was still talking. We were having a little side conversation over there. Obviously, yes, that it is very rare for that to happen with a coach and a GM, but it just felt like there was, after the Jacksonville game with the Indianapolis Colts, there was no way to turn back from that. That was such an utter disappointment / failure for that Colts team. It was almost like they couldn't look back from that. And then just to add one more thing, Jim Irsay's comments on Twitter. I don't know if you guys remember this or saw this, but he was clearly watching in the postseason and talked about what it means to be in the postseason and what you need from a quarterback. And one of those things was a leadership quality. And it just seemed like they didn't see that in Carson Wentz. Can it now be fixed in Washington?
I was egregiously disappointed by Jim Irsay because you never take shots at a player when they leave your organization. And what he said about Carson Wentz walking out the door, Matt Ryan walking in, was completely unacceptable. And to me, your audience is your locker room. You thank people for their services. You do it in a classy way, and you move on. And what Jim Irsay did with that, Shay, was reprehensible, disappointing, and unacceptable. And a lot of people in that locker room noticed that he did that. And whether or not the whole notion about Carson Wentz being vaccinated or unvaccinated, his leadership, all those things to me is background noise. It didn't work out, and I think the way the Colts handled it, starting with the ownership, was completely inappropriate.
Shay will get you caught up on all the picks that are coming off the board in just a second, but to piggyback that part, that's from an ownership tweeting right about a player. What about Lamar Jackson, Baltimore Ravens quarterback? When he puts out there, WTF, what the bleep, right? When Hollywood Brown gets traded and is voicing displeasure publicly. As a former GM, wouldn't you want to have that conversation privately?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, what we're seeing nowadays is like players scrubbing their social media. It's very passive aggressive, and like Lamar Jackson, to whom much is given, much is expected. Like, we could have candid discourse, we could have disagreement, we could disagree economically, we could disagree on the decisions that are made. When you make a bad play and you throw an interception, we're not going to tweet WTF. Like, there's a time and place to handle things, and you are the most important person in this franchise. Now, candidly, I think one of the things that would be very helpful is they got to get his deal done. And I've said this on air, guys, like, he may be a really good quarterback. He is a Hall of Fame agent. He's a way better agent than Kyler Murray has for an agent, because Kyler Murray's agent comes out and says, I need a new deal 10 minutes after he's extension eligible. Lamar Jackson, by waiting, all he made, Shay, was $80 million more in guaranteed money, because it went from $150 in Aaron Rodgers to $230 for Deshaun Watson. All Lamar Jackson has to do is go into Steve Bisciotti, put his feet up on his desk and say, good news, I don't want a nickel more than what Deshaun Watson got. But guess what? I'm not taking 5 cents less. So when you're ready to commit $230 million or Ian Fitzsimmons' contract for a year, we're good to go.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know, right? Like, those are numbers I can't even
it's staggering.
That's a great point as far as being patient.
Right, but but now's the time for Lamar to get paid, and I think if you get his deal done, guys, I think that helps tamp down the noise. And I got to think, and I'm not a psychologist, but when I see him being so vocal on social, I wonder if part of that is his manifestation of being frustrated.
Yeah, and maybe so. Look, we're all human. There are just some times where I think having an agent or someone in his ear to say, let's call me and tell me about that, as opposed to tweeting it, might be beneficial. Let's recap round 5 here. We are off and running. Just to remind everyone, the Washington Commanders had the first pick of the 5th round. They went Sam Howell, quarterback out of North Carolina. Then with the second pick, Kansas City Chiefs from the Denver Broncos via the Seattle Seahawks. They took Darian Kennard, guard out of Kentucky. The next pick came from my Indiana Hoosiers, and it went to the New York Giants. That was Micah McFadden, inside linebacker. Next up, defensive tackle DJ Davidson, also went to the Giants. They had back-to-back picks there. Buffalo Bills were on the clock next. That was a pick that came from the Houston Texans via the Chicago Bears. They went Khalil Shakur, wide receiver out of Boise State, and then next up was a tight end out of Nevada. Cole Turner was taken again by the Washington Commanders. So that's 2 picks now for the Washington Commanders through the first 6 picks or so in the 5th round. The Houston Texans had the next pick, the 150th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, and the 7th pick here so far in the 5th round, and that came via the Chicago Bears, and they took Thomas Booker, defensive tackle out of Stanford. So guys, now I've recapped the last 5 or so picks here, and we could go big picture if we want, but the New York Giants taking 2 more picks off the board. Anyone, Jordan Reed, that just stands out to you off of what I just read?
It was Darian Kennard from Kentucky going to Kansas City in the 5th round. And he's one player that some people thought would go a little bit earlier than this, and Brett Veach has done a really good job of revamping that offensive line, getting Creed Humphrey, Trey Smith, and then bringing over Joe Thuney from the Patriots, giving him the big money. But I just think he's done a really good job of investing in this offensive line. And the one weak spot that they did have a year ago was at right tackle with Lucas Niang. He just hasn't been able to stay healthy. So there is some questionable marks as far as is Kennard an inside guy or is he an outside guy? I think he's a guard, but the Chiefs may see him as a right tackle.
And this assault on their offensive line continues. Brett Veach said after that Super Bowl loss to Tampa Bay, I'm never going to put you in that situation again. Trade for Orlando Brown, signing Joe Thuney, what they've drafted, a year ago. Lucas Niang was a
Trey
third-round
Smith
pick out
of Tennessee.
Yeah.
Because of the medical reasons.
Yep. And, now coming back with Kennard, who I agree with Jordan, I expect to go a little bit earlier. So this mindset, I love it, which is, hey, Tyreek Hill's going to graduate, but this is about Patrick Mahomes and protecting him, because if he's healthy, they have a chance to win every game they play.
The Atlanta Falcons just made a pick, guys. The 8th pick here in the 5th round. They took Tyler. Help me with this last name, Jordan Reed.
Algier.
Thank you. Running back out of BYU. I appreciate that. The Steelers earlier also selected defensive lineman DeMarvin Leal out of Texas A&M. We'll talk to one of his former coaches next. This is the 2022 NFL Draft on ESPN Radio.
You're listening to Day 3 of the NFL Draft.
You are hanging out on Day 3 of the NFL Draft with Phil and Scooby in a comfortable couch with way too many pillows on it. Welcome into lovely Studio E in Bristol, Connecticut. I'm Phil. He's Scooby. And Scooby, now we're going to look at the NFC North. The Detroit Lions had as much draft capital as anybody. They have used it quite well.
Oh, yeah. And then in terms of the quickest draft pick in the draft, it was probably the Detroit Lions at number 2.
Number 2, Aidan Hutchinson. Here's the card.
What? Aidan's available? Yeah, we're just going to send that email now. Great pickup by them when it comes down to a hometown kid, a runner-up in the Heisman voting, 14 sacks. I said it before, getting after the quarterback is in his blood because his father owned the Michigan sack record before Aidan broke it against Ohio State this college football season. And then when you look at what they did with Jamison Williams, they climbed up 20 spots to make a trade with the Vikings from 32 to 12. And they grabbed who I think is probably the best wide receiver in this class besides Garrett Wilson. He has a gear that other people
closing
can't
burst.
Reach.
You hear from defensive ends. He has a closing burst getting to the football. But Aidan Hutchinson, faster shuttle than Khalil Mack, better 3-cone drill than Chase Young, faster 10-yard split than Myles Garrett. Complete edge defender and an A1 athlete. That's why a lot of people had him going 1 overall. He goes 2 to the Lions. Jamison Williams, also a first-round pick. Josh Pascal, who's been called a leverage demon, is a term I use, the skin cancer survivor. He's overcome some adversity. Kirby Joseph is interesting to me. Only a 1-year starter at Illinois, former high school volleyball player, and you see that in his willingness and his ability to break up passes. Long arms, 40.5-inch vertical. 4 picks for the Lions so far, and 4 guys you think can contribute right away to his team that Dan Campbell doing his darndest to get them to move up. Scooby, if we're looking and we established that the Lions have the best draft class in the NFC North, and they should with the capital they had, who is second? And I'm going to go ahead and remove the Bears from the conversation because I think it's a 2-horse race between the Vikings and Pack.
It's got to be the Packers. The Packers did have a great draft in terms of what they were able to do at the defensive, and then you added on the offensive side with your wide receivers. Now, the problem was everyone's saying, why didn't they draft a wide receiver in the first round? Look at the Packers' draft history in terms of the second-round wide receivers that they've drafted. Aaron Rodgers has thrown plenty of touchdowns to Devontae Adams, a second-round wide receiver. Randall Cobb, a second-round wide receiver. Jordy Nelson, a second-round wide receiver. The Packers are great at finding second-round wide receivers.
And I'll defend them
there.
That's how it is. They would have taken Christian Watson at 22. They get him at 34.
Yep.
So they end up getting Quay Walker, who's a terrific and reliable tackler. They get Devontae Wyatt, some very serious off-field issues, but if those are cleared up and the character concerns are alleviated, he is explosive off the line of scrimmage. The thing they needed in that receiving room was somebody to take the top off the defense.
Yeah.
They get it in Christian Watson. And then Romeo Doubs, a guy who caught 80 passes on 110 targets. That is a very high rate, at a 75% rate. Yeah, and once you get into day 3, Sean Ryan, Zach Tom, some scheme concerns there. How well do they fit? So I would lean your way with the Pack having the better day 2. But we'd be remiss if we didn't talk about the Vikings. They had severe needs in their secondary. They get Lewis Seen, who's a rangy, fast, excellent tackler. And they get Andrew Booth, who there was some production against him at Clemson, but we know coming from Clemson that he's a guy who can fit into any scheme, and his zone awareness is off the charts.
Andrew Booth is probably the best tackling quarterback in this class.
Well, sometimes out of necessity.
Yeah, exactly. And then Lewis Seen, when you talk about the second best safety,
yes,
he was on that list as well. So they really needed to beef up that defensive backfield because the Vikings defense allowed the most passing yards and the second most completions to wide receivers this year. So they needed help in that regard. But they did it by moving 20 spots back. And quite frankly, Phil, I talked to you about this before the show, that trade that they made with the Lions. I think the Lions ended up coming out with the better end of this trade with how they did.
That was the one curious thing, the trades within the division, the Vikings helping out the Packers there at 34,
Yeah,
allowing them to get a deep threat. But a Caleb Evans for the Vikings is another flyer they take in the 4th round, and then they get Brian Asamoah, a see-ball, get-ball, edge defender. So those 3 teams all help their classes. God bless the Bears. Kyler Gordon, Velus Jones, some question marks around that. Jaquan Brisker I like, but safety not a position of need for Chicago. It seems like 3/4 of that division took a significant step forward. Chicago, not a lot of draft capital, but there are question marks about how they used it.
Yeah, exactly. So we're at this point where they've made a handful of picks. We're trying to see what it is they're going to do to help Justin Fields, because right now Justin Fields doesn't have much of that help. So I like the pickup that they made at wide receivers of Velus Jones,
but he's 25.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing about this draft class. That COVID year ended up having us bring in older players than what we're used to seeing in your typical year because they had that extra year.
And again, they get 2 pieces of their secondary. Kyler Gordon was a need for them, the cornerback out of Washington. Jaquan Brisker, again, a good pick, but maybe not necessarily a fit for Chicago. So questions abound. Shouts to the Lions, Packers, and Vikings for all taking a step forward in this draft. And now we throw it back to Vegas as Round 5 continues with our coverage on the app, Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube.
All the way up to the end of the draft. And guys, before we dive in a little bit more to what's been going on, because Doug just updated us on all the picks, I'm curious about this. Once the day is over, Mike T, I know then you look at undrafted free agents and you kind of see who you could, how does that process go? This is a really long Saturday for not only us, but I know these GMs and coaches as well. How does your attention turn now to the undrafted guys?
Yeah, that's a great question. So what you start doing really, basically by the 6th round, you're looking at, hey, Ian Fitzsimmons or Jordan Reed, and you try and get an assessment of like who's going to get drafted and who isn't, and you may be speaking to both of their agents at the same time and figuring out like who do you have to draft, who do you think you get as a free agent, and then you really start recruiting as early as the 6th round, and then it becomes a frenzy. It's maybe the most difficult 2 to 3 hours of the year because everyone's pouncing on the same players, so you're trying to create as many meaningful relationships. That's where you really rely on your scouts. It's a fun process, but it's very stressful because you feel like, hey, we just got, Ian signed, but no, Ian said yes, but Ian's agent said yes to T-Max. So now you're screaming at him, you go to the next guy. It's a frenzy, and because the few players that are there that are meaningful, everyone's after.
Yeah, right. So the next 3 weeks, starting from, I think, Thursday, would you agree, is like the Scout Super Bowl? It's like the scouting Super Bowl for these NFL teams as they do the draft, obviously, and then they look ahead to free agency. All right, let's go back to the picks. With the 8th pick, guys, in the 5th round today, the Atlanta Falcons selected Tyler Algier. And for more on him, let's go over to Jordan Reed.
Yeah, he has one of the best stories of any prospect in this draft. And I always love learning about backstories of guys just because learning what they went through when their helmets were off as opposed to when their helmets was on. You can go and watch Tyler Algier score many touchdowns for BYU, but oftentimes being on the media side, we lose sight of just exactly what these guys went through. So he's a former walk-on at BYU, and how he made ends meet during his freshman year was actually he worked at Walmart. He was the guy that pushed carts. He was a cashier, and then after his first year, he actually was a linebacker his first year at BYU. After that, he comes into the spring, he switches to running back, and then it was all she wrote after that. So he has one of the best stories of any prospect in this draft.
I would say. I mean, what a come up, I guess, to put it lightly, over the last few years or so, guys. Okay, so again, we're in round 5 here, and through 4 rounds, notable schools with 2 or more picks so far would be Central Michigan, Louisiana, North Dakota State, San Diego State, and Western Kentucky. Notable schools with 1 pick: Chattanooga, Fayetteville State, Liberty, Montana State, South Alabama, South Carolina State, South Dakota State, UAB, UTSA, Western Michigan, and Wyoming. And this kind of goes to that saturated situation here that we've been talking a lot about over the last few days because of the COVID year and because of some of these, I guess, rollovers, you could say, over the last few years. This is a draft where there's a lot of depth at a lot of different position groups, Ian. And I know you talked to a couple head coaches about that.
At the college level and a lot of GMs and scouts at the professional level where because of the super seniors, a guy you may have had a late first-round grade on, he might fall late to the second. So it's a bargain for teams, bad for players, or a guy you had a second-round grade on, you might be able to get him early 4th. So if you're thinking that your team may not be getting some talent here in the 5th, 6th, 7th rounds or undrafted free agents like our guy Bart Scott was for the Baltimore Ravens, look, there is Mike T and Jordan. There's a ton of talent that's still out there. They're going to play for a long time in the NFL. Just got to pick the right guy.
Yep, and we're going to be paying attention to those guys right here over the next couple of hours. I don't mean to pile on, but one more thing to note. Notable schools with no picks so far: Texas, Miami, South Carolina, Stanford, TCU, Virginia Tech, and Oklahoma State. As always, we'll keep you posted as these picks roll along here from Las Vegas in our coverage of the 2022 NFL Draft. But now we're going to bring in a guest here. Mike Elko joins us now. He's Texas A&M's former defensive coordinator. He's now the head coach of Duke University, but he knows some of these players really, really well. Coach Elko, thanks for joining us here on ESPN Radio. And let's start with DeMarvin Leal. The Steelers just took him in the 4th round. What can you tell us about his game?
Yeah, I mean, very, very diversified in what he can do. I think he can play inside and outside. He was a kid that was really a difference maker for us for the last 2 years, for sure, and played a lot for us as a freshman. I think he's going to give them, just a lot of diversity in what he can do, lining up all over the defensive front.
Coach Elko, Mike Tannenbaum, thanks for joining us. Can you tell us how the transition's going at Duke? And I know you've made some real progress in your first recruiting year.
Yeah, it's been wild. You kind of get over here and you hit the ground running, and we've been able to get a lot of things done and accomplished in a really short time. And just finished up spring ball, and so it was exciting to get out in the grass and get to spend some time with our players and get to know what they're all about. Recruiting's in full swing. Obviously, the way the portal's going nowadays, that never stops. And and then you throw in relocating the family and hiring a staff, and my plate is definitely full, that's for sure.
Coach Jordan Reed here, and being a fellow North Carolinian myself, first question, have you had any of the North Carolina barbecue left?
That's important.
Yeah, and then
I have.
how has the transition been?
In Durham. Now, we got a place right in Durham, Q-Shack. That's been my spot. We've used them quite a bit. They so we're all into the barbecue. We've had the pulled pork, and we're getting the Carolina barbecue rolling for sure.
So I actually went to school at North Carolina Central.
I got to be careful, though, coming from Texas.
Yeah, I was about to say, man, I was about to ask you, Coach, Texas Q or Carolina Q, vinegar or mustard base, which way you going?
Whichever state I'm in, whichever side of North Carolina I'm in, that's what I like.
That's the right answer. That's the right answer.
It's a politician right there, Jordan.
Q-Shack is a great spot, Coach. I've been there before, a great spot. But coming from the SEC to the ACC, what are some of the biggest things that you have seen as far as differences? And then what are some similarities that you've seen, too?
Yeah, I think, obviously we're making a big push in the ACC to get back where we were the last time I was in this league. When I left this league in 2016, the ACC had gotten as close to the SEC as they've been. We had a lot of talented quarterbacks. Clemson was playing well. Florida State was playing well. And then maybe there's been a little bit of a slide the last couple years. Now I think there's been a big push in the ACC to get us back where we want to be. And so we're real excited with the direction the conference is headed. Jim Phillips, our new commissioner, is really doing a lot of things to kind of emphasize football and get us steered in the right direction. And so we're just real excited with where the conference is headed.
You also don't have to go up against guys like Evan Neal anymore. And I know you saw him, a lot being there at Texas A&M. Describe what the New York Giants got in Alabama's left tackle, having gone up against him so much the last few years.
Yeah, I mean, he is an absolute man. All the way back to his freshman year, he was just a kid that we really struggled with. He, we tried to match up our best player with him as a true freshman, and we got absolutely nothing out of it, and so ever since then, he's a difference maker. And, he kind of obviously shined in that league for 3 years. So I think he's going to be a fantastic pro.
Hey, Coach Elko, we really appreciate the time. We appreciate the knowledge on the barbecue, and we will hopefully catch up with you soon. Enjoy the rest of the draft.
Absolutely. I appreciate you guys bringing me on.
See you later. So that's Coach Mike Elko, former defensive coordinator at Texas A&M, and now the head coach at Duke University. Guys, let's go back to this draft now, because that's what we're doing all day long here from Las Vegas. Coverage of the 2022 NFL Draft. Jordan Reed, Ian Fitzsimmons, Mike Tannenbaum, Shea Cornett here with you guys. And the last few picks that have come off the board, let me tell you about them. The 9th pick of the 5th round, 152nd overall. The Denver Broncos took Delarian Turner-Yell, a safety here out of Oklahoma. Next off the board, Seattle Seahawks took Tariq Woolen. Am I saying that right? Woolen?
Yep.
Thank you. Cornerback out of UTSA. Snoop Corner, one of my favorite names here in the draft. Jacksonville Jags from the Washington Commanders via the Philadelphia Eagles. That's where that pick came from. Snoop Corner, running back out of Ole Miss, was next. Dallas Cowboys had the next pick here in the 5th round. They got this pick from the Cleveland Browns, and they went with an offensive tackle out of North Dakota, Matt.
Well, let's go.
Thank you. Well, let's go. And then the Cleveland Browns were next, and they took Jerome Ford, running back out of Cincinnati. And Cincinnati, man, they continue to compile these NFL draft picks. Seriously, so happy for that school, and it's so great to see such, I guess, turnover, we could call it, from these guys going from the college level to the pros. Guys, these last few picks here in the 5th round, anybody stand out to you in terms of guys that can make some sort of impact on these teams?
Delarian Turner-Yell, safety out of Oklahoma, and Jordan, you're nodding your head. Man, the Denver Broncos, I think, just hit a home run here. The only reason he dropped to the 5th round, in my opinion, is size. Every scout I talked to, you go back to Oklahoma, some coaches at Oklahoma that I know, they compared him to Quandre Diggs.
Wow.
And the only reason he fell this far is size. He hits, when you talk about filling an alley, I mean, he fires through there like a rocket. Yeah. And he can carry a tight end up the seam. The only reason, in my opinion, he fell this far, he's about 5'10", maybe a $195.
Yeah, and that's the big thing with him. It's just size. And he's not an overly big guy, but he hits like a freight train. I mean, it doesn't take long for him to stand out on film. But I want to talk about Tariq Woolen to Seattle, just because Seattle has a type. I mean, Tariq Woolen is 6'4", 205 pounds. And the Seattle Seahawks are notorious for big corners that like to play with their back to the sideline, that cover 3 scheme. A former wide receiver during his first 2 years at UTSA, transitioned over to the defensive side. He runs in the 4.2s, jumps out of the gym and the combine. So when you're talking about a type for Seattle, Woolen definitely fits a lot of those prerequisites.
Interesting. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, just to piggyback on that, I thought he really stood out in Mobile. And I agree, he's a great prototype for Seattle. And how about this for him? He had the fastest GPS time of the Senior Bowl in the last 5 years. So
remind everyone what GPS is again.
It's basically it's the tracking device. It's a chip in your pad. And what's important about that, and give the Rams credit, because they really emphasize it and they de-emphasize going to the combine, because it's play speed. So, Jordan already alluded to how he ran, like, from a time speed standpoint, but the GPS is actually, it's really a very accurate measurement of how fast they play. So he was the fastest player at Mobile in 5 years.
Let's go to the Seattle Seahawks, guys, and let's talk about their draft overall so far today. So you mentioned, Jordan, how they kind of have a type. They've taken back-to-back cornerbacks here in the 4th and 5th round, respectively, and that would be Kobe Bryant and Tariq Woolen. And then prior to that, they took a few offensive linemen, a linebacker, and a running back, and Kenneth Walker III. But the thing about the Seattle Seahawks, first of all, they were the team that finished last in the division. They move away from their quarterback. So many question marks as to what this team is going to look like this year. They were the only team in the NFC West that had a pick in the first round, and with that first pick, they took Charles Cross, offensive tackle out of Mississippi State. Jordan, when you evaluate what the Seattle Seahawks have done in this draft, which they have a lot of picks in, and they have quite a few more coming up, another pick here in the 5th round and then 2 in the 7th, what do you think about that?
I think the Cross fit is a bit interesting just because we know Pete Carroll wants to run the football. But with Cross, I think he's the most polished pass protector of Evan Neal and then also Ikem Ekwonu, but he's just really, really inexperienced as far as a run blocker. And last year in Mike Leach's offense, they had an 81-19 pass-to-run ratio as far as the percents and the splits of total plays that they ran a year ago. So he's really experienced as a pass protector, but he has some work to do as far as a run blocker. So I'm interested to see what they do with the offense overall. Do they look to pass the ball a little bit more? But with Pete Carroll, we know he's old school. He's going to want to run the football. So, like I said, that dynamic is going to be really, really interesting. Boye Mafe, I think, was a really good pick. They need some help off of the edge. Abraham Lucas is probably a developmental offensive tackle, and then they come back with the 2 corners back-to-back and Kobe Bryant and Tariq Woolen.
I think they got a long way to go. This is not your, old pencil in your Seattle Seahawks playoff team. Look at the quarterbacks of that division from Matt Stafford, San Francisco, regardless if it's Jimmy G or not, they have a really good team. Kyle Murray is a good player despite some of the noise now. And
they're going to get that deal done at some point this summer.
Yeah, exactly. There's a massive drop-off, and I thought Georgia just nailed their draft, which has been, in my opinion, very productive so far. But, it's funny. I don't think we think about, Seattle's, they're in a rebuild. Yeah. They're in a big-time rebuild with a 70-year-old head coach. And it's we just saw this great run of, Breeze and Peyton, and we saw Roethlisberger go. Is the Pete Carroll, Russell Wilson, half of it's gone? It just feels like I just think
starting to push reset.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep, I hear you on that. All right, what teams have helped themselves the most so far in the 2022 NFL Draft? We'll tell you next. You are listening to the 2022 NFL Draft right here on ESPN Radio.
Man, Scooby, what do we do to not get the poolside assignment for this show? No complaints. So we are very comfortable here on the couch in Studio E. The pillow to human ratio is about 5-1, so I'll take it. Scooby, looking at the NFC East, different divisional champ dating every year back to 2004. It's one of the weirdest ongoing statistical anomalies in the NFL. Currently, the Cowboys are kings, which means you would think they would get plucked off the perch. The Eagles, with what they've done in this draft, seem like a team that maybe could do it.
The trade up for Jordan Davis, right? I didn't quite understand it as much just because the Eagles were one of the best rushing defenses in the NFL last year, but you still get a dynamic guy, an athlete, and the knock on him, is he going to be able to stay on the field for 3-4 plays, whatever it
25
is?
plays per game at Georgia. That's 6 per quarter.
So what says that about Jordan Davis? But it's going to be on him. Is he going to stay healthy enough and keep his weight under control as he's in the NFL?
I like the pick because they ended up getting Nakobe Dean after the fact, and the thing with Dean is sideline to sideline range, great blitzer, perhaps a little undersized, so you need almost a lead blocker for him to come in and get to the quarterback. That was Jordan Davis's role at Georgia, and obviously he tested off the charts. The reason I think they did it is that Fletcher Cox is on a 1-year, $14 million deal, so this is the heir apparent in the center of that defense. And yeah, conditioning is going to be a concern. He calls himself a Swedish fish connoisseur. Going to need to clean up the diet a little bit. I love the center pick of Cameron Jurgens, a track athlete out of Nebraska, state champion 3 times over in discus, shot put as well. Very, very strong core. You see that multi-sport faceted thing with him, adding to an Eagles offensive line that we know wants to run the ball. Still a glaring concern at quarterback. If you're trying, at cornerback, that might have been a Trojan slip.
I mean, kind of at quarterback too.
Cornerback defensively. And if you're trying to take out the Cowboys, you're going to have to stop the pass. Scooby, looking at the rest of this division, some things to like, some things not to like about each of these teams. Where do you want to start?
I'm going to start with the Giants. I like what they did to start off. Because,
very easy at 5-7.
Yes, exactly. And the Giants had a number of different scenarios that they already had mapped out before the draft. They did a number of different mocks where they said, hey, if this player is available here, we're going to go this way, and then we're going to go this way. And that's exactly
it was
how
1
they
and
ended
2.
up going.
If there's one edge rusher, we'll take him. If there's one elite offensive tackle, we'll take him, knowing that either the opposite, the edge rusher or the offensive tackle, would be around. That's what happened.
Now, the Wan'Dale Robinson pickup, What are we doing
early?
there? I'm just going to say that's a little bit of a reach, in my opinion, when you had some of the guys that were left on the board instead of going for them. And then Kadarius Toney, what is the decision that they're trying to make with him? Because he is in trade discussions at this moment with the Giants. We don't know if they're going to move him, if they're going to keep him. Sterling Shepard, a guy who has dealt with a lot of injuries over the last couple of years. So what are you going to do at the wide receiver position? You added a guy who, Wan'Dale Robinson, still a great player, but at the same time, there was great value still left on the board. So at that point, I then began to question it. But you get some players for Daniel Jones to continue to build around that and that defensive backfield.
Yeah, a little bit duplicative there for me in getting Wan'Dale Robinson when they have Kadarius Toney on the roster. But again, Toney's a guy who caught as many touchdown passes last year as you and I did. Same can be said for Kenny Golladay as well. The Cowboys, head-scratching offseason. They let Randy Gregory walk and some issues there. Thought they had him locked up, but he ends up at the 11th hour flipping to the Broncos. They need an edge rusher. They got one in Sam Williams in the second round, but that value for me felt a little bit high, and he is suspect against the run. Listen, if he gets drafted by an AFC West team, for example, where it's see ball, get ball, put your 4.46 40 to work, great. In the NFC East, you need to run the football, and you need to be able to stop the run. Like the Eagles run the ball at the highest rate in the league. We know Washington seems like with at the addition of Brian Robinson, they want to hand the ball off a little more. And the Giants have Saquon Barkley. So Sam Williams isn't, for me, the best fit. Tyler Smith had some concerns about penalty, liability, the one you can see. And Matt Waletzko, the project offensive tackle, wouldn't surprise me at all, Scooby. This is maybe too hot of a hot take. 4 years' time, we look at Matt Waletzko as the more effective pro for the Cowboys than Tyler Smith.
All right, to your point about Sam
7-1 wingspan.
To your point about Sam Williams, right? He's actually, in my opinion, great sleeper pick in this draft.
Okay.
4.46 40-yard dash, second fastest among the groups. Charles Cross, great offensive tackle. We know how good he is. He said that Sam Williams is the most difficult pass rusher that he faced the entire season. And he was second in the SEC with 13 sacks. So Sam Williams is a great pass rusher, but look at that division of what those teams are going to be doing. They're going to be trying to run the ball.
And real quick, Jahan Dotson, great pickup out of Penn State. The guy has elite ball skills and pairing up nicely with Carson Wentz. We send it back now to Vegas with Shea, Jordan, Ian, and Mike Tannenbaum.
Draft analyst, also played quarterback at NC Central and coach there as well. And then Ian Fitzsimmons, radio extraordinaire. You can hear him on Freddie and Fitzsimmons weeknights. Also an excellent football reporter for us, giving us some great storylines here in the 4th and 5th round of the NFL draft. As a reminder, guys, we are in the 5th round now. We're about halfway through, as Doug Brown just pointed out to us. In this round, teams have 5 minutes to make their selection. It doesn't move to 4 minutes, so a minute is shaved off until the 7th round. Of course, our team here will take you all the way through the end of the draft today in the 7th round. And guys, let's look back at some of these picks that Doug Brown just reminded us of. And let's focus in on Jerome Ford here, running back out of Cincinnati, who went to the Cleveland Browns. When you look at what the Cleveland Browns have done so far, they've had a pretty good draft. They drafted a kicker, which was absolutely necessary because they had issues with getting it through the uprights this year. Cade York was the highest kicker drafted, or I should say was the first kicker drafted in this year's draft. They went defensive tackle and defensive end, David Bell, wide receiver out of Purdue, and then with their first pick, which came in the 3rd round, the Browns didn't pick until the 3rd round. They took Martin Emerson, a cornerback out of Mississippi State. But this last pick here, and it was their final pick of the 5th round, they'll pick one more time in the 6th, twice in the 7th. Jerome Ford out of Cincinnati, a really good selection for the Browns here.
He'll make this team. Yeah, there's no doubt in my mind, Jordan, he's going to make this team. You go back to 2 years ago when he transferred over from Alabama. He had 73 carries, 483 yards, and 8 tuds. Last year, 215 carries, over 1,300 yards, 19 touchdowns. And before the college football playoff game against his old squad, Alabama, I asked his head coach Luke Fickell about him, and he said, look, you really look at where he was coming into this team 2 years ago, he wasn't the guy, and he kind of had to embrace his role. I think that was really a difficult thing for him walking in the door. He thought he was going to be the guy, but it allowed him to grow, grasp the people around him, recognize that there was more to this game than just carrying the football. I think it's kind of been enlightening for him to have to struggle his first year here of not being able to be on the field all the time. But I think it helped him in the long run because he developed relationships and some different things that really helped him in a year like this where he's played very, very well for us. I think he's going to be a great pro. I asked some people also, Jordan, can he play teams? He said he has the speed to be a special teams contributor. You look at what Jerome Ford did coming from Alabama, His first year at Cincy, when he wasn't the guy, humbled a bit, and last year exploded. I thought he had an outstanding year, and I think he's got a shot to play for a few years in the league.
Yeah, he does. And if you think about the Browns' backfield, they have Kareem Hunt as well as Nick Chubb. So there's not going to be a lot of carries for him initially. But as you mentioned, he's probably going to have to work his way up through special teams. So I really like his chances to make this roster primarily as a third running back, most likely Demetri Felton. They kind of use him as a jack-of-all-trades type of guy. So.
Guys, let's turn our attention to the Dallas Cowboys and really the NFC East overall. First of all, the Eagles, in my opinion, have definitely gotten better, and that's not just because they've traded for a guy like A.J. Brown, because they've added weapons and they've added speed, especially to the offense. But they're going to have to go against a Dallas Cowboys team that year in and year out has the same kind of pressure, right? And it continues to mount with the amount of talent that they have on that squad and the amount of money they paid their quarterback. They don't have Amari Cooper there anymore. And this has been their draft so far. They had one selection in the first round. They went Tyler Smith, an offensive tackle out of Tulsa. In the second round, they had one pick with pick 56. They went Sam Williams, outside linebacker, Ole Miss. In the third round, they had one pick, Jalen Tolbert, wide receiver out of South Alabama. In the fourth round, they took Jake Ferguson, tight end out of Wisconsin. And then in the fifth round, and guys, they have 4 picks here in the fifth round. They've already made their first one, and Matt Waletzko, offensive tackle out of North Dakota. Jordan, what do you think about what the Cowboys have done in this draft?
Yeah, I like what they have done just because I thought they were going to hit offensive line really hard, which they have done with Tyler Smith. There was a lot of excitement coming about him coming into this draft class. It's just he needs to clean up the penalties. He had 16 penalties alone
which
by
already
himself
was a problem for the Cowboys.
A year ago. He's a former defensive lineman, so he keeps that same mentality at offensive line, and he just plays through the whistle a little bit too much. But as an offensive lineman, if I'm a coach, I love that just because I would rather have to tone the offensive lineman down or tone him back a little bit as opposed to trying to coach physicality into him. That's just something that's not going to happen. So some people feel as if he is a guard or a tackle. I think he can play tackle. He played left tackle primarily for Tulsa, so I like that selection. And then their most recent one with Matt Waletzko, who's more of a developmental type of guy. They lost Lyle Collins as well as Connor Williams at left guard, so they need to replace 2 starters. I don't think Waletzko is going to be that eventually, but he has a potential to turn into an offensive tackle.
Was Connor Williams really a starter or a turnstile?
Both.
Good answer.
He was both. They have to find somebody to play left guard. So what I think is going to happen is I think Tyler Smith probably initially play left guard, and then they're probably going to transition him outside.
Yeah, they had Terrence Steele there a year ago, and so they do have a little flexibility. My biggest complaint with the Cowboys was they had Jermaine Johnson sitting right there, and I think it's easier to find an offensive lineman than a pass rusher. They lost Randy Gregory, and they signed Dorrance Armstrong and Dante Fowler. But to me, having Johnson there was a little bit like Micah Parsons a year ago falling in their lap. So that to me was a little bit of a surprise.
Guys, when you look at the NFC East as a whole, and I already kind of mentioned the Eagles and what they've done, and then the Washington Commanders have had quite a few picks in this year's draft as well. We talked about Sam Howell and them taking a quarterback. Obviously, they bring over Carson Wentz and a quarterback. Again, we think about the Philadelphia Eagles, and this has kind of been, I don't want to say laughing, but we've pegged the NFC East as one of the down conferences in the NFL. In their draft so far, these 4 teams, which of the 4 do you think has had the best draft thus far? And that could include this trade in A.J. Brown.
I'm going to go with the Eagles. I really like what they have been able to do just because I like the fit of Jordan Davis into Jonathan Gannon's defense just because he transforms that middle. And with Fletcher Cox, they cut him and then brought him back with a 1-year deal. Javon Hargrave enters next season on a 1-year deal too. So outside of Milton Williams, you don't have anybody for the future in the middle. I like what they did there. I think Nakobe Dean was a steal at number 83 overall. We know Howie Roseman doesn't really value second-level players or linebackers specifically in the first round, even though they needed one. So getting Nakobe Dean there was an absolute steal.
Hey, how about the Giants, too? The Giants have had so many picks. We've talked a lot about these New York teams and what they were able to do. Another team that needs to just go anywhere but up with having only 4 wins this season. But the Giants have had a pretty decent draft, too, Mike.
Yeah, I would agree with that. With the one outlier, and I think Jordan touched on this a little bit earlier with Wan'Dale Robinson from Kentucky. When you look at what they did, Kadarius Toney, they signed Kenny Galladay, Sterling Shepard, Darius Slayton. This was a deep group for them a year ago. So of all the things they needed, that was the one pick that surprised me. But certainly with Neal and Thibodeau, those should be foundational players. The rest of the guys to me are a little bit more depth and competition.
What about you, Ian? Of these 4 teams, which one do you think?
We all know the history of the NFC East.
Yep.
Cowboys won it last year. What does that mean?
They're going to lose it this year.
You got it. So you have not had a repeat winner in that division since I was a zygote, right? So, it just doesn't happen. You don't have repeat winners for some uncanny reason in the NFC East. I really like what Philadelphia has done, and I think we're glossing over Cam Jurgens also. They have, you have Landon Dickerson, who was a Remington Award winner at Alabama. He played guard coming off that ACL injury, and he's doing cartwheels like 4 weeks after having ACL repair, right? I mean, he's a freakish athlete, but Jurgens coming over from Nebraska. Scott Frost, before the Oklahoma game this year, told me he is one of the strongest, meanest, smartest guys that he has coached. And he reminded a lot of people of a guy named Dominic Raiola. I mean, a Nebraska Hall of Famer, spent 14 years with the Detroit Lions. Dom Raiola played with controlled anger and violence, and that's Cam Jurgens. So we kind of glossed over that a bit, but you put those two hog mollies, those two just boy dog warriors next to each other on that offensive line, Jalen Hurts is going to sleep well at night.
And you bring up a great point, because Jason Kelsey's really close to the end here. Yep. So it's always like that notion, guys, of let's win for today and develop for tomorrow. And Dickerson a year ago, and now Jurgens, I think that's trying to rebuild on the fly there.
The Philadelphia Eagles, the only thing now, again, I know we threw an A.J. Brown into this mix, but they've just had the least amount of picks out of all the 4 teams in the NFC East. However, 2 of their picks being Georgia defensive guys in Nakobe Dean and Jordan Davis. And speaking of that, this is the first time in NFL draft history that the University of Georgia has had 10 players selected in a single year. There's a reason why they were the national champion, and obviously that is for providing great results here in the NFL draft. And I love what the Philadelphia Eagles have done as well, protecting their quarterback. Now, I think what this draft does and what they've done is put a ton of pressure now on Jalen Hurts. Yeah. He has to perform well, take care of the football, not do too much with his legs in order for them to win some football games here. To me, that's what this says, this entire draft.
Yeah, and when the ball goes 20 yards or more down the field, he only completes 39.7% of his completions, which was 20th in the league last year. So his downfield accuracy has to improve.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Were you going to add to that, Jordan?
No, I mean, I think we pretty much touched on everything that we needed to with Philly. I think they've done a really good job. But I will say this, I think they've given themselves some flexibility making that trade with the Saints. And like, as you mentioned, all the pressures on Jalen Hurts.
All right, speaking of the Saints, let's go there. Let's continue with what's going on in the draft here. So we continue with the 5th round. In the 18th pick in the 5th round went to the New Orleans Saints. They took DeMarco Jackson, inside linebacker out of App State. Samford was next. They took a wide receiver, Montrell Washington. He went to the Denver Broncos. That was a pick that they got from the Philadelphia Eagles via the Houston Texans. Tennessee Titans were next on the board, a pick they got through some trades as well. They went Kyle Phillips, wide receiver out of UCLA. And then Kyron Williams, running back out of Notre Dame, went to the LA Rams. So they pick up a little depth in terms of a running back do the LA Rams, the former Super Bowl winner. Another team that hasn't had a ton of picks in this year's draft has been the LA Rams, guys. So not a ton of areas to build upon, but they've done the most with what they have the LA Rams. So here's who they've taken right now. In the 3rd round, that was their first pick. They went guard Logan Bruss out of Wisconsin. Then Jacoby Durant, cornerback out of South Carolina State with their 4th round pick. This is their one and only 5th round pick. They went Kyron Williams, running back out of Notre Dame. And then they've got 3 6th round picks and a 7th round pick. And so in terms of what the LA Rams have done in this draft, Jordan, what do you think?
Yeah, it's been really unique as far as what they've been doing with Kyron Williams, a player that a lot of people were really high on prior to him running in the 4.7s at the combine, especially being a smaller running back. You can't be small and run slow. That's just a double whammy, especially when you're talking about a very bad combo for a smaller running back. So him running in the 4.5s at his pro day, he helped himself tremendously. But I think this is the right range of where he should go, and them being in a zone scheme type of scheme, which is what they run there in L.A., I think that's the best fit for him.
All he does is make plays. Yeah. I mean, Zach Thomas didn't run a straight line very fast, but he was, an 8-time Pro Bowler for the Miami Dolphins. You just turn the tape on in Williams. I don't understand. This was a head-scratcher for me. I've been waiting for him to come off the board. Jordan, why, and Mike didn't follow this up, why does he fall that far? Because when I watched him in person, all he did was make plays. In football speed, it was there. I don't care if he can't run a 40 in a straight line very fast. The guy makes plays.
It was because he was short, and then he also ran slow. That was the biggest reason. But he's
Which
one of
we
the,
know Mike T is not a fan of either of those two things.
Yeah, ask Baker Mayfield.
Yeah.
I mean, when you're height and speed deficient, it's a tough way to earn a living.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just the reality. Like, there's a difference between, what you
But
play
football
on.
speed, you turn the tape on, and this guy, he's got speed.
He's a good player.
Put the pads on.
Moments,
But I think that's what's great about the NFL. Like, he still gets drafted, at
the Super Bowl winners.
Yeah, at 164. And, for the Rams, from a roster construction standpoint, a lot of these guys have to make it because they're so top-heavy. So, again, it's not where you start, it's where you finish. But to answer your question, that's what teams are going to look like. Prototypes matter, and you can draft exceptions, but when you draft exceptions...
Let me ask you this. Are you a measurables guy, or are you more of a film don't lie guy?
So
or do you combine the two?
So let me take you into a draft room that I ran. We would have the height, weight, speed, vertical, all the measurables of a player, like in our grading system, that was a good to very good starter or better. And that would be the context of the discussion. So if you wanted to go off of that, be it Baker Mayfield, that was okay. But we just wanted to know that the context of that discussion was like, if we take Baker Mayfield, there's only 2 other players that were his height and his speed. So he better have something else really good. Accuracy, anticipation, whatever it may be. So it was more of like framing the discussion than making the decision.
Okay, let's go to the Minnesota Vikings pick because it is in. Jordan, you're going to have to help me with this one. So the Minnesota Vikings take a player out of Minnesota, and they go with, I think, Azezi. Am I saying this right?
Yeah.
Otamimo?
It's Asazi Otuomo.
Otuomo. We'll have to practice that. And the Minnesota Vikings are interesting here, guys. And the Cowboys, I wanted to bring this up earlier, and I just completely forgot. In terms of the most snaps played last season by players drafted in rounds 4 through 7, which is day 3, where we are right now, the Vikings are at the very top of that list. Or I shouldn't say at the very top. They're kind of right there in the middle in terms of top 5. The Vikings had over 11,000 snaps taken by a player that was drafted in the later rounds. In terms of the most combined snaps for starters last season, again, the Vikings are right there. This time they're at the bottom of the top 5 with 127. So they like to find some guys here in these later rounds. Let's now pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is the 2022 NFL Draft on ESPN Radio.
Hey, Rob, can I make a suggestion?
All right, guys, what teams have helped themselves the most so far in this draft? We're going to talk about that next. This is the 2022 NFL Draft on ESPN Radio.
And this is Studio E in Bristol, Connecticut. Phil Murphy, Scooby McGizza. Scooby, we got the best seat in the house for our coverage on ESPN, on the app, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter. We're going to be talking NFC South right now. When we thought in the first round, looked at where guys might fall, a lot of people had the Saints taking quarterback round 1. Jameis Winston off of an ACL tear, but just 28 years old. Did the Saints make the right decision by opting for Chris Olave and then Trevor Penning in the first round as opposed to taking a QB?
I believe so. Jameis Winston is not that far removed from throwing 30 touchdown passes in a season.
30-30.
Yeah, the 30 for 30, the first one to do it.
What if I told you?
I would argue that Chris Olave was the #1 wide receiver on the Saints' big board because Chris Olave is the smoothest route runner in this class. And when you talk about mixing his style with what Mike Thomas can do, that's a great culmination of wide receivers who have different type of traits and can attack a defense in a different type of way. He's so smooth with his route running, and he's quick. He just glides while he's running. And then Trevor Penning, that guy is a freak. At the Senior Bowl, what they described him as is nasty. He's the type of player that you love to have on your team, hate to play against. Here's some fun little nuggets about him. The night before a game, he watches horror movies because those are the type of things that gets a guy like him pumped up. At his size, he ran under a 4.9. He ran a 4.9, and then he has videos of himself dunking windmills at over 300 pounds.
Terrific athlete.
Terrific athlete. Squats over 600 pounds. When you talk about a guy who has all the athletic traits, that's Trevor Penning, and you get that protection for Jameis Winston as well.
An uber physical run blocker is penning some questions in pass pro, which is why he's not taken higher. Saints also get Alontae Taylor, the converted wide receiver. Long, fast, rangy, some body control and footwork questions. But overall, you feel like the Saints hit their marks in the first round. I want to continue on in this round looking at the Atlanta Falcons. They get Drake London, the first receiver off the board, and I don't think many had him as the first receiver off the board. The Falcons are going to be a nightmare in the red zone between he and Kyle Pitts. Problem is going to be getting to the red zone with how things are constructed with the rest of the offense. But this guy has ball skills for days. Not the fastest, but he makes contested catch after contested catch. And then the Falcons elsewhere on day 2 get Arnold Ebiketie out of Penn State. They get Troy Anderson, Troy Anderson has played 1 season at quarterback, and then he goes and wins, at linebacker. He's a former quarterback. He's played 1 season at linebacker, wins Defensive Player of the Year in his conference, tests off the charts, and then the Falcons take some flyers with D'Angelo Malone, another edge rusher, and then they do go quarterback ultimately with Desmond Ridder, who some had him as a back of the first round grade. Great value there. He's terrific against the blitz. 28-to-1 ratio, touchdowns to interceptions against the blitz is Desmond Ridder. Falcons have a lot of needs, all of them addressed here. It's whether or not they hit.
Desmond Ridder, I think that's a perfect fit for this team because the guy that's there right now is Marcus Mariota. The last guy to run a 40-yard dash as fast as Desmond Ridder is Marcus Mariota. So when you talk about skill sets that are the same, if he is or when he is to get the keys to the car, there's not much that has to change under the hood because the thing that I knock teams for doing is you draft a quarterback that has a completely different skill sets from the quarterback that you have starting. If you're going to transition your offense into another quarterback, make sure that the skill set is still the same of what you're running. You don't want to have a 3-step offense where it's a drop-back offense and then you have an RPO quarterback as your backup.
And my concern with Ridder is that his mechanics are fine. The issue is ball placement. It's not like a Josh Allen thing where you fix the mechanics and then the ball placement comes with it. So there is something of an accuracy concern. Carolina's a team that I want to quickly mention. We got like 10 seconds, but they did draft Matt Corral and Ikem Ekwonu. Both those guys, it seemed like those are the RPO leans to get Carolina stepping in the right direction offensively. Let's send it back to Vegas as Round 5 coverage continues.
Round 5 right here from Las Vegas. Mike Tannenbaum, Shea Cornette, Jordan Reed, and Ian Fitzsimmons with you, taking all the way through the last round. That would be Round 7 today. Can't believe it, guys. We've already made it through almost 5 rounds of this NFL draft, so we've got like 2.5 more to go. All right, one storyline we haven't hit a lot on has been Baker Mayfield. Heading into Thursday, that was when the draft all kicked off, we thought guys like Deebo Samuel and Baker Mayfield maybe would be packaged in with some sort of trade. Clearly, that has not happened. Then yesterday, the conversation was, okay, maybe Baker Mayfield's going to end up in Carolina because the Carolina Panthers, who had been in the market for a quarterback and had been in the conversation for every quarterback that was available, including guys like Malik Willis early on in the draft. We heard from our Kimberly Martin, perhaps Baker Mayfield as early as last night ends up in Carolina. Clearly that does not happen. And then when the Panthers took with the 94th pick Matt Corral, their GM comes out and says, and again take this for a grain of salt, says that when they drafted Matt Corral, this took them out of contention for a veteran quarterback, cough, cough, Baker Mayfield. But guys, we're talking about a quarterback in Baker who was the #1 overall pick in 2018. That really wasn't that long ago. And while, yes, the last time we saw him on a football field, albeit injured in Cleveland, he was not great. He also hasn't been one of the worst in the NFL. And Mike T,
what are you two doing
Mike
over there?
T, you're always so good at evaluating situations here. Please tell me what is going on with Baker Mayfield.
Thanks for the compliment.
You're welcome.
I would say that, you know, when you think about what has he done well? He was the first pick overall. He won a playoff.
He didn't do that. That just fell in his lap more so.
Okay, that's fair. But he did win a playoff game. We got to give him credit. And when you think about it.
Hold on, sorry. Because that is always what we lead with. He won a playoff game. That is not a high bar, okay? We're not talking about winning the Super Bowl. We're talking about winning a playoff game with a team that was absolutely loaded. I am, like, apologizing, I feel like, for Baker Mayfield because I think this whole thing has kind of been unfair. But I just want to say the bar is kind of low there.
So
Sorry,
now
continue.
you disagree with my analysis.
I know, but still, you're great at storytelling.
I appreciate that. But anyway, I think when other teams look at it, and we see some of these other quarterbacks move, like Tyrod Taylor had a lung punctured, right? Imagine if that was Baker Mayfield. There would have, it would have been all over the crawl. Like, quarterbacks go through different things, and there's a reason why guys like Tyrod Taylor, who are beyond reproach, are still in the league and thriving, or Chase Daniel or Jimmy Garoppolo, who was just starting in the Super Bowl, and he may be a backup. And the fact that he has come out to say that he feels disrespected is the most predictable part of this process. And if I'm Baker, I would pay money to go to New England or go to Pittsburgh and say, Mike Tomlin, Bill Belichick, help mold me so I could grow into the player I want to be. And I think when teams are looking at it, they're saying, look, we could go get a backup who isn't as noisy as Baker is. But I think what's fascinating to me, guys, is, you know, whatever today's date is, April 30th, like, I really don't know. Like, is he going to be on the Houston Texans? Like, where's he going to go? Like, the seats are filling up pretty fast here. Of course, I think he's going to be on a roster, but it's crazy. A year ago, we were talking about a guy, is he worth $35 million? And now, like, it's almost hard to say, like, what team he's going to be with.
Okay, I want to add a few things to this Baker conversation, because I agree with you. Yes, it was predictable for him to say this, but since Kevin Stefanski became his head coach when he was in Cleveland, he's kind of nipped the comments in the butt a little bit. He used to be very outspoken. He used to go back at people all the time on social media, and he's really taken a step back. And when I listened to that podcast and I heard him say the thing about being disrespected, the way I interpreted it, again, I know I kind of sound like a Baker Mayfield apologist here, but it was you know, I was told something and they did another, and I have been kind of ride or die with this Cleveland Browns team. May I remind you, a team that was 1-31 the 2 years prior to when he got there, and a team that had 4 different head coaches since he got there, which we just said wasn't very long ago. So he's kind of riven the weight with them. Now, this is business. We are like, look, if someone who's better than me decides tomorrow that they can come in and do my job better, I would get it if the boss was like, hey, she's going to take over or whatever, you know, like that sucks, but that's the way business kind of works for any of us in any different department. But at the same time, I did kind of understand that, considering how down in the dumps that franchise has been. But that is the question, Ian and Jordan. Where is Baker Mayfield going to play? And what is he? Now he can't be lumped in with picks. So you've got to figure out how you're going to get him somewhere. We thought it was maybe going to be Seattle. That doesn't seem like the case anymore, obviously. Carolina, again, they shut that down, but take it with a grain of salt. That doesn't seem like the case anymore. I don't understand.
Yeah, we've all played that game of musical chairs when we were growing up. Mm-hmm. You're in the final, Baker's in the final 2 right now, fighting for that last seat, but the music is about to stop. There's not going to be any chairs left for him, just because Carolina traded for Matt Corral, so they're probably not going to be in the veteran quarterback market anymore. So his really only realistic landing spot right now to be a starter is probably Seattle. But with as many quarterbacks as Seattle passed on in this draft class, I don't know how interested they are going to be in to bring in another veteran, just because they have Drew Lock there already. They seem to believe in Drew, or trying to reconstruct Drew from what we saw from him in Denver. So I don't really know where he's going to go. And if he goes somewhere, he's going to have to compete for the job, which is what he doesn't want.
The one place that I keep going back to that I feel like might make sense is Detroit. Again,
I love that.
I thought that would be lumped in with some picks, which doesn't seem to be the case. Now, Detroit does have a 5th and 2 6 left. I think you could get more than that for Baker Mayfield. But I think it's pretty clear Jared Goff is not the answer long-term there. And maybe you're kind of getting a little bit of Jared Goff 2.0 with Baker Mayfield. But to me, that's another spot that would kind of make sense. Go ahead. What do you think?
I'm a Baker Mayfield guy. Maybe I'm biased because I had him half a dozen times when he was at Oklahoma, but the last time we saw him healthy for a full season, his team went 11-5. He completed only 63% of his passes, but 26 touchdowns, only 9 INTs. He went on the road to Pittsburgh with half his coaching staff out due to COVID, 6 starters out due to COVID, won a playoff game on the road at Pittsburgh. Following week comes into a division matchup at Kansas City and almost beats Kansas City. So 11-5 to me, and what I just rattled off, 3,500 yards, 26 touchdowns, 8 INTs. And I mean, last time he was healthy, those are the results. That is it. And week 2 of last year, in the first game, what's he go for? 22 of 30 for 300 and something, you know, I mean, in week 1, and then he hurts his labrum. And the biggest mistake he made was trying to be a fighter to go out there with his guys, because he probably should have said, I am not hurt any longer. I am injured. And, Mike, I know you hate what I'm saying right now, but that is the Baker Mayfield story. The last time we saw him healthy for a 16-game stretch, 11-5, road playoff win, and damn near beat the big boys in Kansas City.
And I'll say this, too. He should have sat out and said he was injured because they did have a very good backup in Case Keenum there in Cleveland that could have helped them win some games, even without him.
The inconvenient truth of what Senator Fitzsimmons just said is this. The reason he got hurt is he's slow. And the people in the NFL are big, strong, fast, and tough. And I hope I'm wrong when I say this. Physics says he's going to get hurt again because he's going to get hit a lot. He can't outrun pro defensive linemen. You can do that in college. So if you could guarantee me that he's going to be healthy, of course he's a good player. I can't disagree with anything you said. But physics says, look at these guys coming out now. Look how explosive, like Kayvon Thibodeau. Like, those are the guys he has to outrun, and he doesn't have the physical ability of a Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson, Deshaun Watson, Patrick Mahomes, Justin Herbert. He's not in that class athletically, and that's why it's likely he'll get hurt again.
I don't know, guys. Quickly, I want to go around the room because I'm so interested in this. Not even if you like him. Is he a starter in the league last year? He's going to be somewhere, whether it's on the bench with the Browns or he's
Mike Glennon started games in the NFL last year.
Don't remind me. I remember I'm a Chicago Bears fan. Thank you. Let's pause on that. Thank you.
But Mike Glennon is what got Dave Gettleman and Joe Judge fired. Joe Judge would still be the head coach of the Giants, because in that market, you have to be credible. They were credible with Daniel Jones. When he got hurt, the misevaluation of Mike Glennon is what brought that program down.
And I would actually agree with that with Ryan Pace in Chicago as well. And now we're piling on Mike Glennon. But if Mitch Trubisky wasn't learning under a guy like Mike Glennon, perhaps what he did in Chicago would be completely different as well. So there seems to be a common theme here. But again,
don't sign Mike Glennon?
Yeah, don't sign Mike Glennon, one. And two, do we think Baker Mayfield is a starter at some point in the season? Doesn't have to be week one. At some point in the National Football League this year. You say yes, Ian?
Somewhere, somebody's going to sign him, whether after he gets cut by Cleveland, he'll be on a roster somewhere. He's one of the best 64 quarterbacks in the world.
But I didn't say backup. It was starter at some point.
Again, Mike Glennon started games. I mean, he will, if he's on a roster, he is going to find a way. He will be on the field at some point this season.
The best chance he has to start is with the Edmonton Eskimos.
And you're nodding your head and like firing laser beams.
He's not even kidding. Like he's with confidence staring into your soul.
So you're saying you don't think he's going to be on an NFL roster this year?
No, I do. That's why I brought it up. I'm fascinated to hear what you guys have to say. Cause I think he is, but I can't figure out where. Like, where does he go? Like, what team is he on? Like, who needs a quarterback at this point that wouldn't prioritize, Jimmy G? That's what I can't figure out.
What do you think, Jordan? A starter or not?
I mean, he's one of the best 32 quarterbacks in the league. I will say that. But once again, I just don't see any situations right now of where he can walk in as the starter outside of Seattle, just because everybody else seems to be content with what they have at the quarterback spot right now. So if it's not Seattle, I just don't see, unless there's an injury, a training camp injury or something like that, I just don't see any pathway to being a starter.
Well, Seattle also seems kind of content with their quarterback room, which is Drew Lock and Geno Smith, but they're seeming to build around them.
Well, Jimmy G also needs a spot. Does he stay in San Francisco?
But he could easily stay with San Francisco. Like, Baker can't easily stay in Cleveland.
No, and I agree with the Baker part. Mm-hmm. But remember that embrace that porn star Jimmy and John Lynch had, right? I mean, it was a goodbye. I mean, that was like we love you, goodbye. I mean, and they're not expecting to have him back.
And they gave up so much
to get Trey Lance. You can't give up 3 ones and not get that guy on the field.
But why? Can I ask you guys a question? Why would you give up Jimmy G? You have a good team. Like, why not have depth in that position?
But that embrace at the end of after the NFC Championship game, I mean, that was
awkward.
Yeah. It was goodbye. It's been fun. Yeah. So long.
If the Niners are without Jimmy Garoppolo and Deebo Samuel, are we still viewing them as a team that could go to the postseason? Regardless of who they've now drafted, because we've already gone through their draft, regardless of who else is on that roster, because I'm not, do not pencil them into the postseason. I don't care how good these rookies are. It doesn't matter. If you don't have Jimmy G, I'm sorry, I didn't see enough from Trey Lance to sell me on them being a postseason team, and you don't have Deebo Samuel, no way.
Great point.
No, not at all. Okay, let's go back to some of these picks here, guys, and then I want to know who you think helped themselves so far in day 3 of the draft. First, let me update some of these picks for you. Here we go. In the 23rd pick of the 5th round, the Cincinnati Bengals took Tyson Anderson, safety out of Toledo. The next pick, Darren Bland, cornerback out of Fresno State. He went to the Dallas Cowboys. The Chicago Bears were next on the clock, the 168th pick. That pick came from Buffalo. They took Braxton Jones, offensive tackle out of Southern Utah. Out of North Carolina, Carolina, the running back. Ty Chandler goes to the Minnesota Vikings. The Houston Texans on the board with the 27th pick here in the 5th round. They took Tegan Oriano, thank you very much. Tight end out of Oregon State. It's like he read my mind. Luke Wattenberg, center out of Washington, was next to come off the board, and he went to the Denver Broncos. The San Francisco 49ers, we were just talking about them, guys, and they take cornerback Samuel Womack out of Toledo. And then finally, the New York Giants here, pick 173. It's the 30th pick here in the 5th round. They took Marcus McKeithen, guard out of North Carolina. So, guys, let's go back to that question I asked in terms of which teams, however you want to phrase it, have helped themselves on day 3. Now, we've still got a long way to go here in terms of ending the 5th round, 6th and 7th. But is there a team where you look at their latest draft picks and you're like, yeah, I think they've done a good job here?
Yeah, for me, it would be Baltimore. You know, when you look at what they've added just today, you know, Daniel Saleh from Minnesota, big man. I think he has a chance to be a good right tackle, especially if they can improve his feet. You know, Armour-Davis, you know, Fitz talked about him a little bit. Really fast guy, really intriguing upside. And then they took 2 tight ends, and I like both of them, Charlie Kolar and Isaiah Likely. So, you know, with Mark Andrews there, I think this is really good depth. I really like Likely. I like his athleticism. And they have a new punter in Jordan Stout. So far, so good. You know, they were loaded for picks today, as you had mentioned, Shay, with, you know, so many picks in the 4th round. But
6 in the 4th round.
Yeah, I think they've done a nice job.
What do you think, Jordan? Who's helped themselves so far?
I like what Denver has done. They got some reinforcement in secondary, getting Damari Mathis from Pitt, and then also Delarian Turner-Yale from Oklahoma, the undersized safety. They get some defensive line depth in the Yomi Zarike. I can't get it out there. But the defensive end from Iowa State, I like what he was able to do during his time there. And then also Luke Wattenberg, who's an underrated player along the interior offensive line.
Nice. So the Denver Broncos and the Baltimore Ravens, 2 teams that are in win-now mode, have helped themselves so far day 3 of the 2022 NFL Draft. Ian, what do you think?
Cleveland. Let's just go stick with that Baker Mayfield stuff and just throw some more dirt on him, right? Because Cleveland, to me, has helped themselves a lot. Perrion Winfrey, I think, was just a steal. I mean, maybe some character issues had him fall this far coming into day 3, but the big D tackle out of Oklahoma is explosive, and he does have an attitude. And then getting the running back out of Cincinnati and Jerome Ford. I mean, he's going to be a special teams demon and a spellback. 3rd guy probably on that 53. But Jerome Ford just did nothing but make plays and got he got humbled a bit transferring in from Alabama to Cincinnati his first year there. I mean, he wasn't the guy. He had to share that backfield. And then, man, his senior year, I mean, over 200 carries, over 1,300 yards, 19 touchdowns, helped Cincinnati get to the college football playoff. I think Cleveland has done a really good job here on day 3.
Just to go back to Baker for one thing, because I think we should add this to part of the discussion, there's an $18 million variable here as well, which is he has $18 million guaranteed. So, you know, at some point, it's kind of interesting to me, like, does Kevin Stefanski walk into the front office and say, hey, like, it's now a distraction. We got to just cut him and eat the money. And then, obviously, it's a lot easier to scoop up Baker Mayfield. But his contract and guaranteed money, to me, has to be a factor in this discussion as well.
You know what else I want to add in there? And this is obviously much more opinion-based than fact-based. We were saying earlier, and Ian, you were saying, you know, you're a Baker Mayfield guy and giving out the facts of what he's done on the football field. I do wonder, yes, playing through injury was probably the worst thing he could have done because it gave us all kind of this salty taste in our mouth. But then I also wonder, with the departure of Odell Beckham Jr. and kind of how all that went down, if that also added to this. Because I remember that first game after Odell left, I believe, the Browns played really well and they won that game. I'm forgetting who it was against. But after that, we saw a massive drop-off. And the Browns, in fact, they failed to score over 21 points in like 5 games after Odell had left, something like that. Their offense had a significant drop-off. And I know there was the post with the dad and pointing out Baker not targeting Odell, and then Odell goes and joins a team that wins the Super Bowl. I wonder if that narrative maybe shifted any of this for Baker Mayfield. I don't know, and maybe that's a public or fan perception, but I do wonder if that had something to do with it. So the Chicago Bears right now are on the clock and about to make their 5th round pick, the 174th pick. We've got 5 picks left to go here in the 5th round. We'll update you on those next. Also, which draft pick fits the best with his new team? Find out next. You're listening to the 2022 NFL Draft on ESPN Radio.
And you're hanging out in Studio E with Phil and Scooby. Dominic Robinson on his way to the Chicago Bears, edge rusher out of Miami of Ohio. But, Scooby, we're not talking about the Bears and teams that are looking to build the roster and work toward the playoffs. I want to look at playoff teams that have improved themselves through the draft. Who do you like the most who's done that?
I like what the Chiefs have done so far with their draft picks. I brought it up earlier with Sky Moore. Great receiver. Runs some of the best slant routes. And I remember during the NFL Combine, a lot of comparisons that Sky Moore got was to Steve Smith, Panthers wide receiver, who's going to be a Hall of Famer as well. Sky Moore... Steve Smith said Sky Moore has more weapons than he did coming straight out of college. And this is straight out of the mouth of Steve Smith. And he said he's so smooth, he has all the tools to be a great wide receiver in the NFL. And then the help that they got on the defensive backs, because we know that this league is all about pass rushing and your pass defense, and then your passing attack. It's a passing league. That's where the NFL is going, and they were able to help it both on the offensive and defensive end.
Trent McDuffie, Brian Cook, who can absolutely crack, and then Joshua Williams out of Fayetteville State, that defensive backfield. I like what the Bengals have done in their defensive backfield, getting a lot of scheme-versatile guys, Daxton Hill, Cam Taylor-Britt, and Tyson Anderson out of Toledo on day 3. But if you ask me one playoff team that improved their teams the most, reflexively, I'm looking at the Buffalo Bills. Kyer Elam, this was the one position opposite Tre'Davious White, the corner opposite that we were worried about with the Bills. Kyer Elam is long, rangy, fast. He allowed 191 receiving yards against him total during the season. He can line up in the slot. He can line up outside. He comes downhill. Only knock on him, few penalties, gets a little grabby at times. You can see he is physical, though, and it's a matter of making him a little bit more savvy as a physical stopper, especially in those jump ball scenarios in the red zone. But he has the length, he has lockdown traits, makes the Bills very dangerous. And then they go on and add James Cook out of the backfield. Josh Allen is going to have all kinds of fun with James Cook because you can line him up in the Z position, you can flare him out of the backfield. Andy Reid is going to like him. And then they get a high character guy in Khalil Shakir, who is an absolute highlight reel, supremely productive. Only reason he fell this far, he's got shorter arms, average burst, but he had 1,100 receiving yards at Boise State, and he lines up absolutely everywhere.
And Khalil Shakir led the team in receiving the last 2 years that he was over there. So he's a great versatile player because he can also be a return specialist. And then you said James Cook. James Cook, his brother, Dalvin Cook. James Cook has gotten a lot of comparisons to Alvin Kamara and what he's able to do out of the backfield. He's more of a scat back. A scat back is, for people at home to understand, is that running back that you line up in the spot that can catch the ball well. And the thing about James Cook, he doesn't have a lot of miles on him. He split carries the majority of the time that he was at Georgia. So the running back position is a position that gets beat up quite a bit. And when you're coming from being a bell cow running back in college to coming into the NFL and being a bell cow again, the miles on you are pretty high. And then the cornerback position, you brought up what they were able to do there. That's already a strength in what the Bills are able to do. When you look at what their DBs have been able to do, they allow the fewest yards and the lowest completion percentage as the nearest defender in that defensive backfield. It's a strength, but sometimes it's about, if you strengthen your strength rather than trying to strengthen a weakness, you're going to make more tracks and you're going to gain more success.
And it was their strength. They led the NFL in scoring defense and total defense from a year ago. But that one position, that right corner opposite Tre'Davious White, was the one area they needed to improve. They did that in the first round. The AFC had a great offseason across the board. We were criticizing what happened to the NFC. The NFC, you look at the playoff teams, for me, sticking out the most is the Philadelphia Eagles going to the Georgia well and looking how many guys were drafted from Georgia. Not a bad place to go in terms of the strength. Jordan Davis, knock on him, is conditioning, and that's about it. We got to get him less depth to Swedish fish, maybe some chicken salads. That is, by his own admission, he's addicted to Swedish fish. Nakobe Dean did a terrific job playing behind him, letting Jordan Davis almost be like a lead blocker as Dean blitzed and went sideline to sideline, shutting down the runs. Eagles can deploy that the exact same way. Fletcher Cox on a one-year, $14 million deal. There's the man in the highlight, Nakobe Dean, and usually is hiding right behind Devontae Wyatt or Jordan Davis. And then in the second round, a sneaky pick for the Eagles. They have Landon Dickerson and Jason Kelsey in that interior offensive line. Cam Jurgens, the track star out of Nebraska in shot put and distance throwing, shot put and discus. Exceptional core strength, plays with a mean streak. He's going to have a very long offensive line career in the NFL.
Yeah, Eagles, and you also didn't mention the A.J. Brown pickup.
Yeah.
I love it.
I'll count that as a draft pick because
Yeah,
it was
exactly.
on draft night. They had a massive need at wide receiver. They addressed it in the first round, and then they lock up A.J. Brown, 4 years, $100
Would you rather give up a draft pick and get a sure, bona fide, legit wide receiver, or would you rather spend it on a guy that you're not sure is going to be a great wide receiver or not? I think the Eagles won that trade, especially, I brought this up to you, the Jets tried to make the trade for Deebo Samuel with their 10th overall pick, and then the Eagles get A.J. Brown with the 18th overall pick.
As much as I want to sleep on these pillows, we shouldn't be sleeping on the Eagles. Shouldn't sleep on the rest of the NFL draft. Daniel Dopp and Mike Claire joining us now. They're going to take over, actually, to take us through fantasy impact in this class. For Phil and Scooby, I say goodbye for now. Woo! But we'll be watching from home. Enjoy the rest of the coverage from Vegas.
Do any of these 3 picks that I just said stand out to you at all with these guys?
Yeah, Matthew Butler is one that is really, really interesting just because he had a breakout year during his senior season at Tennessee. 8.5 tackles for loss, 5 sacks. I think he's one of the better or underrated defensive tackles in this entire group. And even though he was a bit of a late bloomer, the Raiders have a huge need along the interior. That's a spot they've been trying to solidify for quite a long time. They've really been patchworking it up until this point, signing one-year deals with guys like Jonathan Hankins and then some others. So I really like this selection a lot with Butler.
Okay, so what the Vegas Raiders have done, it took them a minute to be in their hometown and make a selection. They didn't pick until the 3rd round. They took Dylan Parham, a guard out of Memphis, and then in the 4th round they had 2 picks, Zamir White, running back out of Georgia, Neil Farrell Jr., defensive tackle out of LSU, and then in the 5th round, Matthew Butler, as Jordan just pointed out, defensive tackle out of Tennessee. Mike T., when you're looking at what the Vegas Raiders have done thus far, what do you think about their selections?
Well, you know, psychologically, we always used to do this. Like when we would trade for a player, we would put his card on the board. So any discussion we have around this has to include Devontae Adams. So from that standpoint, you know, they've done exceptionally well. You know, their offensive line, to me, is a little suspect. The cupboard was a little bit bare there. I think Parham, their 3rd round pick, has a chance to start. They didn't exercise the option on Jacobs, so Zamir White makes a ton of sense to me. And as Jordan just mentioned, you know, their defensive line, the interior of their defensive line, they have 2 really, really good edge players, but interior definitely leaves a lot to be desired. So I think they're off to a really good start. And again, I think, Shay, we got to include Devontae Adams.
Yeah,
We're talking about their draft.
I agree with that. Let's go to the Chicago Bears here, guys. They didn't have a 1st round pick. They had 2 in the 2nd. We actually had a chance yesterday to talk to Kyler Gordon, and I said this to him, being from Chicago, bread and butter is the defense. It's got to be stout. It's got to be that monsters of the midway, gritty kind of mentality. Their last pick here in the 5th round, it was their final pick of the 5th round. They've got 3 picks in the 7th round, 3 picks in the 6th round. They took Dominique Robinson, outside linebacker out of Miami. And Ian, I know you have more on him.
Yeah, this was an unsolicited text I got from a D-line coach in the NFL. And Jordan, you're nodding your head already. I got this yesterday in round 3. Quote, keep an eye on Robinson from Miami of Ohio as a pass rusher. Underrated. If he was a P5 guy, he's going in the 2nd round latest. Man, he's long. He's explosive. Jordan, I think Chicago might have something here at 174 with Dom Robinson out of Miami of Ohio.
So he came to Miami, Ohio as a quarterback, and then he transitioned to wide receiver, and then he went to the other side of the football. Now, he's still a little bit lean. He's about 240 pounds, but he has that lean, slinky type of body. Still needs to fill out. But you talk about first step explosiveness, being able to bend, corner, and finish to the quarterback. He's able to do that naturally.
All right, let's bring in a guest, guys. Let's go to Matt Bowen right now, NFL writer, analyst for us here at ESPN. He was a 6th-round pick by the Rams back in the 2000 draft, so he knows a thing or two about what this day 3 life is all about. Matt, thanks so much for being with us. I know you have dissected this draft up and down and what guys fit best where, and so I know this is kind of a big picture question, but as you take a step back now, Matt, and we're almost through 5 rounds of this thing, is there a player that you think, or maybe multiple, fit really well with their new teams?
I think, too, that you just mentioned, you were talking about the Chicago Bears defensively, what they're doing in the secondary. With Kyler Gordon, how he's going to fit in Matt Eberflus's defense, what they want to do, playing cover 2, be physical at the point of attack, tackle in the run game, excellent transition. Speaking, the safety position with Jaquan Brisker out of Penn State. And I think Jaquan Brisker, I use the term multi-dimensional trait. What I mean by that is you look at the safety combinations in the NFL right now, especially the Buffalo Bills, with Micah Hyde and Jordan Poyer. You want safeties like that in today's NFL. Can play split safety coverage, can spin down to the box, match up versus a tight end in coverage, tackle and blitz. I think that Brisker gives Chicago that multi-dimensional feel to a defense. And look, you look at Chicago top to bottom right now, that roster is pretty talent deficient. I think they got two players that are scheme specific to exactly what they want to do on the defensive side of the ball.
Matt, Mike Tannenbaum, big fan of your work, and just curious, anybody else besides Chicago that you think really has stood out so far?
Well, if you look at, Mike, great to talk to you too. If you're looking at teams, obviously you're going to mention the Jets, right? Ahmad Gardner, I think this needs to be mentioned, Mike, with Ahmad Gardner, Sauce Gardner, what he does. Everyone knows about the man coverage traits. So, Mike, you know this just as well as anybody. In today's league, especially on the defensive side of the ball, you're getting more zone coverage, right? You're playing quarters, you're playing cover three. But you need that corner who can match up against a boundary X receiver. And Sauce can do that for you. He's long, he's aggressive, he's competitive. He will challenge you in coverage, and that allows you now to push your safety to the front side. Garrett Wilson, I thought, was one of the top receivers in this class, maybe the top one. If you look at Jameson Williams, coming off the knee injury, dynamic playmaking traits. That's another offensive weapon for Zach Wilson. Jermaine Johnson, I don't know why he slipped, Mike. I really don't. I thought he had top 10 pass rushing traits. And look what they do after that. Breece Hall has put 3 down ability. If you're looking for a player comp, I thought he's very similar to Matt Forte when he was here in Chicago with the Bears in terms of being able to catch the ball out of the backfield, very smooth, fluid runner, can handle volume also in the run game. I thought the Jets did really well. And a team that I don't think everyone's talking about enough, what about the Houston Texans? Derek Stingley, we can talk about the last 2 years, understandably, the injury he had, but his 2019 tape is some of the best tape I've seen in a long time in terms of looking at a corner with coverage traits, ball skills, and that competitive play style. They get Kenyon Green, an interior offensive lineman. Jalen Petrie now. It's going to be interesting to see how Lovie Smith utilizes him in the secondary. Very disruptive at Baylor. John Mechie, I think, is one of the top route runners, tough inside the numbers. You get Damian Pierce also. Downhill runner who seeks out contact at the running back position. I really like what Houston has done.
Hey, Matt, just going back to the Stingley, Sauce Gardner. So if you were running a team, especially with your acumen and your DB sort of experience, and you had to pick one guy, who would you have taken, Stingley or Gardner?
I'll tell you what, I've been asked that question multiple times, and a lot of times I get different answers. I guess it depends on what tape
That's why you're so good in the media.
You're watching that day. Yeah. Man, I've said this before. I thought what Sauce did at Cincinnati last year, and even going to the tape against Alabama, I thought he challenged those Alabama wide receivers. That's a good tape for him, too. I would probably go with Sauce. And the reason why is because I think of today's NFL. That's nothing against Derek Stingley. I think he's a really, really high-level player. But if you really put me on the spot, and I'm playing more split safety and rotating and spinning my secondary late, I got to take care of that boundary X receiver. I think you have to today. There's so much 3-by-1 trip sets, and that boundary X is such a vital tool for offensive football that I'm going to take Sauce because I'm going to race that boundary X.
Matt, who are a couple players that may have slid down and some teams may have gotten a big-time steal, whether going back to Thursday, Friday, or today?
Well, we mentioned Jermaine Johnson. I think that's obviously one with the Jets. I have to look at the quarterbacks. I have to. I think you have to talk about the quarterbacks in this draft. I thought they would go much higher. I really did. I've always said, and Mike knows this, I think there's 2 drafts. There's a quarterback draft and there's the NFL draft. The quarterback draft usually dictates a lot of other positions on the board. I thought Malik Willis had first-round traits in terms of the arm talent, the movement ability, what he can do off-platform. I understand there's going to be a transition period because of what Malik Willis was asked to run and execute in his college offense at Liberty. I think that's understandable. Desmond Ridder. Now, I do think Desmond Ridder went to a great spot in Atlanta. But Desmond Ridder, to me, he's a pace and touch thrower. He can generate velocity when needed. Got good movement skills. So he can attack the edge and boot. And you put him in an offense with play-action elements like he's going to have in Atlanta. I think eventually he can develop into a quality starter. One name I'll mention from today, Tariq Woolen, the corner out of University of Texas, San Antonio. I thought he would go higher just because of the traits. You're talking about a corner that's 6'4", 6'4", and runs in the 4.2s. Okay, and there's a lot of things that if I'm a defensive back coach with Tariq Woolen, I cannot teach. I can't teach those physical tools he has at the position. I can't teach the length he has at the point of attack to make plays in the football, whether it's an in break or it's a vertical throw down the field. There's other things. There's going to be a transition for him coming from a smaller program, but that's someone I thought would go earlier on day 2, in that range because of the traits.
What'd you make of Cole Strange going in round 1 out of UT Chattanooga as you laugh, kind of like Les Snead, GM of the Rams, and the head coach out there, Sean McVay, saying, hey, we're watching him at 104. Ha, ha, ha. But anyway, what'd you make of the Patriots, quote, reaching for Cole Strange?
It was an interesting pick. Now, in 2 to 3 years, maybe they're laughing at us, okay?
Yep.
Because he turns out to be a quality starter. I think, look, I do think he can be a quality starter in this league. I'm not discounting that at all. But you look at that pick, you look at Tyquan Thornton also in the second round. I didn't think Tyquan Thornton would go that high. So that's another one right there. And then they draft a quarterback in the 4th round. Okay, so that's a very interesting draft. Okay, and it's very easy on Saturday of day 3 to question everyone's draft class and say, I didn't think you should go there. We're going to find out if this works for them. But some of their picks, especially based on draft value, where they selected them, are moving up to get players, and the positional targets that they had, they made you think a little bit. Okay, it made you think a little bit. Does that mean they're wrong? No, it does not mean they're wrong. But I thought their first 2 picks were guys they could have gotten later.
Hey, Matt Bowen, we really appreciate the time, the insight, some really good stuff there, really in-depth stuff. Again, he's our NFL writer and analyst here at ESPN and a former 6th-round pick by the Rams. Thank you again.
All right, have a great day. Thank you.
See ya, that's Matt Bowen. Guys, while we were talking to Matt Bowen, the 5th round has come to a close here in the 2022 NFL Draft. The last few picks here, we talked about Damone Clark, I believe, inside linebacker. He went to the Cowboys. The Detroit Lions took James Mitchell, a tight end. John Ridgeway was next off the board, a defensive tackle. John Ridgeway went to the Dallas Cowboys. The Detroit Lions took James Mitchell, a tight end. Kingsley, I'm not sure on this one. I'm hoping you can help me with it here, Jordan. Enigbare, defensive end out of South Carolina. He went to the Green Bay Packers, and with that pick, Jordan, of Kingsley, that brings round 5 to a close.
Yeah, I like the selection of Enigbare. He's a player that really was everything for South Carolina last year. And, Shane Beamer's done a really good job of bringing some talent into that program. They have another player next year that they're excited about, and Zach Pickens, who we're going to hear a lot about next year too. So Enigbare really was everything for that defensive line. Now, he didn't test as well as what a lot of people thought he would do. He ran in the low 4.9s at 6'4", 265 pounds. So I think that's why he slipped this far, but he goes to a great situation in Green Bay that values those big, thick base ends like a Preston Smith and then also a Rashawn Gary too.
Okay, go ahead.
And he also has versatility to slide inside the way Devontae Wyatt does. So when you think about what they've done, Shay, like Enigbare, but going back to their first 2 picks with Quay Walker and Devontae Wyatt, we heard Associate General Manager Aaron Rodgers talk about how they were going to address the defense, and he was quite sure that they would get a receiver, but I think this fits to the theme that they knew they had to shore up that side of the ball.
Okay, so the Dallas Cowboys, too, guys, had 4 picks here in the 5th round. They took Matt Waletzko, offensive tackle out of North Dakota, Darren Bland, cornerback out of Fresno State, and then they had 2 picks within 2 picks within each other here towards the end of the 5th round. And they went Damone Clark, inside linebacker out of LSU, and John Ridgeway, defensive tackle out of Arkansas. And for more on those guys, we go to Ian.
Let's stay with Damone Clark. I mean, he wore 18 at LSU for a reason. And for people who don't know the tradition of number 18 at LSU, that is voted on by the 18s. It gets handed down, and it is, it's high character and a leader of men. It's a remarkable college football tradition there at Death Valley. And Damone Clark, one SEC coordinator told me he was the 2nd best linebacker we faced all year. Number 1 wore 17 to Georgia, Nakobe Dean. He said 18 at LSU was not far behind. That was unsolicited. Now, he has a herniated disc. That's why he fell this far. Oh. A lot of GMs, a lot of scouts I talked to had a 2nd-round grade on Damone Clark. Jordan, you're nodding your head as well, man. He closed out the Texas A&M game we had here on ESPN Radio. I was there with back-to-back sacks, a true leader of men. And, again, when you wear 18, that goes deep. And when it comes to character at LSU, one general manager told me, quote, this will be a redshirt year for him. I expect him to make a full recovery. He's worth the flyer in the late rounds. And the Dallas Cowboys, they have a tradition. You go, Jordan, if you're a hurt linebacker, they'll take you. Go back to Sean Lee, a certain guy out of Notre Dame, right? And now here's Damone Clark. I think they have a steal in the LSU Bengal Tiger.
Yeah, I mean, the Cowboys definitely have a type when they're talking about linebackers. Jalen Smith, who obviously was in the bowl game. Leighton Vander Esch was hurt as well with the neck, and then now with Damone Clark. So they've shown that injuries doesn't really steer them away from a linebacker. They're willing to take a chance on a guy or injury red flag or somebody that has durability issues just because they're hoping the gain outweighs the risk. And with Damone Clark, we're talking about a player, as you mentioned, that probably would have been a second-round pick. He probably was going to end up in that area. Was great at the Senior Bowl. And he was one of those guys that you feel his presence whenever you're in it. At the Senior Bowl, I mean, he's every bit of 6'3", 240 pounds, and I was wowed with how big he was up close.
So, again, that's Damone Clark, inside linebacker out of LSU, one of 4 fifth-round picks for the Dallas Cowboys. After that selection, they went John Ridgeway, defensive tackle out of Arkansas. They do have one remaining pick here in the 6th round, which, by the way, is underway here at the 2022 NFL Draft. Jordan Reed, Ian Fitzsimmons, Shea Cornett, Mike Tannenbaum. We're going to take you all the way through the end of the 7th round. We're breaking it all down. But coming up next, new Arizona Cardinals tight end Trey McBride will join us. This is the 2022 NFL Draft on ESPN Radio.
Welcome back to ESPN. Mike Clay, my name is Daniel Dopp. We're going to be hanging out with you guys for the rest of the NFL Draft here. Taking over for Scooby and Phil, who did a pretty good job, I want to say.
More than pretty good.
Yeah, we got some big shoes to fill.
Yeah, yeah. We do. But we're gonna shake it up a little, right?
Yeah, we're gonna.
I don't know if they were talking a lot of fantasy. That's what we're gonna do.
We're gonna talk a lot more fantasy. We're gonna talk some football here. Most importantly, we're gonna show off the Jalen Ramsey socks that I wore for the draft today.
What?
I came prepared. Let's just.
I have very short black socks. I don't have those. But thanks for filling me in on the dress code.
Yeah, no big deal. Yeah. No big deal. Hey, why don't we just get right into it, Mike Clay? Let's talk about some day 3 stuff. How does that sound?
I guess so. I mean, there's a lot that happened on day 1 and 2.
A lot that happened on day 1 and 2. We're gonna get into later. That. Yeah. We're gonna go into so much from day 1 and day 2. But day 3. Obviously, there's a lot of stuff that happens here. A lot of guys that end up falling to day 3. Some of them will have some fantasy impact. Most of them probably won't. But I just want to ask you, I'm curious if there's anybody here that started in either the 4th or 5th round that you think might have some either fantasy or actual NFL impact this year?
Yeah, I mean, we have seen the past few seasons, right, running backs start to fall, right? I mean, occasionally you see a back-end first-round pick, an early second-round pick. We're going to get into some surprise running back selections, of course, throughout the next couple hours. But as running backs fall, some teams will wait, and then they'll target maybe a day 3 running back that can make an impact right away for their team. Great example of that last year, Michael Carter, right? He was a day 3 pick, and he was the top-scoring fantasy running back at one point in the middle of the season before he got injured. So
the Jets definitely don't need a running back then.
No way. There's no way they took it. No, we'll get to that for sure. But I'll tell you what, one of the first picks in this round, or in round 4 today was Dameon Pierce. He goes to Houston. Now, this is a bigger back, almost 220 pounds. It's not a guy that saw a ton of volume at the college level, kind of surprisingly, right? It just didn't really make a lot of sense for a guy with his skill set, his explosiveness, his size, very strong back. But he goes to Houston, and this is a team we targeted as needing a running back, right? They signed Marlon Mack, who barely played over the past 2 seasons due to injury and the Jonathan Taylor emergence. And Rex Burkhead is there. He was pretty good for them last year, at least in terms of soaking up snaps. So that's an opportunity. Maybe at some point he takes control as the lead back here in his rookie season. We're going to be talking about him in the mid to late rounds of drafts.
Absolutely. Let's talk about Zamir White and Isaiah Spiller. They went back-to-back. Zamir White going to the Raiders. And something to note, Josh Jacobs did not have his 5th-year option picked up by Las Vegas. So I'm curious, Zamir White getting taken here. Can I overreact and say, this is Josh Jacobs' replacement, draft him now? Can we say that?
Yeah, well, you could say that draft did not go well for the Raiders, right? 3 first-round picks 4 years ago. None of the 5th-year options were picked up, including Jacobs. Now, look, if he has a solid year, they could sign him. He could end up sticking around. But for now, yeah, they scooped up White today. Again, 214 pounds, downhill runner, was a big winner at the Combine. He was fantastic at the Combine, really helped himself. 4.40 at 214 pounds. Pretty good speed score there. Not a receiving option, so I'm worried in fantasy he could be limited out as like a Jordan Howard, Nick Chubb type. But, look, I think it's going to be sort of a redshirt year, barring injuries. You have Josh Jacobs, you have Kenyon Drake. Even Amir Abdullah can be utilized in a passing role. So they have some options there. And then Isaiah Spiller goes to the Chargers. You mentioned him. Again, all these guys like in the same weight class here. 214 pounds. Again, more of a downhill, elusive, force miss tackle guy. He could a little bit more versatile, I'd say, than Zamir White. Struggled a bit at the Combine, but very young, only 20 years old. But the thing about Spiller is, I like him more. I mean, he might end up being the most valuable in fantasy of this group because of his insurance value. I mean, first of all, Austin Eckler, how often do you hear this, right? Austin Eckler says, I don't want a full load, right? I want someone else to take some of the workload off, right? Well, this would be the guy, right? Because it's Josh Kelly and it's Larry Roundtree. They bring in Isaiah Spiller. This is a guy, again, very young. They don't have to bring him along quickly because of his youth, but they need that number 2. He's a bigger back that can help out Austin Eckler right out of the gate. So I'm intrigued by him. He's a guy that's going to be on my radar this year, and I'm going to have my eye on a dynasty.
Hey, we're going to stay here. Please do not leave. We're going to throw it back to Mike, Shay, Ian, and Jordan. Wow, there's so many people there. We'll be back next time, guys. Just a little bit.
Hey, thank you so much, Doug. Yeah, our coverage continues here from Las Vegas of the 2022 NFL Draft. Guys, we have entered round 6. Round 6 off and running. As a reminder, teams get 5 minutes to pick in round 6, and then in round 7 that drops to 4 minutes. So we're nearing the end here of this entire situation. It's been a fun 3 days here, and teams are you laughing at me because I said situation?
Yes.
And teams are starting to make these final picks, and we'll give some final evaluations on all of it. Shay Cornett, Mike Tannenbaum, Ian Fitzsimmons, Jordan Reed here with me, and they're just laughing at me because this is the point of the day now. We've been on the air almost 4 hours where we're all starting to be like, okay, what's happening? Let's reset. Let's figure this thing out. All right, we're in the 6th round now here, guys, and there's quite a few teams that still have a lot of picks in the 6th and 7th round. And so I ask you, Mike T, as a former GM, how important are these last 2 rounds? Because I think sometimes if a fan or someone from an outside looking in, people disregard Mr. Irrelevant or the 6th and 7th round when really you can find some value players, especially in a year like this.
Yeah, great point, Shay. And Fitz has brought this up for 3 days, this whole notion of super seniors. So, again, players that had an impact to their eligibility of COVID. So this year in particular, we're going to see a lot of quality players go. And, we're in the 6th round. But even if we go back to the 5th round, we're going to see a number of really good players that are going to come out of this that we've talked about. Damone Clark, but for a herniated disc, probably would have gone a lot earlier. Jordan mentioned Ingabari from South Carolina, great fit for Green Bay. And obviously the most legendary 6th round pick of all time was pick 199 of the New England Patriots, where it was Tom Brady. And so there will be quality players, especially this year. And I think between this and next round, there'll be a couple of noteworthy players that will be worth keeping an eye on.
Okay, and we will do that. Again, we'll take you all the way through the 7th round right here on ESPN Radio. We now have a guest, and for that, we go to Ian Fitzsimmons.
He's a new Arizona Cardinal. He, in my opinion, the best pass-catching tight end in this draft, but that's not doing him justice also because one general manager told me coming into the draft, Trey McBride out of Colorado State is an old-fashioned two-way tight end, and he invoked the name Jason Witten. And Trey McBride joins us now here on ESPN Radio with Mike Tannenbaum, Shay Cornett, Jordan Reed. I'm Ian Fitzsimmons. Trey, we talked last week, and you were just excited to go anywhere to any team. Now that you have a home and you're an Arizona Cardinal and you're going to be catching passes from Kyler Murray, what has the last 24, 48 hours been like for you?
Yeah, it's just so exciting and so surreal. This is something I've really dreamed of my whole entire life. And to finally, get that call and be, chosen and to be an Arizona Cardinal, this is, a dream come true. This is such a beautiful organization. They have such a, reputation of winning. And I'm just so excited to be a part of that winning culture and continue to grow that. And, I just want to win a Super Bowl. And, to catch balls from Kyler is going to be very special.
You go back to your upbringing, man. You're from a small town in Colorado. Your moms are unbelievable. Your brothers are competitive as hell. You go back to that young kid, all right, maybe 7, 8, 9 years old, growing up in Fort Morgan, Colorado, and now you're an NFL tight end. If you could go back and tell that young kid you're going to be an Arizona Cardinal, you're going to be a 2nd-round pick, what would that kid tell you?
You know, I probably would have thought you were crazy. You know, this is so cool. This is something that you really dream of, and I think every kid dreams of this. And you know, being from where I'm from, it's very hard to make it out. Not very many people do. So I'm just so honored and so grateful, and to, you know, make my town proud and things like that. This is just very special to not only me but the community that I'm from. This is just a dream come true.
Talking to Trey McBride right now, a tight end at Colorado State, and now one of the newest members of the Arizona Cardinals. And Trey, I don't know how much you've been paying attention, because I know the last few days have been probably very hectic for you as you figure out where you're going to live and what you're going to do and everything that goes along with now being an Arizona Cardinal. But the Cardinals have also acquired a guy named Marquise Hollywood Brown. So they add to this offensive side of the ball. You already got DeAndre Hopkins there, so this could be a team that's absolutely loaded. What do you think this Cardinals offense is capable of this year?
You know, I think they're very explosive and very dynamic. You know, with a guy like Kyler who really can do a lot of different things. You know, he's so electric and so dynamic and can really do so many things. And with all the weapons, D-Hop, all those guys, Zach, you know, the new receiver Brown. I mean, it's just going to be so cool and so explosive. I'm just so eager to be a part of this and excited to see what these coaches want to do. It's just going to be like, I mean, this is awesome. I can't ask for much more than this.
Trey, Jordan Reed here. Thanks for joining us. You had over 1,000 yards last year, but only one touchdown. Did you tell the coaches, like, hey, man, can you get me an end zone a little bit more? How did that go?
You know, it's just we were a run-heavy team, and that's what we did. We didn't throw the ball when we got down there in the red zone, but, you know, I had no issue. As long as we were scoring points, man, it didn't matter to me how we were getting them. But, no, super excited, man. I think I could bring a lot of, you know, dynamic, you know, play to my game, and just excited to see what these coaches do and go from there.
Trey, give us a scout report on yourself. What's the one thing you feel like you have to get better at the next level?
You know, I think just continually improving every day. I think I want to be the best player that I could possibly be, and really just fine-tuning everything. There's way less room for error here in this league, so I know I just got to be as perfect and precise in everything that I do, whether that's breaking, you know, in and out of cuts on routes or hand placement on blocks, whatever it is. I just got to be as perfect as I possibly can, because the room for error is much smaller.
When we last talked, you had a great phrase, because a lot of people had a first-round grade on you last year, but you came back for one more year. And you told me last week when we talked, you don't wish time away. Describe what that means to you.
Yep. Yeah, you know, I was told that by my head coach, you know, never wish time away. And it really hit home. I just, you know, I love Fort Collins. I love playing there at Colorado State, and I didn't want to leave quite yet. I wasn't ready. And, you know, just wanted to stay that extra year. And like you said, didn't want to wish time away. But, you know, my time's come now, and I'm super excited to you know, move on to that next chapter of my life and be an Arizona Cardinal. I'm so excited to get down there to Phoenix and get to work.
Well, there's a guy on that coaching staff named Devin Fitzsimmons. That if that last name rings a bell, yeah, that's my brother. Don't put up with any abuse from that dude. Go right ahead, kick him right in the teeth, okay, Trey? Just go. You got full carte blanche right there.
You got it. I'll tell him it's coming. I'll tell him it's coming right from you.
Done and done, Trey. Congratulations, man. Welcome to the NFL.
Yeah, thank you so much. Go Cardinals.
Trey McBride, yes. Colorado State.
Trey McBride, also one of the newer members of the Arizona Cardinals. And in that interview, guys, you hear him say he just wants to get there and he wants to win a Super Bowl. If for some reason the Arizona Cardinals do go to the Super Bowl this year, that would be 3 years back-to-back that the home team would be playing in a Super Bowl, because this year the Super Bowl is in Arizona, which would be insane for that to happen 3 years in a row. Obviously, we saw it with Tampa Bay and the Buccaneers, Rams in L.A., and then it could
They'll have to overcome some coaching deficiencies, but that's okay.
See, don't do that. He's not here to defend himself as your brother, so that's not even fair. But, guys, so the Arizona Cardinals have quite a few picks left still on the board here. So Trey McBride was their first pick that they took in the second round, the 55th pick overall. They went tight end. And then their next two picks were defensive end. So they've got another pick here, two more, rather, in the 6th round. And then they've got 3 in the 7th. Jordan Reed, let's talk about these Arizona Cardinals a little bit more. There's been a little off-the-field situations here going on with Kyler Murray, so they need to get right. And last year we saw this Arizona Cardinals team come out hot, right? Going on a win streak, and then things kind of fell apart, especially within their own division. What do they need to do here in the later rounds to kind of get this thing back on track?
Well, I think they still need to continue to address the trenches, and they've done a really good job of doing that already. Trey McBride, I think, is going to help them significantly behind Zach Ertz there. So I really like the way they have addressed that. Cameron Thomas and Myjai Sanders are 2 players that I think can step in and contribute right away. I think Myjai needs to gain a little bit of weight.
Yeah, a little light.
Keep that from fluctuating. He was sick. I believe he was at the combine weighing at 228 pounds, which is a significantly low weight for a defensive end. And then he's not already a thick guy anyway, so he needs to figure out a way to play around 250 to 255 pounds. I think that would be most comfortable for him, even higher than that. But Cameron Thomas is really interesting just because he's a player that was amongst one of the highest pressure percentage guys throughout the country. He has versatility as well. He can slide inside. He can play some 1 technique or 3 technique on 3rd down, I should say. But I think he's a natural 5 technique entering the league. But it's going to be really interesting to see them having 4 picks to finish the night. It's going to be interesting to see what they do here.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And obviously they lose guys like Chandler Jones. They lost Christian Kirk. They lost Chase Edmonds. But now when you bring in Hollywood Brown and Trey McBride, perhaps D-Hop hopefully will be healthy. They've got a little more offensive firepower. We pause now, 10 seconds for station identification. This is the 2022 NFL Draft on ESPN Radio. Let's go back to those quarterbacks. Sam Howell was the last quarterback that we saw come off the board to start the 5th round in day 3 of the 2022 NFL Draft. So the question we're asking is, which quarterback drafted this year is going to see the field first? Not always necessarily means the first one taken off the board. We'll talk about it next. You're listening to the 2022 NFL Draft right here on ESPN Radio.
Welcome back to the ESPN studios again. My name is Daniel Dopp. This is Mike Clay. And Mike, just like we've talked about, we are filling in right now for Scooby and for Phil. But we're in a situation. Well, not filling in. I guess
they're filling in. They're done. They're off. They went to dinner.
You know what?
They're having drinks right now. They're partying. We're working.
You think they're having drinks already? They just left.
Oh, yeah, they are.
So here's the thing.
Absolutely.
They traded
it's
us.
day 3 of the draft.
We traded Phil and Scooby for you and I, just like the Titans ended up trading A.J. Brown to the Philadelphia Eagles. Your Philadelphia Eagles. That was an awful segue. That was really bad. We're going to fix it next time. I'm just curious, though, from a fantasy perspective. A.J. Brown goes from one of the run-heaviest offenses in the NFL to the Eagles. Talk to us about how this changes his potential value.
Yeah, one of the run-heaviest offenses to another one of the run-heaviest offenses. Actually, you have to think the Eagles are going to be more balanced this year, right? I mean, they leaned toward the pass early last season. It wasn't working, and then they had a very easy schedule in the second half. They were able to run the ball. But I think with bringing in A.J. Brown, another year of Jalen Hurts, a full season as a starter, they throw it more, and perhaps that'll help out A.J. Brown. I'm a little worried, though, because he has more competition here, right? Dallas Goedert's going to demand a lot of targets. Devontae Smith was a top 10 pick last year. Miles Sanders in the backfield. They have a lot of mouths to feed suddenly in what could be a low-volume pass offense. But still a wide receiver, too. I just don't know if he's that top 12 guy we thought he'd be in Tennessee.
I want to ask you one more question about him. I know we got to move, but since entering the league, A.J. Brown is 15th in fantasy points per game and 55th in routes run per game. Wow. Do you think that he is going to run more routes in order to be on the field more, to be more than 50? Because the ceiling seems capped based on the offenses.
If they balance the offense out more, right? Because if they are still extremely run-heavy like they were in the second half last season, it's going to be hard to run a lot of routes. That's a problem. That's why he really hasn't gone over the top in fantasy just yet, but perhaps that changes in Philadelphia. Love the player. One of the best talents in the NFL at that position. Just got paid. Good situation there. Let's just take a step forward. Jalen Hurts, pass the ball more, and he'll be fine.
Yeah. All right, let's talk about who they replaced A.J. Brown with the Titans with. Traylon Burks used that pick to be able to take a wide receiver. Obviously, they brought in Bobby Trees on the other side during the offseason. Tell me what you think about these two guys now that A.J. Brown has vacated that receiving core.
Yeah, it's really interesting because Brown is out. Burks is in, of course, in the first round. Very intrigued. One of the biggest rookie wide receivers coming in this year. Super talented. But also, on top of that, Robert Woods, they bring him in. He's coming off a torn ACL. Is he going to play in the first month of the season? We don't know. Burks could be their number 1 wide receiver right away and demand a lot of targets. But we just talked about it with A.J. Brown, right? Is he going to run a lot of routes? Or they're going to give it to Derrick Henry over and over and over, and he could end up having 4 targets one game, 8 another if they're trailing. But again, A.J. Brown, when he played, though, he was pretty good in fantasy, and if Burks is the real deal, he could be pretty good as well. Again, especially with Woods likely to miss time. There is an avenue to a big rookie season. So like the spot, like him in Dynasty, like him in season long, this is at the very minimum a guy we're going to look at as a flex option in early 10 and 12 team drafts.
All right, let's talk about the Cardinals. They traded with the Ravens to get Hollywood Brown for Kyler Murray. Mike, I want to run through this. Kyler now has DeAndre Hopkins, Hollywood Brown.
Oh, he's good too.
Right? Zach Ertz, Trey McBride, Rondell Moore, James Conner, AJ Green. Like for fantasy, it seems like there's too many mouths to feed. Great for NFL, but from a fantasy perspective, tough for the Cardinals here?
It's really tough. As someone who does the projections, I already actually have done through day 3 all the projections, and I'm doing them progressively today. They're up on the site. I mean, it's hard to keep everyone happy, right? And I hate to say it, but DeAndre Hopkins downgraded a little bit. And keep in mind, his target share already plummeted last season, so that's a little bit of a concern. Brown is not going to see a quarter of the targets anymore. He falls a little bit. It hurts A.J. Green. It hurts the breakout potential for Rondale Moore. You got to move Zach Ertz down a little bit, so no doubt about it. There's definitely overall concerns, but I do still think Hollywood Brown in this situation will still be a fantasy starter at the very minimum.
And huge upside for Rashad Bateman real quick for the Ravens, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Really excited about that.
Remember, first-round pick last year, super talented, was hurt a lot during his rookie season, but a chance for a lot of volume. He could see a quarter of the targets now in this offense, even with Mark Andrews there. So remember, Lamar Jackson, he'll be back. He'll be healthy. He'll be good to go for this offense. So Bateman, 100% breakout candidate for 2022.
Love it. We're going to talk some more fantasy in a little bit, but now back to the radio broadcast with Shea, Jordan, Mike, and Ian.
NFL draft. We're in round 6 right now. Just got underway, about 10, 11 picks in so far. And we'll go all the way through the end of the 7th round. We'll break it all down for you, give you the biggest storylines. Let's start here, guys, with the quarterbacks. We've seen quite a few now come off the board. It was a long time coming, it felt like, after Thursday. But here we are. On Thursday, the first quarterback to come off the board was Kenny Pickett, the Pitt quarterback. He went number 20 overall to the Pittsburgh Steelers. And his new head coach, Mike Tomlin, had this to say about his new QB.
Well, we circled the globe, or at least the United States here, the last several months, man, just, exploring and researching. And it's funny, we, ended up with the guy from next door. We're excited about it, to be able to not only know what he's capable of, but to see his process, his maturation process, just a great deal of comfort. And we're excited.
So they've circled the globe, says one Mike Tomlin. You know what's still funny about this, though, guys? Not funny, that's the wrong word. But I still thought that there was a real possibility that Malik Willis was possibly going to go to the Pittsburgh Steelers, because all we talked about leading up to this draft was the high ceiling that he has, and has Kenny Pickett already reached that ceiling? Although then the counter argument to that was that Kenny Pickett was the most NFL-ready quarterback, and clearly the Pittsburgh Steelers are in a situation with Mitch Trubisky there in Pittsburgh now, where maybe they could have some sort of quarterback competition or let Kenny Pickett learn under him. But that division, the AFC North, is loaded with good quarterbacks at this point.
Yeah, and this is the ultimate let's win for today, hopefully with Trubisky, and develop for tomorrow with Kenny Pickett. But you're right, Deshaun Watson, obviously there's a lot to be going on with his eligibility. And then you look at the other two spots. Lamar Jackson's been a league MVP, and Joe Burrow just took the Bengals to the Super Bowl, so the bar is really high. So I love the fact that they scoured. But to me, the quarterback that gets on the field the first to me is Matt Corral, because his competition is only Sam Darnold. So I think Kenny Pickett winds up sitting, not because he's not a good player, but I think Trubisky is probably a little bit more of an improved player after spending that year in Buffalo. So of all the quarterbacks so far, Shea, to me, I think Corral gets on the field first.
Okay, we'll talk more about Matt Corral here in just a minute. But Jordan, you weren't here with us on Thursday when Kenny Pickett was the first quarterback to go off the board and go to the Pittsburgh Steelers with the 20th overall pick. What was your reaction?
I was a bit surprised, just because all we heard leading up to the draft was Malik Willis, how Mike Tomlin really wanted a mobile type of quarterback, and Pickett's plenty mobile, but Willis just takes it to a different level as far as from a mobility standpoint, the arm power and the arm strength that he does have. But the story of the weekend is just only 2 quarterbacks inside of the top 74 picks, I believe it was. But one guy that I wouldn't be surprised to see touch the field first is Desmond Ridder, just because Marcus Mariota just has had durability issues throughout his career. So I think Ridder may have to play a little bit earlier than he may be ready. I think he's one of the more pro-ready guys of this bunch, but just talking about the situation, we know Mariota's probably going to get hurt at some point, just because that's been the downfall of his career. Is the same way in Tennessee. Durability's always been his biggest concern, so Ridder may have to play a little bit earlier than when he's ready.
Speaking of surprises in this year's draft, Ian, Desmond Ridder being the second quarterback to come off the board and not Malik Willis. He went to the Falcons at number 74. That was surprising me.
Oh, stunned all of us, and to a degree also, the Steelers taking Pickett over Malik Willis. We talked about, Malik Willis's pro day. Who's he at dinner with for hours the night before?
Mike Tomlin, yeah.
Who's following Malik Willis around like a puppy? It was
the dinner
Mike Tomlin. And Mike T brought it up going, hey, dinner must not have been that good, right? Because they went with Kenny Pickett. But your question is, by the way, who sees the field first, right?
Sure. Yep. Go there.
Malik Willis. He'll be on the field with Ryan Tannehill in some form of a funky package. So there you go. It will be Malik Willis as some kind of a trick play. There it is. Bam. He gets on the field before Kenny Pickett or Desmond Ridder.
So the Titans obviously took Malik Willis with the number 86 overall pick. And speaking of him, we had a chance to catch up with his head coach from Liberty, Hugh Freeze. And he told us why he thought Malik Willis fell as far as he did in this year's draft.
I'm not one to ever second guess other coaches and staffs because I know what that looks like. But obviously, I have a bias toward Malik. And I think that there's going to be a lot of teams that regret passing him up. Having said that, that's their right, and we respect that, and trust that it works out the way it's supposed to. And truthfully, I love him going to Tennessee.
All right, so he goes to Tennessee, does Malik Willis, and he's going to be the first quarterback to see the field first, according to our Ian Fitzsimmons. I know you said Matt Corral, and did you say Desmond?
Hold on, for people just tuning in, it's a trick play kind of deal, right? Ryan Tannehill's the starter, but Malik Willis is such a freakish athlete. Yeah, he's getting on the field at some point
for some sort of trick
play.
Exactly
right. There
are they going to call?
Down situation.
In other words, I'm avoiding the question.
Yeah,
by giving
he's
you
not
that
saying
answer.
starter. He's
actually he's going to a whole other level. He's going back to the Wildcat because that first-round pick was Treylon Burks from
Arkansas.
Wildcat.
Hog hunter, man. A guy, all he does is go kill feral hogs with, gloves and a knife, and that's it.
I love that.
When I asked him why a knife, you got to give the hog a chance.
That's terrible. Jordan Reed, did you say Desmond Ridder? Who do you think is the first quarterback to see the field?
Yeah, I said Desmond
Ridder. Okay, speaking of Desmond Ridder, Desmond Howard agrees with you. Jordan Reed, here he is on why Desmond Ridder is the quarterback that he believes in most from this draft class.
I believe in Desmond Ridder. I do. I like Desmond. I think Desmond Ridder is a guy who's played a tremendous amount of football. Luke Fickell said it best. He's a leader, a great leader. He was a guy who competed for the #1 spot in Cincinnati. And during that competition, once he won, he also won the respect of the guy he beat out and won the respect of his teammates. And that's very, very rare. So I think Desmond Ridder comes in there with a maturity. He's played a lot of football. He's seen a lot. He understands blitzes. He understands zones, reads, coverages. He knows how to go through his progressions. I just believe that he's NFL ready.
All right, so that's Desmond Ridder. Now, the one quarterback we haven't really talked much about here, guys, is Sam Howell, who was the last quarterback to come off the board thus far. He went with the first pick in the 5th round to the Commanders. I want to go back to Matt Corral because he goes to the Panthers. And to me, the situation he's in is more interesting than the quarterback himself. No offense, just the fact that he's a rookie, and this isn't a guy I didn't think that was as high on some draft boards. But he goes to the Panthers. Again, a team that has been in the conversation for every veteran quarterback that's been out there. We talked about them maybe taking a quarterback as high as 6 because it was a desperate situation. They were reckless with their quarterback room last year and bringing in Cam Newton. They picked up Sam Darnold's 5th-year option. They owe him a ton of money. They were floating in P.J. Walker in times when I didn't think it was necessary. And so when they've got Matt Corral now on their roster, and we heard yesterday that perhaps, again, take this with a grain of salt, that takes them out of the mix for Baker Mayfield. Why do you think Matt Corral is the first guy to see the field when they've got a guy like Sam Darnold in there who, albeit against lesser competition, did win their first 3 games last season?
Because he has proclivities to turn the ball over that go back to USC. That was my concern about him. He turned it over there, turned it over at the Jets, turned it over with Carolina. And if I'm Matt Rule, there's a great axiom, which is a lot of times in football, Shea, your opponent will lose the game before you have to win it. And I think Matt Rule, just watching him play, his teams at Temple and Baylor, they're tough teams. They're well coached. They're disciplined. And I think what they're going to try to do is run the ball with McCaffrey, play action, play really good defense, and I think Corral could beat out Darnold.
Yeah, that will be an interesting one to watch. That's for certain. Now, guys, we've talked a lot about the Baker Mayfield situation there in Cleveland, but there is a quarterback that's there in Cleveland that the reason they're going to ship Baker Mayfield out of town, or maybe it's the reason they haven't, I don't know, is because Deshaun Watson is now a member of the Cleveland Browns. And he comes in there, and we don't know what's going to happen with him playing next season. We have no idea what the league is going to do with the suspension. But to me, as being the female voice on this broadcast, I hate that we're in this situation where we have to speculate. Is he going to play? Is he going to be suspended? Why don't we have more information? Why hasn't anyone come forward? Why do we have to cover his press conference and still all have all these answers and break down what he's saying in this press conference? I hate that for us. I understand that a grand jury found him innocent in terms of a criminal case, and there are still 22 civil lawsuits out there. But to me, it has been a problem that the league hasn't come forward and said anything about what's going to happen next season. We've gone almost through the draft. We're going to be into OTAs here shortly. Like, we're moving full steam ahead into the 2022 season, and we still have so many question marks about a quarterback who has a lot of, and I'm staying with allegations, a lot of allegations against him.
Yeah, there's a lot to unpack with, 22, those are 22 potential victims. Now, again, there was two different
grand juries.
Yeah,
two grand juries that decided not to indict.
Did not proceed. So from a criminal standpoint, now there is history though. In 2010, Commissioner Goodell, the same commissioner, Shea, suspended Ben Roethlisberger initially for 6 games. It was reduced to 4 games, and there was no criminal charges that were even brought in front of a grand jury. So there is precedent for him to suspend a player. But it sounds like to me that they want clarity before they move forward, because if you suspend him based on these civil allegations pending, does that mean he has to do that for other players? And now you open up, there's other ramifications to that. So I think that's why the league is trying to be patient. But your point's a good one, which is, can you go into the season and let him play because there's 22 of these civil allegations? Now, if the grand jury came back in Texas and said, hey, we're moving forward, I think, he goes on the exempt list and probably doesn't play. So the other factor in this is, what does the NFLPA do? D. Smith has to represent the players. And how does he get involved? What's his posture? So to me, there's a lot more questions now than answers.
I have no earthly idea if he's going to hit the field or not, but it is a big question that's still out there. It's not a yes, he is, a firm yes, or a firm no, he isn't. But I will say this. Tom bleeping Brady was suspended 4 games for error in footballs. The immaculate deflation. Now, if that gets 4 games, 22 civil lawsuits and allegations.
22. We're not talking about 1 or 2.
22.
Yes.
For sexual misconduct? Yeah. I mean, it's going to be, if you're the commissioner and you're 31 other owners not involved with the Cleveland Browns, you're taking a good, hard look at saying, you know what? He's not hitting the field yet until.
And here's the other problem I have with this whole situation. And let the due process play out, fine, whatever. You want to get to the bottom of all the facts. This is a man who has 22 civil allegations still out there, right? And he got a raise and got to pick where he wants to go. What kind of message are we sending with this? Like 22 civil allegations, yet you're going to get paid more money than everybody else, get more guaranteed money than everyone else, and tell me where you want to do it. What? What is that? I hate that that's the way it's gone. And again, I know we don't have all the facts yet. I know we don't have all the answers. There's probably 13 people, right, that know the truth in this situation. Or I should say 23 people that know the truth in this situation. The 22 that have these civil allegations out there about him, and then the one person in Deshaun Watson. So I wasn't there, so I don't know exactly what happened. But the way this precedent has been set, from a female perspective, it's a bad look, in my opinion. Jordan, what do you think?
Yeah, I think all you guys are spot on as far as it'd be a really bad look if they let or allow Deshaun Watson to hit the field this year, especially when he has 22 cases open like he does. But the Browns give him a raise with the $230 million fully guaranteed.
And set the market, too.
Yeah, and set the market, which came with its own backlash.
Yeah.
Just watching that press conference with Andrew Berry. And then also Deshaun Watson, it was a bit tough to watch as far as them trying to not reason, but just trying to get through it, justify. And then they never said it was okay. But it's a tough decision for Roger Goodell, and I'm really interested to see what happens in the end.
Yeah, it just say something. That's all I'm asking. Just tell us something. You don't have to have all the answers all the time, but I know you have gone through a lot of the due process and coming to a conclusion to what is going on with this case. Just say something.
And getting back to your other point, from a football contract standpoint, he had a no-trade provision. And the thing that, if we go back to where part of this went sideways, was he signed an extension and then quickly asked for a trade. And what happened was, whether we think it's remarkable, fair, right, wrong, or indifferent, but Carolina, New Orleans, Atlanta, and Cleveland all wanted him. So the agent had if you put the 22 allegations aside, which is a very, again, serious number, the agent had 4 teams. Like, it was remarkable that they gave him the extension and also had a no-trade clause. So they gave him all the power. And then what we're seeing is, and we saw, I think, in part, Shay, in my opinion, the reason that money was so high is what's happened in the draft. There was one quarterback taken in the first 2 rounds. So I'm sure these other teams, be it Carolina, Atlanta, and New Orleans, all said, hey, this is an unbelievable opportunity if everything else is cleaned up. And because of that, we saw Cleveland do something that I think all of us were absolutely shocked by in terms of the total amount guaranteed.
And look, we've talked a lot about Baker Mayfield. We've talked a lot about the situation with the Cleveland Browns and obviously with Deshaun Watson now. And Baker Mayfield can be frustrated for a lot of reasons. But at the bare minimum, to be frustrated that this is a guy that got paid so much money, came in, yes, he took your job, and yes, it is business, and yes, he might be a better quarterback. But at this point, to take your job, take all that money, set the stage essentially for other quarterbacks when he's had to deal with all these other things behind the scenes, I could understand a little bit where the frustration comes from. All right, let's turn our attention here back to the NFL draft. We're rolling right through here in the 6th round of the 2022 NFL draft, live from Las Vegas. Shay Cornett, Mike Tannenbaum, Ian Fitzsimmons, Jordan Reed with you. Coming up next, we're going to dive into some of these picks, and we'll do it right here with the 2022 NFL draft on ESPN Radio.
All right, welcome back to the ESPN studios. Again, Daniel Dopp, Mike Clay. We're going to be talking some fantasy here. And, Mike, I want to talk about impact quarterbacks from this draft. Go. How many are there? No. Okay.
Thinking. I can't. Nothing. I got nothing. Were there any picks? Was there a quarterback picked?
I'll tell you what. Kenny Pickett. Kenny Pickett ended up going 20th overall to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Obviously, they have Mitchell Trubisky there in front of him. Talk to me about Kenny Pickett's potential value, probably not this year in redraft, but looking ahead to the future.
Yeah, maybe down the road. I mean, I will say one thing about this class. The top quarterbacks run the ball pretty well, right?
Yes,
They're pretty athletic. They all can, for the most part, bring at least a little bit of value in that department. So Pickett, look, he's the only first-round quarterback, and that's important because check this out. You look at we'll get more into the details on this later about how important it is to be a first-round quarterback when you're looking forward in fantasy. But the thing is, he's going to be on the field. From over the last 10 drafts before 2022, 37 quarterbacks were picked in the first round. Okay. Of the 37, Daniel, 30 took over as a starter before Week 10, right? So there's a very, very good chance he will be this team's starter by around mid-season, we'll say. And, honestly, there's really not a lot of threat there, right? Mitchell Trubisky was a backup for Josh Allen last year. Obviously, he didn't work out in Chicago. I think he'll be the Week 1 starter unless Pickett is just shining and clearly takes that job. Sure. Mason Rudolph's there as well, but it should be Kenny Pickett no later, I would say, than mid-season. Now, he scrambled quite a bit last year at Pitt. Obviously comfortable going from Pitt to Pittsburgh, a pretty good group of targets there as well. So could Pickett have some super flex value in the second half of the season? Maybe, but really you're just looking at a dynasty hold here. It's unlikely he's going to be a top 10 or top 12, probably not even a top 16 option here in his rookie season. Yeah, do you think that those weapons that you talked about are going to have a big difference between when Mitchell Trubisky is under center and when Kenny Pickett's under center? Or do you see Deontay Johnson and Chase Claypool and all those pass catchers, their value is basically the same regardless of who's there? Yeah, I don't think it'll move the needle a ton, right? I mean, I think Mitchell Trubisky can kind of hold down the fort. There's like levels of quarterback, right?
He's a
Quarterbacks that are
quarterback.
100%, right? There are quarterbacks who, once they go into the game, you're just like, everybody's done. I mean, right? It's just fantasy disaster, bench everyone. You don't want anyone in your lineups, right? There's other guys who can at least get the football to guys. Like, think about Carolina 2 years ago, right? Teddy Bridgewater, right? Didn't play too well, lost his job, was traded to Denver. They had three top 25 fantasy receivers, right? So, I mean, he held down the fort at the very least. I think Trubisky can maybe do that with a guy like Deontay Johnson and Chase Claypool, Pat Freiermuth. I will say this too. Pittsburgh's quarterback situation last year was not very good. With Big Ben. Big Ben kind of struggled in his final season. Yeah. And still, Deontay Johnson was very good. Claypool, not so much, had bad touchdown luck, but Freiermuth is pretty good. Najee Harris is very good, right? So they don't need elite. Some of those guys don't need elite quarterback play, right? So I think that regardless of who's in there, they'll be okay. It's just hard to say what it's going to look like, right? Because it's very different with that super conservative Big Ben throwing the passes who was there the last 2 years.
Now let's talk about another quarterback that potentially could get some time here. Desmond Ridder ended up getting taken by the Atlanta Falcons. They already have Marcus Mariota Under center, you got Drake London, who they drafted at 8 overall earlier in the draft. They still have Kyle Pitts from last year. And then not a whole lot after that. I mean, they still have Cordell Patterson, but like the receiving core is pretty thin once you get past that. Talk to me about Ritter's potential value for this Falcons team.
Yeah, see, he's not a first-round quarterback, so I'm not really interested.
Matter? Why does that matter?
Yeah, well, I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why that matters. Okay, check this out. If you look at the top 30 scoring fantasy quarterbacks from last year, from 2021, the top 30 scores, 21 first-round picks. If you look at the top 30 fantasy quarterbacks of the last decade, 23 were first-round picks. So, yes, there are exceptions, right? You're going to have a Tom Brady. You're going to have a Dak Prescott, even a Kirk Cousins, right, come after the first round. But almost always fantasy starters come from the first round. Once these guys went by the first round, I mean, you have to start wondering, you know, the NFL doesn't like them very much, right? Yeah. So they start falling. The odds of them progressing and becoming standouts are pretty low. Could happen. There'll be exceptions, but it's pretty unlikely. So, I think we'll talk more about this. I can go on a long rant about this because these guys are still getting picked. Guys we thought would be first-round picks have fallen, and people are still viewing them as essentially competition. I'm not so sure.
Yeah, it's tough for me understanding what you're saying. The Bradys, the Russell Wilsons, the Kirk Cousins, the Daks. You're looking at the exception to the rule, right? And in hindsight, It's easy for us to look back, but even NFL teams right now, they have no idea if Desmond Ridder or Malik Willis or any of these guys are going to turn out. So from that standpoint, you wait long enough, and I think you're right. It's just going to be tough. It's going to be tough to be able to figure out how to use these guys in fantasy going forward. I love what Ridder potentially could be. I mean, I don't think that Marcus Mariota obviously is not the answer there, right? You look, Drake London is going to be out there all the time. Kyle Pitts is going to continue to get his. There are options here in this offense, but I don't think that you can look at this and say that either Malik Willis or Desmond Ridder or any of these other guys are the exception to the rule when we're talking about the Bradys and the Daks and the Russes.
Yeah, certainly everyone doing mock drafts and doing boards thought more of these quarterbacks than 32 NFL teams did, right? But with Ridder and with Matt Corral in Carolina, the quarterback situations there are suspect with Sam Darnold and of course, Mariota. So there's going to be a lot of pressure when those teams are struggling. I can say when, not if. But those teams are going to struggle this year. There's going to be a lot of pressure from the fan bases to get them into the game. So we'll probably get a look at them, but the odds of them becoming standouts, like you said, they would be the exception. So if you're looking at a fantasy draft, super flex, dynasty, whatever it may be, probably not to like. They should be focusing on the other skill positions in those drafts.
All right, we're going to talk about running backs when we come back from the next break, but we're going to send it back to ESPN Radio with Shay, Mike, Ian, and Jordan.
Starting his career, Jordan, as a safety, because it helped in coverage a ton when he carries a tight end up the seam or picking up a back out of the backfield, and he's a tackling machine. 129 stops last year, 4 forced fumbles, 3 fumble recoveries, and a pick. And our lead engineer, Al Rosenberg, is a diehard Detroit Lion. He goes, the guy's slow. Al, turn the tape on. All the guy is around the football, man. And Jordan, I know you like him as well.
Yeah, I do. I think he's a really good player. And Oklahoma State has some good players in that secondary. Kobe Harville-Peel is another player paired with Malcolm Rodriguez on that second and third level. I thought had a really good season a year ago. But Amari Barno from Virginia Tech going to the Carolina Panthers with the 189th selection in the 6th round. I really like this player. Even though he's really, really raw, he's about 6'5", 250 pounds, but he ran a 4.36, which is unheard of at that position. Didn't have a lot of production, only 4.5 sacks a year ago, but this is the type of athletic, moldable piece of clay that you want to take this late in the draft. You're hoping to get something out of him, but if not, you can stash him on the practice squad while he develops and continues to gain weight. I like this pick for the Panthers.
So again, guys, we're rolling through all the way through the 7th round, 6th, 7th round. This is where you kind of find those guys that you hope to develop and utilize later on. This is where a lot of these scouts, right, special teams and things, a lot of where the scouts' work comes into play here on day 3. Shay Cornett, Mike Tannenbaum, Ian Fitzsimmons, Jordan Reed here. And guys, let's focus in on the Tennessee Titans, okay, because they've done a lot of interesting things. They do have 2 picks left in this draft, and that's 2 picks that come in the 6th round. They have no 7th round picks. Let's go through what they've done already so far today. And Jordan, stand by because I'm going to need your help with one name. Their first pick here in the 1st round was Treylon Burks, wide receiver out of Arkansas. Then in the 2nd round, they went with Roger McCreary, cornerback out of Auburn. In the 3rd round, they had 2 picks. They went Nicholas Petit-Frere, offensive tackle out of Ohio State, and then they went with Malik Willis, quarterback out of Liberty. We'll dive more into that in just a minute. In the 4th round, they had 2 picks, and here's where they went with Hassan Haskins, running back out of Michigan. And then here it is, tight end out of Maryland.
Yeah, you can just say Chig Okonkwo.
Okay, Chig Okonkwo. And then their last pick here in the 5th round was Kyle Phillips, wide receiver out of UCLA. Guys, we're going to focus more on the Malik Willis side of things here momentarily when we go to Tennessee. But in the meantime, in terms of what the Tennessee Titans have done over the last 3 days or so, Jordan, what do you see in what they've done?
Well, they've addressed a lot of needs, and I don't even think they foresaw Malik Willis slipping to them in the 3rd round. They have some questions about Ryan Tannehill and then also his long-term future there. He has to play better in the playoffs. He's done really good during the season, but when it comes to crunch time, he just hasn't played well. It happened in a divisional game in the playoffs against Cincinnati. When they needed him to make a play, he just wasn't able to do it. And then they made the big trade with A.J. Brown, shipping him to Philadelphia. The exact clone of A.J. Brown in this draft was Treylon Burks. And Burks is one player. He has that thick build at 6'2", 225 pounds. You have to pause the screen to find number 16 just because he plays everything except offensive line.
He was like the college version of Debo.
Yeah, he was.
I mean, not kidding. I mean, they lined him up at running back, jet sweeps, slip screens, and then he's got the speed to beat you over the top. I mean, Treylon Burks is a complete football player and zero ego.
Really?
Oh, my gosh. He's awesome.
We talked about this when it all went down, when they decided to trade A.J. Brown, and then immediately right after that draft Treylon Burks. I know you were high on this decision.
Yeah, because it was one of those things where, is A.J. Brown a better football player than Treylon Burks? Absolutely. But he's not $20 million a year better. And I think when you look at Burks, he's really the tough, physical receiver, maybe 90% of what A.J. Brown is. They trade for Robert Woods. The other thing I like what Tennessee did as well is Hassan Haskins, another guy that's in sort of that mold of Mike Vrabel toughness. So you think about Malik Willis, Burks, taking Petit-Frere, who I didn't think would be there at 69. He's a guy, they made a mistake on Isaiah Wilson a couple years ago. He could come in and compete at right tackle with Dylan Radutz, who they took in the 2nd round a year ago. So I really like what Tennessee did. They have a real identity. And it starts with their head coach.
Again, they've got 2 more picks coming up here in the 6th round. Let's go back to that Treylon Burks situation, though. Here's Louis Riddick on the Titans trading A.J. Brown and then picking up their newest wide receiver in this draft.
Yeah, I think this is something you're going to see in the NFL really get split right down the middle in terms of philosophically how people address this position. Some teams like to go with the known commodities, and get the wide receivers who are still maybe on their 2nd contract, haven't really crossed that 30-year-old threshold, and saying, hey, look, we're just going to get someone who we know can produce at a very high level in the NFL. We don't care what it takes to acquire them in terms of draft capital given up and what they want in terms of an extension. We've seen that already happen with Devontae, now with A.J. Brown. Tennessee says, look, there's probably a line in the sand that they drew and said, we can't afford to pay you more than X amount of dollars in terms of guaranteed money and average per year because we have other issues going on with our salary cap. So what we're going to do is we're just going to go ahead and draft your replacement. We're going to say, hey, look, we're sorry. We'll go ahead and trade you. And then we're just going to go and draft a guy who looks exactly like you, and Treylon Burks, who is a great catch-and-run wide receiver who wins in the middle of the field, Matt. He's a guy who was a slant, crosser, dagger type of route runner. I mean, all those things are inside breaking. If you look at A.J. Brown's catch chart over in his career in Tennessee, he's the very best at doing exactly that type of thing. So they were smart in terms of what they replaced him with. We'll just see now if Treylon Burks can be the same kind of game breaker that A.J. was.
Okay, so he's echoing a lot of what you guys all said when this happened, and then now that you've had a day or two to really let it marinate. This AFC South is a competitive place. Now that we've seen what the Tennessee Titans have done, because in my opinion, they were one of the teams, obviously along with the Ravens, that have made the biggest splash in this draft, trading away a veteran and bringing in a wide receiver from this draft. Do you think this puts them at the top of the pack in the AFC South now, Mike?
Well, it's funny. We talk about all the fireworks in the AFC from a year ago. Josh Allen this, Patrick Mahomes that. The number 1 seed was Tennessee.
Yeah, it was Tennessee, right. They got bounced by the eventual team that won up at the Super Bowl in the Bengals.
Yeah, my guy Ryan chose a bad day to have a bad day.
Yeah.
But I would say I like them still. I'm a big, you're the defending champ, until that. But, what's so great about our sport guys is, if we were sitting here a year ago, we'd never be like, the Cincinnati Bengals were in the Super Bowl. Like, is it Jacksonville with Doug Peterson take this massive leap up? So that division is really interesting to me, but I like Tennessee until someone knocks them off.
All right, let's go to Tennessee. Let's talk to Teron Davenport. He's our Titans insider here on ESPN. And so, Teron, thanks for being with us here on day 3 of the draft. Let's focus in on the Malik Willis situation, the quarterback that you guys drafted in the 3rd round that fell to you, really. This was a guy that many of us thought could go as early as the 1st round, as early as the top 10 at some point. How do you see the Titans utilizing Malik Willis here?
Yeah, I think when you look at Malik Willis, he's a guy that has all the traits. The big thing is just how he's going to be able to come in, absorb the playbook, and just get acclimated to playing in the NFL. And that's really what they said about him. It's a developmental thing. They're going to bring him along. They made it pretty clear that he's not intended to challenge Ryan Tannehill for a starting spot this year. But the question was raised about using him in certain packages, similar to how the Ravens did with Lamar Jackson, or even you go back to the 49ers with Colin Kaepernick when he first came in. And I think when you have an athlete like that, you have to do it because he's just simply put a dynamic playmaker.
Teron, it's Mike Tannenbaum. I have to ask you my contractually obligated question. How does this impact our guy, Ryan Tannehill?
I knew it was going to come. I know that's your guy.
I didn't want to let you down.
When you look at Tannehill, I think really the main thing for him is to just figuring out a way to move on without A.J. Brown. Now, this right here, I don't think is really going to impact him now. Next year, that could be something that will impact him. But Tannehill's the guy right now, and it's just really about him just getting that connection with Treylon Burks, who's coming in, and also with Austin Hooper, and even you look at Kyle Phillips. Now he got his slot machine, Adam Humphries clone.
See, what'd you make of the A.J. Brown trade?
Well, do I have about 20 minutes? There's a lot to make of it.
Yes,
There's a lot to make of it.
We got 3 more hours. Yes, go.
No, there's a lot to make of it. I was really surprised because, that was something that really they were working towards a deal, but it's just that Christian Kirk deal, that 4-year, $72 million, that just put a huge monkey wrench in it. And it was interesting because I got one side of the story directly from A.J. Brown. He told me that they were offering him $16 million with incentives up to $20. He said there was no way he was going to take that. But if they would have went to 22, he would have taken it. But then on the Titans side, he cut off all communication about 3 weeks ago. He refused to go on the grass, wouldn't even come to the building, didn't even talk to his own position coach and Rob Moore, who they had a close relationship with. And once that $20 million was offered, they came back. Initially, they wanted $25 million. But then that offer that came back, from what I understand, was more than $25 million and included, are you ready for this? $80 million guaranteed. There just was no way that was going to happen. So then a trade was requested. And again, this is my understanding from the Titans side. A trade was requested by A.J. Brown, and, the Eagles, they monitored the situation. They came in, they pounced, and then they got A.J. Brown 2.0 and Treylon Burks. And I think it was a good move for the organization because you know how the NFL works. You got to get younger and cheaper, and that's what they did.
Teron, Jordan Reed here. Thanks for joining us. You talk about Treylon Burks, and a lot of people compared him to A.J. Brown. Do you see that as a similarity as far as how they will be used?
Yeah, I do. I see it as a similarity in how they'll be used, and even in body types. Like, I remember when A.J. came to camp, he was 235 pounds, and I pulled him aside like, bro, you got to shed some weight. Like, you got to get more sudden at the line of scrimmage. And you look at Treylon Burks, he's 6'2", 225. I think he's going to be fine. They're going to be able to get a quick impact from him because you look at how he worked the RPOs. You look at how they manufactured touches for him at Arkansas, and they just were able to move him all over. Like you said earlier, you got to pause the screen to see where he's going to be because he's not lining up in the same spot all the time. And they'll be able to get creative and just find ways to get him the football. And going back to that build that I mentioned, the comparison, both of those guys are able to work across the middle, defensive backs don't want to tackle them, so you bring that physicality to the passing game. So that's going to really help Ryan Tannehill, and they get those free yards for you. The yak is definitely there.
Teron, if Burks says to you, you really want to get to know me, come hog hunting with me, will you go? And all you're allowed to do is take his dogs, put on the gloves and a knife. Are you going?
Man, look, I'll do that to get a good story. So I'll go, as long as I don't have to eat the product that we hunt. I don't eat pork. So outside of that, we'll be all right.
That was a kinder answer than I thought maybe it was going to end with. Teron Davenport giving us the latest on the Titans. Thanks so much for the time. Enjoy the rest of the draft.
You got it. Appreciate you guys. Great talking to you.
See you later. So the 6th round of the 2022 NFL Draft is rolling right along. Shea Cornette, Mike Tannenbaum, Ian Fitzsimmons, and Jordan Reed here with you, coming to you from Las Vegas. Guys, let's go to the Chargers now. They just selected in the 6th round, and they've got 2 picks here in the 6th round, so they've got one more coming up. Jamari Salyer, a guard out of Georgia. And for more on him, let's head over to Ian.
His teammate was current New York Giants 4th overall pick just a year ago, and Andrew Thomas at Georgia. They are best friends. They were roommates. And Sawyer told me before the title game, a lot of people asked, why didn't I transfer after being a backup to AT for a few years? And my answer was simple. You don't run from competition. And he's one of my best friends. It made me better. Simple as that. And that's very rare in the transfer portal era. In the college football playoff, go back and watch what he did against Aidan Hutchinson. Jordan, I know you watched that tape, man. He stoned the number 2 overall pick. So how he went all the way to 6, I have no idea. But Tom Telesco, general manager of the Chargers, he wants to protect his prized possession. And Justin Herbert, Sawyer's going to make this football team as a 6th-round pick.
Yeah, he is. I really like them doubling up on the offensive line. Zion Johnson, I thought he was outstanding. He's one player I've fallen in love with throughout this pre-draft process. And he played tackle for the most part during his junior season. That just wasn't the comfortable spot for him. He played left tackle, but last year transitioning back inside to guard, I thought he put a much better product on tape. Playing center for the first time at the Senior Bowl, I thought he was phenomenal. So Zion Johnson and also Jamari Sawyer, now you're talking about 2 high-impact guards right away.
And so this Chargers team on the up and up. I mean, this whole division is good, Mike T, but I know it all kind of starts with their quarterback.
Yeah, he was my number 1 guy a couple of years ago. I thought he was like an ideal quarterback prospect, and he has not in any way done anything to diminish that. And now you add a couple guys to what they've done the last couple of years. Job 1, 2, and 3 is to protect him, and starting with Slater a year ago, they've done a much better job on the offensive line. They kept Mike Williams, Austin Eckler, added a running back today in Isaiah Spiller who has really good hands. So I think Tom Telesco and crew have done a really nice job, and I think it starts with Herbert, and I think they can win the division this year.
Wow. Their run defense just needs to be better. To me, it all relies kind of on the defensive side of the ball and what they need to do. But that's another Georgia player off the board, guys, in Salyer. I had our producer, Rob, look up. I'm like, how many players is that?
75.
I've lost count of the amount of Georgia players.
Potentially a 15 to go. Is that right, Jordan?
I mean, it's
Georgia?
Great.
Yeah, eight defenders.
8 total. And
the best one's still there, and Jalen Carter.
Yeah,
88.
Nolan Smith's not bad either.
It's remarkable, really, how many. I mean, we talk about Alabama every single year. I mean, the tide, no pun intended, certainly has turned. If you're wondering where we're at here in this draft, we're in the 6th round, 25th pick. The Chicago Bears right now are on the board. The 24th pick here in the 6th round. Let's go there. Michael Woods, wide receiver. Those are still coming off the board, those wide receivers. We talked about how deep this wide receiving class is, and they are still coming off the board here, Jordan. Michael Woods the second, the latest to come off the board. He comes out of Oklahoma.
Yeah, he does. He's a really explosive option, and we know coming out of that Lincoln Riley style of offense, he's going to produce wide receivers every year. He's just a factory, and the lineage that he's had, whether it's CeeDee Lamb, D.D. Westbrook, some of these other guys that have come out, Marquise Hollywood Brown that's come out of that system, Lincoln Riley's always going to have wide receivers that come out of Oklahoma. Now with Lincoln gone, it's going to be interesting to see what does happen there. But whenever you're talking about an Oklahoma wide receiver, they're going to be polished.
And then you have a former Oklahoma tight end who retired medically back in 2019, goes off the board at 198 here in the 6th round, Grant Calcaterra out of SMU. I mean, he medically retired back in 2019 due to concussions, decided to give it another go, transfers to SMU, and showed the same ball skills that we saw when he was at Oklahoma. I mean, he's not a body catcher, high points the ball, whether it's Kyler Murray or Tanner Mordecai, another former Sooner, who's quarterback now at SMU. They all showed faith in him. 50-50 balls. He comes down with it. The Senior Bowl, I mean, you were there, guys. I mean, all he did was, make some plays. Now, is he a two-way tight end? Is he a great blocker? Hell no. But could he make this team as a 6th-round pick? Yeah, but the medical, Mike T, that's a big question when it comes to Calcaterra, the tight end of SMU. When you medically retired to concussions and then come out of it in college.
Yeah, it's definitely something that you have to be very concerned about. But at this point in the draft, the risk reward is, it's only upside if it works out for Philadelphia. The other guy I wanted to touch on was David Bell, because we were talking about Michael Woods, the receiver at Cleveland earlier in the draft. They took a receiver who had incredible production at Purdue. He didn't run great. But this is a team that identified Donovan Peoples-Jones a little bit later in the draft, 6th round out of Michigan. And again, they've lost Odell Beckham. They didn't re-sign Jarvis Landry. They did acquire Amari Cooper. So I love what Cleveland did by doubling up in a position of need by drafting Bell out of Purdue as well as Woods out of Oklahoma.
Quickly, because we talked about how many guys have come out of Georgia in this year's draft, and Saleh made 13 Bulldogs that have come off the board so far in this year's draft, which is just awesome. Also, since we are in day 3 here of the 2022 NFL draft, I want to point this out. The 1st-round players, obviously, they get all the pub. We talk so much about them, where they're going to go. That's the headline of all the mocks, it feels like. But day 2, day 3, where we are right now, are also really important. Among active players this past season in 2021, 66% of them were drafted after the 3rd round. That's where we are now, right? Or even when undrafted. And Mike T, we talked about this earlier in terms of when the work for the undrafted free agents really starts. And now that we're in the 6th round, this is where it starts to pick up.
Oh, yeah, it's flying right now. You're recruiting. You're a team like Philly. You're out of picks. You're recruiting. And what you're going to say 100% of the time is, yeah, it came down to you or Grant Calcaterra for our last pick, and it was like 51, 49%. So we really want you. And then, we're just going to try to recruit your opportunity. You may guarantee enough salary to cover the practice squad. So it's really a frenetic time, and there was an interesting study. The most Pro Bowlers come from round 1. The second most Pro Bowlers come from round 2. The third most Pro Bowlers come from undrafted free agents. So, yeah, it's really a fascinating over time.
Oh.
How?
Go over that one more time.
the Pro Bowler, when you look at it over, it was like a 20-year study that undrafted free agents was like the 3rd likeliest place where a Pro Bowler would come from.
And it was 1st round, 2nd round, and then undrafted free agents.
Yeah, and if you just think about our league, the great Bart Scott, there's just so many guys.
Warner, Tony Romo.
Yeah, the list goes on and on and on.
I would add, if I'm a player, I would rather be an undrafted free agent as opposed to a late-round pick, just because I can control my destination, especially if teams are tripping over each other to come up and get me, or as an undrafted free agent, I can really choose my destination, so I can pigeonhole where I may have a chance to actually make the roster as opposed to going to a team that may be stacked at my position.
See, Jordan, there's a great story about Tony Romo when it comes to that, because he was offered more money, I think from maybe the irony is the Saints, where Sean Payton ended up, but he decided to go to the Cowboys because Sean Payton was a quarterback at Eastern Illinois. Tony Romo came out of Eastern Illinois. They had a relationship, and he took less money to go to the Cowboys because it was a more natural fit to go with a guy he knew. To your point, he got to choose where he went. The rest is literally football history.
That's a really good point. All right, guys, coming up next, the Detroit Lions have been aggressive in this draft. We're going to hear from their first pick, Aidan Hutchinson, next. You're listening to the 2022 NFL Draft on ESPN Radio.
All right, and welcome back to the ESPN studios. Daniel Dopp and Mike Clay here to talk some fantasy with you. We've gone through the quarterbacks, Mike, but I want to talk about some running backs right now. Obviously, you look at the running backs that came off the board in day 1 and day 2. There's only a handful that really stand out. I want to start with Breece Hall for the Jets, because what's the point of having Michael Carter have any value? I mean, there's no fun in that.
Yeah, well, look, we warned you last year when your running back goes in the 4th round, don't get too invested, right? And the Jets kind of proved their point there. Carter, pretty good as a rookie, and still they go out in the 2nd round, one of the first picks made on day 2, and take Breece Hall, who, I mean, look, not a great landing spot. We were hoping he'd go somewhere where he was just a clear-cut feature back, but Carter's going to play a role. He's a passing down specialist. This sets him up for Hall to be the lead back. Do a little pass catching. He can certainly do that, but he should be the primary ball carrier, goal line back. This guy actually scored a touchdown in 24 consecutive games to finish his career. He didn't play in the bowl game, or it might have been 25. Probably would have been 25, but great combine, fast, can do it all. Has a very bright future, extremely young too. But I'll tell you what, in the short term, again, partially because he's young. Think about last year with Javonte Williams, how good he was, but he was still limited with Melvin Gordon there. Same kind of thing. I think you're going to see a lot of Michael Carter in this offense out of the gate, but down the road, I mean, oh man, if you're looking for a dynasty running back, this guy looks like the real deal.
Looks like he could be the real thing. Let's talk about another running back, Kenneth Walker III, because why make Rashad Penny a thing when he just ended the season as the best running back in fantasy? Seahawks take Kenneth Walker here, Mike, and I don't know what to make of this. How do we break this down from a fantasy spot?
Yeah, Seattle had no other needs, right? So just like luxury pick on a running back. Actually, I'll tell you what, I'm a little concerned about Chris Carson. Not to ruin the mood here. I hope his neck's okay and he comes back. But the fact that they spent a second-round pick on a running back, and then you consider Rashad Penny's injury history, you're thinking, well, maybe they're not expecting Carson to play, and there's some pessimism there, and it's unfortunate. One of my favorite players in the NFL. But, if Carson's there and Penny's there, Walker's not going to have any short-term value. He's not going to see the field much if Carson's not there, and Penny misses more time. Suddenly, Walker is an RB2, He's a terrific runner. His efficiency was nothing short of elite last season, but he's a long way to go as a pass catcher. He may never be a major asset in that. We could see, he's young. That could develop. You've seen that with guys like Mark Ingram, for example, in the NFL. It could develop down the road, but that's not his game right now. So we'll see. Walker is going to be a tough one right now until we learn more about Chris Carson. Value is tough right now, but from a dynasty standpoint, love the talent. Down the road, at some point, he should become a fantasy starter.
Yeah, wide range of outcomes with him based on
100%.
What happens with the players in front of him. I mean, that's really what you're hoping to see.
And by the way, Seattle's going to struggle badly this season. They don't have a quarterback. They're probably going to start 2 rookie tackles.
Whoa. Cut to Drew Lock being like, what did I do to you, Mike Clay?
Sorry, Drew Lock, Geno Smith. I don't know.
It's going to be tough.
We've seen enough. Let's put it that way. Who knows? Maybe they'll jump in the Baker Mayfield situation. He'll bounce back, and they'll be better than we think. But that is a rebuilding team.
Yeah, definitely a rebuilding team. Let's talk about one more running back here. James Cook got drafted by the Buffalo Bills, Dalvin Cook's younger brother. Obviously, the Bills already have 3 running backs in Devin Singletary, Zach Moss, and Josh Allen. So I'm curious what adding. I'm kidding. The Josh Allen's a quarterback. That was a joke. Sorry. Curious what you think about adding another running back here to this running back room.
Yeah. So another second-round running back here, and look, Cook is Dalvin Cook's younger brother. He's very different. He's much smaller. He's under 99 pounds, and he's a passing down specialist. This is what Buffalo was looking for. Remember, they tried to sign J.D. McKissick. Yep. He spurned them, went back to Washington. Then they bring in Duke Johnson as a veteran, but it's looking like Cook should fill that void. I still think Devin Singletary short-term will be the primary back. James Cook will be the passing down specialist, but they throw the ball more than any team in the league. They score a lot. There's a lot of appeal here. So I think maybe like 12-team leagues, maybe flirts with some PPR flex value a little bit. Probably going to be best for benches early on, but down the road potentially could be the lead back for this Bills team. And I mean, look out, a lot of upside there.
You look at these combine measurables here, and I realize they're different players, but Dalvin Cook obviously just a little bit bigger than his younger brother James, but they're not the same player, like you're saying. No. Don't get it mixed. Don't think that it's going to be a thing where James Cook and Dalvin Cook kind of share certain similarities. That's not how it works.
Right. When Dalvin Cook came in, we thought feature back, right? This is a guy, he lacked some speed, but you thought otherwise this guy's the skill set to be an elite fantasy running back, and he showed that. James Cook, maybe not. Maybe a guy that will always be limited to some extent. And we could be wrong. Maybe he puts on some weight and he's up to the task. The guy is fast. He's a great pass catcher. Obviously, his gene's pretty good because Dalvin Cook is fantastic. So I'm intrigued by him, and he goes in the second round, which helps me. Second-round running backs have had quite a bit of success over the last decade. About half of them, we'll say 40%, have been top 26 in fantasy points per game. So that's pretty good value.
Wow, that's
for second-round running backs, yeah.
Wow, no way. All right, we're going to talk about some wide receivers when we come back. We're going to send it back to ESPN Radio with Shay, Mike, Jordan, and Ian.
Through the 7th round, and there are so many teams left still that have multiple picks and multiple guys on their draft board. Shay Cornett, Mike Tannenbaum, Ian Fitzsimmons, Jordan Reed here with you guys. Let's go to the Detroit Lions. Let's look at what they've done. They still have 2 picks left, a pick in the 6th and a pick in the 7th, but they started things off for us with the second pick in the draft. Aidan Hutchinson is where they went, a guy from their backyard, played at Michigan, defensive end. Then they had the 12th pick in the first round. They went Jamison Williams, wide receiver, Alabama. Josh Pascal, defensive end, Kentucky. Kirby Joseph, safety out of Illinois. James Mitchell, tight end out of Virginia Tech, and Malcolm Rodriguez, inside linebacker out of Oklahoma State, which I know you were really high on, Ian. Jordan, when you look at this Detroit Lions team and what they were able to do, and I said this earlier, for a team that had less than a handful of wins last year, it feels like there's so many people who aren't Lions fans that have rallied around this team and Dan Campbell. And it feels like they were really good, especially early on in this draft and the decisions they made.
Yeah, I mean, they were jumping for joy after the Jaguars took Trayvon Walker at the top, just because Aidan Hutchinson was their type of guy. And if there's one thing about Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell, they want guys that fit their culture, which are guys that just live, breathe, and die the game of football. And you hear them say it all the time, whether it's Dan Campbell biting kneecaps and all this other stuff. Yeah. They just want guys that just love the game of football. And you know you're getting that from Aidan Hutchinson. He's probably the most polished defensive end of any in this class as far as from a run defense aspect. And then also he has really mature hands. He understands how to get to the quarterback and also bend and finish. With the quarterback, too, they were aggressive with going up to get Jamison Williams. Mm-hmm. I don't know about the fit with Jamison Williams, especially with Jared Goff, just because Jared's not a guy that's really aggressive down the field. So we'll see how that does end up in and up. But I think this team is kind of setting up for potentially a quarterback of the future, just because they're trying to mold it around. As far as like the offensive standpoint, they have Jamison, Josh Pascal, who I think was a really, really underrated player. He was really good for Kentucky. He has inside-out versatility. Kirby Joseph could be a contributor, too. So I really like what they have done.
All right, speaking of Aidan Hutchinson, again, that was their first pick that they took in the first round with the second overall pick out of Michigan. We had a chance to catch up with him on Thursday. Here's Aidan Hutchinson.
Aidan, good to see you again, man.
Good to see you.
Last time we chatted, it was after you guys punked Washington, and you had a great statement to me. I'll never forget it. You said, I want to leave a legacy here like my dad did. It was a two-time All-American in Michigan. You beat Ohio State. You went to the college football playoff. You won a Big Ten. Now you're the second overall pick. Describe this last year for you.
I can't even describe it. Just the fact, looking where I was after my junior year, having the broken ankle, not being in the position that I'm at right now, it's crazy. I think it was definitely a big maturing process for me, definitely getting the injury. I had to grow up a little bit and really look inside myself and see how bad I wanted it, and it really made me realize. So just looking back at this past year, it's been a very good year, and so I'm super grateful that I'm sitting here at Detroit Lion.
Now, that last part, a lot of us had you going #1 overall. The Jags go a different direction. You end up staying in Michigan, going to the Detroit Lions. What does that mean to you?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what happened. I felt like the past couple of days something happened and something changed, and then they had me going to Detroit. But the fact that I'm here, it was always a place I wanted to be in this process, to stay home. Once again, I go to Michigan for college, and I get to stay home now with my NFL team. So, man, I'm so freaking excited.
Aidan, a couple of years ago, I hired Dan Campbell as the head coach of the Miami Dolphins, and I was able to see you practice. My daughter's going to be a freshman at Michigan. She's listening. She's thrilled and big fan of yours. I think you're the perfect player for Coach Campbell. What was that like in the pre-draft process, spending time with the Lions?
Yeah, it was great. I met with them at the Combine. I had a visit with them, but it all went really good. All my visits did. I love talking football. I'm pretty easy to talk to as well. So, especially with Coach Campbell and the Lions, it was one of my best visits, and even all the coaches at the Lions facility. I mean, they're all so great.
And what do you think about your career now will be tied to Trayvon Walker, and you guys are going to be compared side to side year after year?
I mean, I don't know. I never really listened to the comparisons anyway, so I guess it is what it is.
Go ahead, Bart.
Playing in Michigan, you understand more than any the struggles that the Lions have had, and they've been looking for a face of the defense since Ndamukong Suh. How do you embrace that, and what was your discussions with the team about how they're going to utilize you and how they're going to put you in positions to be the beast that you are?
Yeah, we definitely talked a little schematically where they have me. It's very similar to where I was at Michigan, so I know once I get there and we get rolling, I believe I'm going to thrive.
What was it with you going in, by the way, after every game that you won? You went and jumped into the student section. Every game. You made me wait 5 minutes for you. Why did you feel the need to do that?
Because the fans are showing out, man. You got to show a little love back. You pack the big house 110K deep every Saturday or every Saturday that we're home. I mean, you got to show a little love back.
I love it. The highest drafted Michigan player since Jake Long went #1 in 2008 to the Miami Dolphins. Congratulations,
Thank
man.
you
Good
so
to see
much.
you again.
Appreciate it, guys.
Guys, that was Aidan Hutchinson. Kind of a theme through the first 2 rounds where guys staying in their own backyards. Aidan Hutchinson was one of them, coming out of Michigan, now staying in his own backyard, going to the Detroit Lions. I know he was thrilled about going there. And we talked earlier with Jordan, obviously, about how well this Lions team has done throughout the draft. Are you impressed with what they've done, Mike T?
If we had to say, like, what's our one favorite move of the whole draft, I see this one move a little bit different than Jordan. I love the trade up from 32 to 12 for Jameson Williams because I thought he was the 3rd best football player in this draft. If he's healthy, I saw him live, and I really felt like I was looking at Tyreek Hill. That was his speed. You could throw out the time speed. I know we're dealing with the ACL, but assuming that he comes back, I thought that was really a tremendous move. And here's like the PS to that story. If Jameson Williams turns out to be a great player, that trade was made with the Minnesota Vikings. And I wonder if the Minnesota Vikings will rue the day that they allowed the next Tyreek Hill into the division.
Who knows? Mike T's Instant Analysis is brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts, your professional parts people. Speaking of the NFC North, let's go to my Chicago Bears. I call them my Chicago Bears because I'm from Chicago. I never actually played for the team, obviously. But, guys, I was clamoring for them to take an offensive lineman when they had their first pick there in the 2nd round. It didn't quite happen until the 5th round, but nonetheless, now they've acquired a couple of them. And the Bears last year, they allowed 58 sacks. That was the most in the NFL. So this was an area of need. And Ian has more now on the Bears taking Tristan Ebner with the 203rd pick.
Yeah, look, outstanding running back and a very versatile guy. I mean, he's a Big 12 Special Teams Player of the Year. Mike T, it's a general manager's dream. Along with Connor Hayward, we'll touch on him, Jordan and I will, in a second, going to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Both of these guys, when you have a 53-man roster, both of these players can do 3-4 different jobs. Tristan Ebner has remarkable vision. One NFC scout told me he's going to play a long time because he is so versatile for a 53-man roster. Great vision, sifts through the trash with ease, finds a small opening and explodes through it after showing really sound patience. Runs big behind his pads, but his best trait, versatility. He can play running back, wide receiver, return kicks, coverage kicks, a dream for an NFL roster. And I felt badly for him, Jordan, in the Big 12 championship game. That is because as the Big 12 Special Teams Player of the Year, muffed 2 punts. And you can see head coach Dave Aranda going, I hate to pull you, man. You're one of our captains, but I have to. I felt badly in that moment for him, but hey, now he has a chance to prove himself on the NFL level, a very versatile player.
He does. He made a dynamic duo at Baylor with some of the other running backs they had there. Abram Smith was named that I couldn't remember for a second there, but him and Abram Smith was a dynamic duo there. But Ebner, as you mentioned, he's that versatile guy. And how about Dave Aranda, how many selections they've had in this draft, not only on offense but also defense. Jalen Petrie, J.T. Woods, the list goes on and on. Terrell Bernard is another of some of the guys that they have had selected in this draft class overall. But the Bears, I think they've done a decent job. I don't agree with taking some defenders very early on. I think they needed to get Justin Fields some more help. Wasn't a big fan of Velus Jones taking him early in the 3rd round. I thought there were some better options or better wide receivers there. So Ryan Poles' first draft, very questionable, but we'll see how it does end up some years down the road.
Yeah, so again, they have a new head coach there, obviously, and a new GM. And so this is their first draft doing that together. Ian, what else you got?
And then to the Pittsburgh Steelers, who picked 208. Mike T, you're nodding your head right now. This is football royalty. Connor Hayward, Ironhead son, gets to go play with his older brother in Pittsburgh. I mean, it's remarkable. Cam Hayward is his older brother. They grew up on football their entire life. And I talked to Mel Tucker, Michigan State head coach, on Thursday about Kenneth Walker and then also Connor Hayward, and he said he's a do-it-all guy. Rare ball skills. He makes catching the football for a guy his size look easy. And he said before I got here, he actually was returning punts, so he has the speed and size to play on special teams. He believes, and remember, Mel Tucker has been with the Chicago Bears, been with the Jacksonville Jaguars. He said he's a 7 to 10-year pro at the next level because he's at 53 guy. Like we're talking about Tristan Ebner, Mike T. He can play several different positions, and he's fast enough at 245 pounds as a fullback, H-back to play special teams.
I don't think in my entire career I've ever heard of a punt returning fullback. I mean, it just speaks to his athleticism, and it's really cool that he'll be there with his brother, the late great Craig Ironhead Haywood. Was a great player, and the fact this guy is a Pittsburgh Steeler, Big Ten smash mouth. It's a great story, but Fitz makes such a great point, which is you make the team, make the 53, but you put on a jersey, which is now 48, if you could play special teams. And in the 6th round pick to get Hayward at pick 208 is really great value for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yeah, for sure. All right, let's pause now 10 seconds for station identification. This is the 2022 NFL Draft on ESPN Radio.
All right, back here to the ESPN studios. Again, my name is Daniel Dopp, joined by Mike Clay, and we are talking fantasy here during the 6th and 7th round of the NFL Draft. Mike, we're going to talk about some wide receivers now. We talked about quarterbacks, not a lot to go into there. Talked about running backs. Still kind of pretty thin from a fantasy perspective. Mm-hmm. But a wide receiver.
Yeah, how long do we have?
Is
it's going to take a
where
while.
Everything is at. Let's start with Drake London. Okay,
Yes.
Drake London was drafted by the Atlanta Falcons at 8 overall. Calvin Ridley's not playing this year. Kyle Pitts is the tight end that's there. Marcus Mariota is the guy under center. Talk to me about Drake London here with Atlanta.
Man, there is so much to like here. Obviously, pedigree being a top 10 pick. I'll talk more about that in a second. But size, 6'4", youth. He'll be 21 in 1 month when he opens his rookie season.
only 20?
Crazy young. He's 20 years old right now. Not the fastest guy, but look, he can play inside. His first couple of years in college, he was a slot guy. Now, last year, he had his best season on the perimeter. He can really do it all. Super efficient, young, big, and how about opportunity, right? Yes. He's going to be on the field a ton. Landon needs him badly. Regardless of the quarterback, the guy's going to have a huge target share. He's super talented. He's going to score touchdowns at 6'4", a lot to like. And check this out. Last 10 years, prior to this draft, 13 receivers picked in the top 10. 10 of the 13 stayed pretty healthy, right? They played in at least 12 games. Only one of the 10 was not a top 30 fantasy receiver as a rookie. So those guys tend to pan out. History is on his side. That goes for him, and it goes for the guy we're going to talk about next, Garrett Wilson.
Absolutely right. Garrett Wilson goes to the Jets at 10 to give Zach Wilson another weapon in that offense, hopefully take the Jets to the next level. Talk to me, though, because the Jets are not a team that I love to invest in fantasy football, Mike Clay. Is that changing now with Garrett Wilson here as a weapon here for Zach?
That may depend on the other Wilson, right? His quarterback, Zach Wilson, right? We got the Wilson to Wilson battery going on here for New York. If Zach Wilson does take a step forward, he struggled last season, but that's not uncommon for first-year quarterback.
Jets quarterback.
First-year
quarterback.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Same thing, right? They always have a first-year quarterback. Assuming he makes a leap or is at least an average quarterback, there's going to be a lot to like here. Again, top 10 quarterback, so you'll love the pedigree. Not as big, not nearly as big. He's only around 180 pounds, but respectable athlete. He's quick. He's elusive. Mostly played on the perimeter during his time at Ohio State and was super productive. The guy does not drop the ball. 6 drops during his time at Ohio State. He really does it all. Can help as a punt returner as well. So really the only concern here that London doesn't have in the short term, besides of size, of course, is maybe not as good an opportunity because you have Elijah Moore, right? And they added 3 tight ends. I mean, you have Corey Davis as well. Braxton Berrios finished strong last year. You talked about the 2 running backs with Carter and Hall. There's a lot of names there. But listen, if Wilson's the real deal, he's going to get his targets. He's going to be productive.
I think Chris Olave is the real deal. And he went to the very next pick to the New Orleans Saints. Obviously, Michael Thomas, another Ohio State wide receiver already there. And Jameis Winston under center. How are they going to be able to utilize Chris Olave here in the Saints offense?
Yeah, so, I mean, first of all, Winston was pretty good last season, 5th in QBR the weeks he played, so he did play pretty well. We'll see if that carries over for a full season, but Olave, really, good player. He's 6 foot 190 roughly. It was tremendously productive during his time at Ohio State. His opportunity kind of depends, right? It's another one that's kind of open-ended because you have Michael Thomas coming back, and he's a target hog, right? He can handle a 30% target share when he's healthy, but he's missed most of the last 2 seasons. So if Thomas is not there, Olave is going to be a feature target right out of the gate. If he's there, they can bring him along a little slower. You have Traquan Smith and Marquez Callaway and Deontay Hardy's underrated, and Adam Troutman and Alvin Kamara when he's out in the field. So potentially mouths to feed there, but again, Olave was a top 15 pick. Tremendous player. They have a need at that wide receiver 2 position. I think we're going to look at him, I would say, as a flex out of the gate. Again, I'm going to use that a lot for a lot of these guys because it's the safest place to go. You certainly want to hedge on them a little bit, but again, if Thomas is not there, if he has another setback, the limits are off. I mean, Olave could have a tremendous rookie season.
Yeah, absolutely. We're not going to talk about this player very long, but there was another wide receiver that went directly after that. 3 wide receivers in a row. Jameson Williams to the Detroit Lions, obviously coming off that ACL tear. So I'm curious, from a redraft perspective, we're assuming Jameson Williams probably not going to start the season out at least a good portion of games.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of names like that, guys who had serious knee injuries late in the season, right? Whether it's Chris Godwin, Michael Gallup, Logan Thomas, Sterling Shepard. Jameson Williams is on that list too, right? In the championship game, he tore his ACL. So, he's very young. This is not a Detroit Lions team that you expect to be super competitive. Like, they're getting there. I know.
They're not super
I know I'm talking to. I have to be biased in my analysis here, I guess. But no, look, I like what the Lions are doing. I think the future's bright, but it's still a young group and question marks at the quarterback position. But it's not like they need to rush him out there, right? That they need every win to get in the playoffs and make a Super Bowl run. This really isn't the year. So I think maybe we don't see him the first month, or he's limited the first month. Sure. And then they kind of get him rolling in the second half of the season. And at that point, the guy's so explosive. Who knows? He could jump right onto the fantasy radar. How about this for a comparison? You'll enjoy this. Remember OBJ? Yep. When he came in the league, he missed all that time, like all of off-season activities, preseason, misses the first couple games of his career. #1 fantasy receiver as a rookie. I mean, look, I know it's an extreme one.
Don't get my hopes up, Mike. Don't get my hopes up.
I know it's extreme. I know that. I get it. But Williams is that explosive that if he is the real deal, he's the guy that could be a fantasy starter, fantasy star very quickly. We've seen it before. We could see it again. The guy may be the best talented receiver in this draft.
Yeah, tough one really to be able to figure out in redraft leagues. Obviously, Dynasty, you love the long-term prospect. The same with
all
the
these
Lions.
guys. If you're a top first-round receiver, even a second-rounder lately, of course.
Yeah. All right, let's talk about one more wide receiver. We talked about him a little bit earlier when we talked about the A.J. Brown trade, but that's Treylon Burks, obviously being in Tennessee. Robert Woods is there. You got Ryan Tannehill under center. Treylon Burks here as a rookie. What do you expect from here in his first year?
Yeah, again, opportunity, right? You know, we talked about it when we first started here. Robert Woods is there as a very good wide receiver, but he's 30 now, coming off a torn ACL himself, right? So we might not see him early in the season. So Burks will step right in to a big role, probably right in there for A.J. Brown, who he profiles very similarly to. He's the biggest receiver in terms of weight, 225 pounds, so he'll be busy near the goal line. Again, I mean, he's big, he's fast, strong hands. They can line him up anywhere they want. He's pretty good with the ball in his hands as well. They've used him all kind of different ways. And, you know, people might knock him for a speed, 4.5, 540, but he's 225 pounds. That's a good speed score, right? He's fine. His speed is fine. Like Burks a lot. And, again, first-round pick, you like the pedigree, you like the opportunity. But, again, the main knock in terms of usage is just, again, the run-heaviest offense in the NFL. It limited A.J. Brown a little bit. It could limit Burks to some extent. But is there enough for him to be a wide receiver 3 right away? Absolutely. Yeah. Wide receiver 2, maybe, yeah.
Especially with Robert Woods potentially missing some games as he comes back from his ACL, so that's definitely something to keep an eye on. Lot of wide receivers. We didn't even get to them all, Mike. I'm sure we will talk about some more a little bit later on.
We need hours to get to them all.
Literally hours. All right, we're going to send it back to ESPN Radio with Shay, Ian, Mike, and Jordan.
Not to like Derek Stingley because he could have kept that program. The standards are the standards. It's a championship, and those guys are graduating, but we're going to keep it up here. And the fact that he only played in 10 games, like, it's incomprehensible to me to think that, hey, this is really good business to take him at 3 versus 4. And I'm just curious, like, if you were running a team, wouldn't that durability, I agree with you on the ability, I see all that, but wouldn't that durability be a concern for you?
It would if it was like, if he had multiple, like, significant injuries, it would. But the Liz Frank injury, as he mentioned, like, just talking to him at the Combine, he said, this is the first time I've ever experienced a major injury. And I just think it was a culmination of a lot of things. It wasn't just the injury. There's some things that's going on with the background with him that I can't really speak on as far as, like, with Derek that happened at LSU, that I think now that he's away from the campus there, I think it's going to be a little bit better as far as his future. So, I mean, I got a lot of confidence in him. I think he can return to that 2019 form, and the ability is just otherworldly, in my opinion.
Okay, so the question, though, was immediate impact, right? Like, what player can make an immediate impact? Do you think he can jump right in? Like, this is a guy, again, as we've talked about, who's only played 10 games in the last 2 years. Like, he's not going to need any rest or time to kind of build some stamina or find a way into this thing. I mean, that's just my takeaway. Like, he can just jump right in, no problem?
Well, he said he's fully healthy. And, I mean, at the pro day, I thought he looked great. Everybody that was there said he looked like the old Derek Stingley. Now, he doesn't have any pads on. He's not hitting anybody. Right. He's not covering
shorts, yeah.
anybody. But in Houston, he has no choice. Like, they don't have a lot of talent on that roster right now, so he has no choice to step in right away and be that guy. And whenever you take somebody with a number 3 overall pick, he's expected to be an elite blue-chip type of player.
Yeah.
I like Kyle Hamilton coming right away. I mean, that's plug and play, and a need. They were so banged up in Baltimore in the secondary. I was on part of the coverage on the call of, Ravens Steelers, where John Harbaugh took all kinds of hell, for going for 2 at the end of regulation, where an extra point ties the game and sends it to overtime. And I'm talking to Najee Harris in a post-game interview. He goes, please, somebody go ask them why they went for 2, because I'm confused. I was ready to go to overtime, and mentally I was ready to go play more football. And Harbaugh said in his post-game presser, we were out of DBs. Marlon Humphrey got hurt in that game. They were already thin. Now you bring in Kyle Hamilton, who is to me, a plug-and-play starter from day one. I think he has an immediate impact in Baltimore.
And we had a chance to talk to him, obviously, on Thursday
Great
here.
young man.
Is such a great young man, and so looking forward to joining a team that's kind of in this ready now, such a good front office, a franchise that's run, you'd assume, the right way and the way they do things. Now, I want to go back to the Baltimore Ravens, guys. Let's just stay there, because we talked about how many picks they had in the 4th round. 6. Their draft day is done, complete, as we know of right now. They have no picks here in the 7th round as we kind of bring the 6th round to a close. So their last pick was Tyler Batty, running back out of Missouri. So we can look back now at what the Baltimore Ravens have done. Let me recap that for you again. Kyle Hamilton was their first pick, safety out of Notre Dame. Then Tyler Linderbaum, the center out of Iowa. David Ojabo, linebacker out of Michigan. Travis Jones out of UConn. Daniel Faye, am I saying that right, I hope? Falele. Thank you, Falele. Offensive tackle out of Minnesota. Jalen Armour-Davis, cornerback out of Alabama. Charlie Kolar, you guys, I know you like him a lot. Jordan Stout, they took a punter in this draft. Isaiah Likely, Mike T, I know you like Likely a lot. Demarion Williams, cornerback out of Houston, and then Tyler Batty, as I just mentioned. So, guys, the Baltimore Ravens, what did they do over the last 3 days?
Yeah, and there's some familiarity here. So their defensive coordinator is a guy named Mike McDonald, who's, to me, a star in the coaching business. He was on the Ravens staff, and then he got shipped out in a Harbaugh to Harbaugh transfer. Does a great job at the University of Michigan as the defensive coordinator. Comes back to be the defensive coordinator of the Ravens. Takes with him David Ojabo, who he had. Went against Tyler Linderbaum at Iowa. Knows the punter. Like, you could just look at all the connections there, the Big Ten players. So I don't think that's by coincidence that we saw some of that. And I think Coach McDonald, especially with Ojabo, if we were doing a segment on best value, Ojabo at 45 to me, guys, is compelling, because without that injury, I don't see how he doesn't go in the 1st round.
No, and when that injury happened, I mean, I think that's why so many people's heart sunk. One thing they didn't do, the Baltimore Ravens, though, was replace Hollywood Brown, who they shipped out of town. For as deep of a wide receiving class as this was, for them making that move as early as they did, not replacing him or not drafting a wide receiver maybe is something that we could question.
But I would say this, and maybe we'll have some time to get into it.
We have time. Go ahead.
There's an unusual amount of veteran free agents. So Odell Beckham Jr., Jarvis Landry. If you need a receiver for a year because you have Rashad Bateman and some other young guys behind him, this could be the year that, hey, let's go try to get one of those guys on a 1-year deal.
And Jordan, think about Rashad Bateman, 1st-round pick last year, right? I mean, he started out the season hurt, so it was almost kind of a feeling out, for him hitting the game the second half of the season, coming off an injury. It's not like he had, OTAs and training camp to really get acclimated there in Baltimore. So Bateman, to me, and I'm curious to get your thoughts, is almost like another pick in this particular year, because he was still kind of getting his feet wet.
Yeah, it is. And talking about a 1st-round player from a year ago, a player that a lot of people were high on, but the scheme fit is something that I thought would be a little bit challenging for him, just because he's more of that deep threat guy that really likes to get down the field and attack the intermediate and then also deeper areas of the field. But I think he fits in really well with Lamar Jackson. I think he's going to have a big 2nd year now that he is healthy. But just talking about this class overall, there's going to be a hard argument to find the class that's better as far as from top to bottom. You stick and pick Kyle Hamilton at 14. You get aggressive and you get Tyler Linderbaum. That's your Bradley Bozeman replacement, who they lost via free agency. You get great value with David Ojabo and Travis Jones. You get your young swing tackle and Daniel Falele to back up Ronnie Stanley, and then also Morgan Moses there. They already have 2 set tackles, so you don't have to rush him. Jalen Armour-Davis is going to come in and be a special teams ace for you right away, and we know how much they use the tight ends. They double up on tight ends with Charlie Kolar and Isaiah Likely, so each pick that they made makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, this was a really good draft, in my opinion, from the Baltimore Ravens. They were 8-9 last season. Lamar Jackson was sacked 38 times. Not good. It was tied for the 7th highest, but they addressed a lot of needs. Obviously, they were decimated by injuries last year, so by nature, they should get better, just from players getting better. Let's stick with that same theme here, guys, and go to another team that their draft day is complete. We can kind of go down the line now, and that's the Atlanta Falcons. So they have no more picks left. They've made their final pick here in the 6th round. So they took Drake London in the 1st round, wide receiver out of USC. And we can go down. They took a defensive end, an inside linebacker, a quarterback in Desmond Ridder. We've talked a lot about that in the 3rd round out of Cincinnati. Another linebacker, a running back, a guard, and a tight end. So the Atlanta Falcons, now their 3 days in terms of the draft, not undrafted free agents, is finito. What do we like in what the Atlanta Falcons have done?
Well, I mean, this is a team that had to figure out a way to generate pressure. They only had 18 sacks a year ago, which was by far the worst in the NFL. So what they do, they double up on edge rusher. They go and get Arnold Ebiketie from Penn State, who I think could have been a 1st-round selection. There was some buzz about that, where he could go in the back end of the 1st round. Then they also get D'Angelo Malone from Western Kentucky. And then with Dean Pease's defense, you have to figure out a way. That 3-4 defense, both of those guys are going to stand up. They're going to play outside linebacker, so I like those fits a lot. Desmond Ridder slides all the way to the 3rd round, and you really get a clone of Marcus Mariota in Desmond Ridder, who may have to play a little bit earlier than what he's expected to. Troy Anderson, I think, is going to be a really good player in the middle. He was really good on the FCS level that played both offense and defense. And then also they finish it out with Tyler Algier, who I think could be a contributor in a very crowded running back room. Then they finish with Justin Schaefer and John Fitzpatrick from Georgia.
I mean, you glossed over one of my favorite guys in this draft. I'm so mad at you right now, Jordan.
Oh, I mean, Drake London, we've talked plenty about him. I mean,
not even him. Troy Anderson.
Yeah, Troy Anderson.
Out of Montana State. I mean, this guy grows up on a cattle ranch.
Yeah.
He's mucking stalls at the age of 4. And if you don't know what mucking stalls is,
I don't.
Be thankful. That's when you go in and you're shoveling all the
manure.
Yes, and the pee-pee. Yes, yes.
In the last 3 sentences, he has used the verb gloss and muck.
That's why we keep him around.
He was a tackling machine at Montana State. Thank you, Shay. 2nd in the FCS in total tackles. He's played a Mike. He's played outside. He's played safety. And when their quarterback got hurt 2 years ago, he goes to the coaching staff and says, I'll try out for quarterback. And he beats out 2 guys on Scully to start at quarterback at Montana State. He is a remarkable athlete. And my favorite part about the whole thing is he said going into the draft, if I don't get drafted, I'm just going to go work on the family ranch, go back and herd cattle.
Yeah.
The work ethic, he's so grounded, and he just loves to play ball. I thought that was a remarkable, I wouldn't say steal, because a lot of people had a 2nd-round grade on him, maybe latest 3rd, but I thought it was a great selection. And giving us such a versatile guy like Troy Anderson out of Montana State.
Fitz, I got a chance to spend some time with him as well, and I fell in love with him for a lot of the same reasons. And when you're building a program like Arthur Smith is right now, like those are guys you want to be cornerstone players. And you mentioned Jordan, like Ebiketie, the transfer from Temple. Like he came in and played really well with a high motor. Like I love the football character. Drake London was a guy that gets beat in an 8th grade game and goes out and says to his parents, hey, go get me a pull-up bar. I'm done playing video games. Like, those are foundational pieces that I think really bode well for the Falcons. Now, it comes back to one thing. Who's going to play quarterback? Mariota, Jordan, you mentioned durability. And then you look at Desmond Ridder, like, he needs some time because he is not accurate. Intangibles are off the charts. 4-year player, all those things. But meanwhile, we are in Vegas. Right now there's a wedding going on over Ian's shoulder. But
Well, there actually is a wedding going on over my right shoulder. Yeah, right there, right over my right shoulder.
But I just think that...
Don't do it.
Hey.
I think... Sorry for the draft interrupting this wedding going on. But I think Atlanta has answered a lot of questions, but still the biggest question in my mind remains who's going to play quarterback.
Yeah, and look, whenever you have a quarterback there in Matty Ryan for so long and the fan base is so accustomed to him and he's so used to that city and you bring in 2 new dudes now in Desmond Ridder and in Marcus Mariota, there's bound to be some drop-off. The Atlanta Falcons, to me, have had the same problem year in, year out. They start slow. They constantly lose games in the beginning of the season when you need to figure out an identity and start fast. That's number 1. And then number 2, last year, their identity was a little bit lost in terms of their receivers outside of Cordero Patterson, did absolutely nothing. Even Kyle Pitts, who was highly productive, didn't result in points. I believe he had 1 or 2 touchdowns, maybe most, all of last year. So can they put points on the board? They were 7-10, but guys, this Atlanta Falcons team, right towards the end of the season, they were still in the hunt for a wild card spot. Like, they were right in this thing up until the very end. So if they can get right, I don't know, maybe they can figure something out, and it will rely heavily, obviously, on the quarterback position. Let's keep it moving to another team whose draft day is finally complete, and that would be the Dallas Cowboys now, guys. That's where we're going next here. The Cowboys had 1 pick in the first. They've had a pick now in every single round. They do not have one in the 7th, though. Their first pick, they went with an offensive tackle in Tyler Smith. This is a guy we've talked a lot about because of the penalties for a team like the Dallas Cowboys who have too many penalties as it is already. When this season ended, we were talking about Mike McCarthy. Is he coming back? Because it was just an undisciplined squad. They seemed lost sometimes, things where you wanted the head coach to figure it out. And so now this is a big year for Mike McCarthy and Jerry Jones. They lose Amari Cooper. They lose Randy Gregory. They lose La'el Collins. There's a lot of players that are now accustomed to being on this Dallas Cowboys team that is no longer there. Guys, in terms of who they've drafted, we talked about Tyler Smith. Sam Williams they took out of Ole Miss in the 2nd round. Jalen Tolbert, a wide receiver out of South Alabama. Certainly, he's not going to fill the shoes of Amari Cooper, but maybe he could help a little bit. Jake Ferguson, a tight end out of Wisconsin. I know, Ian, you were high on him. Matt Wiletko, offensive tackle out of North Dakota. Darren Bland, cornerback out of Fresno State. Damone Clark, inside linebacker out of LSU. John Ridgeway, defensive tackle out of Arkansas. And then their last pick of the day, that was today, Devin Harper, inside linebacker out of Oklahoma State. The Dallas Cowboys grade, what would you give them, Jordan?
I would give them a solid B, just because I think they filled some really good spots as far as along the offensive line. Tyler Smith is probably going to come in and fill that left guard spot voided or vacated by Connor Williams when he left to go to the Miami Dolphins, losing La'el Collins as well. They seem to like Terrence Steele at that right tackle spot. Sam Williams, just talking to Charles Cross at the Combine, he said Sam Williams was the best defensive end that he faced last year, just because he's a little bit undersized. He's more that 3-4 outside linebacker mold, but as far as bending and finishing to the quarterback, he's very explosive. So I really like that pick for them. Jalen Tolbert, they had some, I wouldn't say issues, but they needed to add some talent at wide receiver just because they lost some guys. Amari Cooper is obviously gone. Michael Gallup tore the ACL last year. So there's going to be some open touches, I would say, from Dak Prescott there. So Jalen Tolbert, even though he doesn't have one redeeming quality, I think with Tolbert, he's just very well-rounded. So I think he's going to fit in really well there.
What do you like from this Dallas Cowboys draft?
Well, they did fill a need. It wouldn't have been the way I would have done it, but, they filled a need with Tyler Smith because they lost Connor Williams at left guard. They lost La'el Collins at right tackle. So Smith's going to come in and start right away. Williams is going to be a contributor. They lost Gregory, but they re-signed Fowler and Dorrance Armstrong. I just think they blew an opportunity not to get Jermaine Johnson, who had followed them.
That's the one.
The way Micah Parsons did a year ago. And I don't know, sometimes we overcomplicate things, but you have a young, productive pass rusher who's good against the run, who's thick, and played incredibly well at the Senior Bowl. He's plummeting. I don't know, what am I missing here?
I'm with you, and that's why I think that off the top, the Dallas Cowboys missed, because they didn't take Jermaine Johnson, who did fall to them like manna from football heaven.
Yeah, we must have said it 10 times while it was happening.
Oh, my gosh, man. Bart Scott was about to come out of his chair and just start hitting things.
Did you guys mention Nakobe Dean at all?
Yeah, Nakobe Dean was another one.
Never mentioned his name in the first 2 days. But to your point, Mike, you and I were talking after the first round was over, shortly after the Cowboys came on the clock. And, we talked to a couple teams and shot some text messages and maybe didn't interview very well with some teams. But just turn the tape on. Jermaine Johnson is just a tackling machine and a disruptor of quarterbacks. And to pass on him to go get, Tyler Smith out of Tulsa, who has penalty issues, Jordan, I'm going Jermaine Johnson over Smith any day of the week and twice in the first round.
Yeah, no, and we did that on Thursday night. Like when you talk to a few teams, because we were really puzzled, he did not interview well. And when you're picking the top 10, again, that's my problem with Derek Stingley. Like, you want guys beyond reproach in the top 10. But when you're sitting there at 24, I'm taking a little bit of a risk here. I can't imagine why they would think, given the way the boards were, that, hey, we could come back and get an offensive lineman. But this is a guy that again, they thought they had Randy Gregory re-signed before at the last minute he flipped to Denver. This one was a real head scratcher.
So Jordan gave them a B, a solid B for what they've done in this year's draft. Would you disagree then and give it a lower grade because of who they've passed up?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's a C because of the missed opportunity. Just because I was a bit, if we were playing one game right now, I would take Jermaine Johnson over Thibodeau. And I'm not saying that Thibodeau won't be the better pass rusher, but as a 3-down football player, I thought Jermaine Johnson was a better football player.
What do you think in terms of a grade, Ian? Do you agree? A B, C?
I'm going in between B minus.
B minus.
Way to go out on a limb there.
I am. It really was, man. It was a very thin limb also.
Let's hope it doesn't snap.
With my girth after this trip, yeah, it's over. It's done. It's snapped in half. But Damone Clark, to me, keeps him from being a C because he's not going to play this year. It's basically a redshirt year for the LSU captain. But I think, man, he is going to be a star for the Dallas Cowboys.
All right, let's take a break here. The Jets have received very high praise for what they've done during this year's draft. We're going to head to the Big Apple next. This is the 2022 NFL Draft on ESPN Radio.
All right, welcome back to the ESPN studios. While the ESPN Radio crew takes a break, Mike, we're going to talk about the fantasy winners and losers so far from the NFL Draft. And I want to start with you. When we look at fantasy winners, obviously we're not really going to be able to know until we get into training camp. We see how things work out. But early looks at everything. Give me one person that you feel like is set up to potentially have a better fantasy year because of the draft.
Yeah, how about a quarterback looking for a new contract? Kyler Murray, absolutely a big winner if you look at what was added to that offense, right? And this is a guy that's already been tremendous, right? He's been a top 10 fantasy quarterback each of his first 3 seasons in the NFL. And let's just imagine week 1, right? So week 1, what's going to be on the field for him, right? You're going to have James Conner in the backfield, pretty good, right? He's very good back.
Pretty good.
Yeah, you have DeAndre Hopkins, Marquise Brown, and either A.J. Green, very good, or Rondale Moore in his second season. And you're going to have Zach Ertz at tight end. And if Zach Ertz, maybe he has an injury, you have Max Williams. He was pretty good last year.
What if Max Williams can't go?
Then you have Trey McBride, drawing a blank right there, the second round, the top tight end in this year's rookie class. So, I would say that's a pretty good group. And you've heard some criticism of them giving him giving him options and supporting cast. The offensive line is decent. Not so much. I mean, this is a very good supporting cast, and he set up for his 3rd straight top 10 fantasy campaign and a new, nice, lengthy contract in the NFL.
As long as he keeps using his legs and the options that he has there, I can't imagine he doesn't obviously, come back strong this second year. I'm curious, though. You mentioned a lot of weapons there for that offense. There's no way that all of them can be fantasy contributors.
Yeah, that's a little concern.
On a serious basis. So
good for the Cardinals, maybe not good for people with them in fantasy.
From an NFL perspective, it's going to be great. All right, I want to talk about Rashad Bateman because Rashad Bateman had Hollywood leave, opened up 25% of the target share. I think that was almost 145 targets, if I'm not mistaken. That Hollywood Brown is going to be leaving there. And guess who the Baltimore Ravens brought in at the wide receiver position?
No one.
Nobody. No one. Rashad Bateman's season is in. What else? It's Mark Andrews, it's Rashad Bateman, and we're going to figure some things out from there. But he is a massive winner after this deal just because of the opportunity that we've talked about, the targets that he is going to be able to receive in that offense. He is a huge winner here based on this draft.
Yeah, do they know something we don't? Like, do they have a trade lined up already or something? Like, is
Debo
headed east or something?
They can't go in with Bateman and Mark Andrews as the only 2 pass catchers, right?
Devin Duvernay, James Prochet, Tylan Wallace, these are the kind of guys that would play significant snaps right now if they were playing. So they're not done. I mean, Jarvis Landry could be an option. Will Fuller could be an option. They're not done at that position, so we'll keep an eye on that. But no doubt about it, Rashad Bateman, big winner. Only 22 years old. He was very good last year. Yeah. Remember, Lamar Jackson missed about the second half of the season. Rashad Bateman didn't really play until the second half of the season because he was injured, right? There's still a lot to love there.
He looked really great towards the end of the year there, and I'm really excited to be able to see how he moves forward. All right, Mike, let's talk about some losers now because it's not just all rainbows and unicorns here.
Yeah.
Somebody's got to...
these players are not losers. Their situation is a losing situation. So we don't want to say that, but the guy here for me is Michael Carter, and this is a guy who last year was 15th at running back in targets, had about 150 carries, 50 targets. And right now you have Breece Hall comes in the second round. He's a feature back. This guy can catch the ball. He's going to be their primary runner. He can work at the goal line. He's the future of the running back position for the New York Jets. Now, Michael Carter will be involved, but does that mean 10 to 12 touches a game? Probably. And if so, even if he's a primary pass catcher long term, we could be talking J.D. McKissick, James White, Nyheim Hines kind of ceiling. And that's going to mean maybe once in a while he spikes up in his 17th in fantasy points, but usually probably going to be more of a PPR flex. So definitely a guy that we're downgrading here.
That's tough. And we liked Michael Carter so much, especially after coming out of last year. We were excited to be able to see what was going to happen there. Somebody that I think definitely takes a massive downgrade, Justin Fields. Can you tell me the wide receiver that the Bears added in the draft this year, Mike Clay?
Well, he's older than me, I think.
He is older than you.
Bayless Jones. Yeah, he's going to be 25 to open his rookie season. A shocking decision for them on day 2. I don't think he's necessarily the answer. Maybe that means he could step right in because he's been around a while and he has a lot of polish. Maybe that helps the cause, but I thought they would aim higher there. I mean, it's Darnell Mooney, it's Bayless Jones, Byron Pringle, who's facing some off-the-field issues, Daz Newsome, Equanimous St. Brown. That's their wide receivers right now. It's a shaky situation.
Yeah, Darnell Mooney looks like he is in a spot to potentially have a lot of targets here, but the Bears just did not do enough to give Justin Fields weapons to be able to take the next step, I feel like, in fantasy. Obviously, he can use his legs. He's got the ability to be able to do that with the dual threat, but man, they did not give him anything else, I feel like, to be able to take that next step.
Yeah, and it's tough because, quarterback, after you get your top 10 or 12, then you start to look at breakout players. There's a lot of second-year quarterbacks, including Trey Lance and Zach Wilson and Trevor Lawrence, and a lot of them have a much better situation. Not necessarily the case here for Justin Fields.
Not the case here. All right, we're going to send it back to ESPN Radio with Shay, Fitz, Jordan, and Mike.
Day of the 2022 NFL Draft. Shay Cornett, Mike Tannenbaum, Ian Fitzsimmons, and Jordan Reed here with you. Let me reintroduce all of ourselves because it's been a minute. We've been going since 9 a.m. Pacific, and we are finally in the 7th round, people, and we will take you to the podium for Mr. Irrelevant and cover all the things all the way around. Mike Tannenbaum's here, former Jets and Dolphins front office executive. Jordan Reed, ESPN NFL Draft analyst, former NC Central quarterback and coach. And then Ian Fitzsimmons, can hear him here on ESPN Radio. He co-hosts Freddie and Fitzsimmons on weeknights and also is an excellent college football reporter for us. I am Shay Cornett, and again, we are underway here in the 7th round. The first 2 picks, which were owned by the Jags and the Browns, have already been made. But let's look at the Jets, guys. Their day is done. They have no picks in the 7th round. They actually finished picking in the 4th round, did the Jets. And by all accounts, they had a really good draft, in my opinion. Their first pick was Ahmad Sauce Gardner, the cornerback out of Cincinnati. Garrett Wilson, a wide receiver out of Ohio State, who many believe is the best receiver, was the best receiver in this year's draft. They took him with the 10th pick. Jermaine Johnson, the second defensive end out of Florida State. They had 3 first-round picks. That was their 26th pick. Breece Hall, running back out of Iowa State, is who they took in the 2nd round. 3rd round, Jeremy Ruckert, tight end out of Ohio State. Max Mitchell, offensive tackle out of Louisiana. And then Michael Clemens, defensive end out of Texas A&M, guys. So when we look at the New York Jets and what they've done in this year's draft, what grade or what did you like in what they've done over the last couple of days?
Yeah, I don't know what there is not to like. They really had a flawless draft. Breece Hall should come in and start, and he was the 36th pick overall, the top 3. They got the best corner in Ahmad Gardner, easily, in my opinion, the best corner, easily the best receiver in Garrett Wilson because of Garrett Wilson's play speed, really good hands, ability to make you miss. He's a touched undersized if you're going to nitpick a little bit, but I think he's going to be a bona fide number 1. And then, to me, the great value of going back up to get Jermaine Johnson, to me, was, again, we just talked a lot about Jermaine Johnson. I just like the way he was a thick player. Sometimes pass rushers have a tendency to run themselves out of a gap. He doesn't do that. And I think he's a really, and unfortunately, and I'm guilty of this as well, but sometimes we'll say he only had 6 sacks, so he didn't have a good year. Jermaine Johnson may only have 6 sacks and have a great year because he's really a strong physical player. So I think they had a really, really good draft.
All right, let's bring in Rich Cimini now. He's our NFL Nation Jets reporter. Rich, and he covers the Jets for us all the time. And Rich, what did you think of what the Jets were able to do in this year's draft? What grade would you give them?
Well, actually, I'm going to be in agreement with Mike Tannenbaum, and I know that may shock Mike because haven't been always in agreement over the years, but I give it an A for all the reasons Mike just said. I thought they got great value on all their picks. They had arguably 3 of the best players at their respective positions, and I thought they really crushed this draft, and they had to. This was a big draft for the Jets. They had been planning for this for a couple of years with trades and pushing assets into this particular draft, and I thought they did as well as could be expected.
Yeah, Rich, the reason we disagree, it's called the internet, and you're a reporter, so that's. But hey, let me ask you this though. In all seriousness, if Ahmad Gardner had gone 3 to Houston, what happens at 4?
Well, Mike, that's a good question. I think I had a really good handle on what their plans were going into the draft, and if Gardner had gone 3, I am fairly certain they would have taken Ike Ekwonu at 4. I think those were probably the 3rd and 4th guys on their draft board, and they were hoping that Gardner would be there. Had he not, I think it would have been Ike, and then we would have had a lot of fallout with regard to how it would affect Mekhi Becton, but obviously they didn't go that way.
Rich, Jordan Reed here. Thanks for joining us. With Garrett Wilson, what exactly are they getting with the New York Jets?
Well, I think they're getting speed, and that is something this team really needed on the perimeter. They did not have a lot of explosive plays last year. I think they finished 28th in scoring. And to add speed like with a Garrett Wilson, who was 4.38 at the Combine, then you get Breece Hall, who was 4.39 at the Combine. You get 2 really important pieces there just to stretch the field, play the game in space. We know how the NFL is now. It's not 3 yards in a cloud of dust anymore. And I still think the Jets want to run the ball a lot, but now they could do it in different ways. And also to have guys on the perimeter like Elijah Moore and Garrett Wilson, I think it opens up their offense.
Rich, is it also time for, the head coach and anybody else in that organization to stop looking in the past and say, you know what, no more excuses. We have to start winning games.
Yeah, I would love for someone to come out and say that. That'd be a good story, but there is no question about it. It feels like a perpetual rebuilding program, and I totally understand what they've done the last 2 or 3 years because Joe Douglas inherited, a roster that was not good, and so this has been a very methodical rebuild, and so I think now's the time to make a nice move. I'm not saying they have to be a playoff team this year, but 4-13 is not going to cut it anymore. This team should take a nice leap up to 7 or 8 wins.
And with that said, Rich, if you were Joe Douglas, where would you be looking to next? Like, what do you think their biggest need is coming out of this draft?
Mike, I think they need another Morgan Moses type of addition because if you recall last year, they made a great move in June picking up Morgan Moses, who had been released from Washington, and he turned out to be a really important player for them. They don't have a backup swing tackle now with experience. They need that because, let's face it, Mekhi Becton's coming off a serious injury. He's had conditioning and weight issues. I don't know if I can trust him 100%. They need another Morgan Moses type player.
Rich Cimini, thank you for the time. I know the Jets are done picking, but enjoy the rest of the draft, and we will talk to you soon, my friend.
Thank you so much. Have a good day.
See you later. That's Rich Cimini, covers the Jets for us here at ESPN and joins us often here on ESPN Radio to tie a bow on this conversation with the New York Jets. Again, 4-13 last season. Robert Saleh now in his 2nd year. They went and took their franchise quarterback in Zach Wilson. We talked about this earlier, guys, and we've already laid out the draft picks and how good of a draft really this was for the New York Jets. But a lot of their success now is going to be predicated on how well their quarterback plays. I know that's probably stating the obvious here, but it's just the reality of the situation. He's got to stop turning the ball over, and he needs to take the next step here in the 2nd year.
And he has to grow up, and I thought he did that. When you listen to him in training camp, I think he thought it was going to be a lot easier than it was. He was talking about, I study Aaron Rodgers. That's who my game is after. Like, hey, just let's go make some first downs. Like, you're a starting quarterback in New York. It's not going to happen overnight. So I thought he grew up. This is an important year for him. It's a very important year for the head coach who has made it known to everybody on the record, off the record, how arduous of a task this was. And this is, I think the honeymoon is quickly going to change because this is a team that's no longer bereft of talent. And this is, Shea, a very, very competitive division.
Yeah, it is. Speaking of that division, let's look at the rest of the division and what they've done over the last 3 days here in the AFC East. We've already talked about the Jets. Let's go from the bottom up. So we talked about the Jets. Let's now move to the Dolphins. Dolphins, minimal picks in this year's draft. They didn't start picking until the 3rd round. They went linebacker, and then in the 4th, they went wide receiver. In the 7th, linebacker, and they've got one more 7th-round pick here coming up in just a little bit. Jordan, going to you with the Miami Dolphins. Only 4 picks in this draft, 2 of which coming in the 7th round. Is there any of these 3 guys that they've already selected that you feel can make this football team better?
Yeah, I think they've done a really good job, and they selected one of my favorite players in this draft class in Channing Tindall. I like him a lot, and even though he didn't start during his time at Georgia, played behind Nakobe Dean and Quay Walker, I feel really good about his abilities. He led the Georgia defense in tackles a year ago, which says a lot with him having never started a game. And at worst, I think he's going to be a core 4 special teams guy. He still needs to improve in pass coverage, but as far as his pursuit ability and his speed to get from point A to point B, I think he's fantastic as a run defender.
Miami and what they've done
all
so far.
about Tua. I don't care, and it does not matter anywhere else right now because he has all the weapons in the world now. Mike, you're kind of leaning back a little bit, but Tua has to. We're talking about growing up. Tua has to grow up.
Let me ask you a question. If you were the general manager of a team in the AFC and Josh Allen was not available, who are you taking as your quarterback? Mac Jones, Tua, or
Mac Jones? Not even close. Not even close. You know how I feel about Mac Jones. I mean, he could have hit the portal easily, playing behind Jalen Hurts and Tua at Alabama, and he ran 2 competition. Said it made him better, and he only started a year and a half, and look what he did. I mean, Heisman Trophy finalist. I mean, broke Joe Burrow's single-season completion percentage record in the mighty SEC. Led as a rookie, the New England Patriots to the playoffs. So, and with an older defense. And come on, Coach. You knew the answer. Are you kidding me?
I know
knew the
my
answer.
Is
is your answer the same as his? Would you take Mac Jones as well?
Mac Jones should have been the 2nd pick in the draft.
Yeah, no,
absolutely.
Go watch him in Mobile last year.
Yeah.
Peter Saccone, one of our bosses, right, is a Jets fan. Just left the building. Why? Because I'm talking about Mac Jones and Zach Wilson.
He's upset with this conversation.
Mac Jones should have been a Jet.
He's Matt Ryan. I don't know. Jordan, what do you think about those 3 guys?
Yeah, I agree. I think Mac Jones. He just knows where to go with the football. He's super smart, and everybody kind of looked over the mobility with Mac Jones, saying he doesn't fit the modern-day quarterback, but he's such a wizard inside of the pocket. He's so mature with understanding how to navigate and create throwing windows. He's really good as far as his accuracy in all 3 levels of the field. But as far as a leader in the intangibles, he has everything that you want to.
And let the record show that the great Bill Belichick had the stoicism not to trade up in the 1st round.
Fall to him.
But what does he do in the 2nd round last year? Go back to his roots, trades up for Christian Barmore in the 2nd round. It just cracks me up because I would have consumed 10,000 calories of nerves thinking that here's our franchise quarterback. I would have given up a 3rd or 4th round pick just to box out anybody from behind getting it. It was unbelievable that here's Bill Belichick. Tom Brady wins the Super Bowl without him, right? He's a human being. You got to think he's getting anxious. Like, okay, it didn't work out with Cam Newton. We got to get our franchise quarterback. They identify the right guy, Mac Jones, and they don't move. Like, that to me is like the amount of credit for his discipline not to trade up is so remarkable to me.
Well, there is a lot of discipline there, and obviously it all looks fine and great, but they haven't won a playoff game yet with Mac Jones, and Tom Brady has a Super Bowl and has returned out of retirement. So they've got a long way to go to the New England Patriots. But since we're in that division, maybe the New England Patriots might be kind of the answer to this next question. Which team maybe missed the mark with the draft this year? We'll talk about it next. This is the 2022 NFL Draft on ESPN Radio.
You're listening to Day 3 Studios. I am Daniel Dopp, joined by Mike Clay. We're going to be talking about a little bit more fantasy here while rounds 6 and 7 continue to roll on. Mike, let's talk season-long fantasy here, all right? I got a question for you.
Okay.
Quarterbacks.
Nope.
Okay. How about tight ends?
Nope.
All right, so don't draft quarterbacks or tight ends from this year's draft class.
Remember, season-long, right? We're not talking dynasty, season-long. Not interested in anybody at those 2 positions.
Nope.
I mean, nothing new there, right?
Nope, nothing new there.
Yeah.
All right, so let's talk about the running backs. Obviously, there are a handful of guys here at the running back position that we have talked about. Breece Hall, Kenneth Walker. You talk about
James Cook.
James Cook. Yep, all three of them. Those kind of feel like the main three so far that would have fantasy relevance.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll get into a couple of guys throughout the summer, too. We talked about them on this show as well that could potentially have an opportunity. But those are the main three, right? They went in the second round. We talked earlier on about how second-round running backs, as rookies, have had a lot of fantasy success. About 40% of the time, they've been top 25 scorers at the position. So that's interesting to me. And I will say this, though. The landing spot's not ideal, right? You know, we were hoping for clear pass to feature back roles. Breece Hall's going to have to deal with Michael Carter. Kenneth Walker has to deal with Rashad Penny and maybe Chris Carson in Seattle. And James Cook, of course, has to deal with at least Devin Singletary in Buffalo, right? So it's not a walk in the park where, like we were hoped for, that we got with Najee Harris last year, for example, but it's closer maybe to what Javonte Williams had, and it limited his upside a little bit. But at the running back position, those will probably be your first three that are drafted. And certainly there's going to be opportunity for maybe flex value right out of the gate. Now, Breece Hall maybe jumps into the RB2 mix. The other guys, still some things to be learned there.
Yeah, there are a handful of guys still. We'll see how everything breaks out through the rest of the offseason. Maybe some other names will pop that we have seen from this draft. But
yeah,
a lot of early running backs, those were really the only names that really stood out to us. Let's talk about some wide receivers. Because this is where, and we've already said this, this is where
so many guys
everybody
here.
Is at. Drake London is like, let's just start here. We'll start at 8 and work our way down. Drake London looks to be awesome. Definitely somebody that you're considering here in redraft.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Opportunity, size. I know the quarterback situation is a question mark, obviously.
Yeah,
but he's going to be on the field. He's going to see a big target share. So we like him. Should be a fantasy starter right away.
Garrett Wilson going to the New York Jets.
Same kind of thing, right? A little bit more competition there. Corey Davis, Elijah Moore was tremendous last year. They had 3 tight ends. Obviously, the running backs we just talked about. So there's a little bit more competition there, but at the same time, it's a guy that is a top 10 talent. He's going to be on the field a lot.
Chris Olave goes to the Saints, where he's going to have to split some time with Michael Thomas there. I'm excited to see how he works out with Jameson Winston, though.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Olave, same kind of thing. They were looking for a number 2 wide receiver. They found one in Olave, most likely, at least in terms of he's going to step in and play those snaps.
Yeah. And the Lions did the same thing when they acquired Jameson Williams to be able to pair with Amon-Ra St. Brown. Although obviously he's hurt to start the year, so that's going to be something in a redraft where you're not really looking at him until you get towards the. I don't want to say you're probably not drafting Jameson Williams, and he is a waiver wire pickup if something.
Somebody like a Lions fan, for example, in your draft here is going to reach on him a little too early. But yeah, he's probably slow start most likely. If he just comes out and lights it up in week 1, that's going to be a surprise for sure.
Agreed. All right, let's talk about a couple other guys here. There are 2 guys that didn't go in the first round that I think have some decent places where they landed, and that's Sky Moore taking over the Tyreek Hill spot in Kansas City, and Christian Watson with Devontae Adams now gone in Green Bay. Let's start with Sky Moore. I want to ask you, what do you think that he can be here in this Chiefs offense with Patrick Mahomes?
Yeah, it's interesting, and he went kind of late in round 2, well after Watson, who the Packers traded up for and took him early in the second round. But Moore is a great opportunity. I mean, again, it comes down to really you either have it or you don't. If he does have it, the opportunity is tremendous. There's a lot of Jags essentially in that wide receiving core, right, with Valdez-Scantling and Mecole Hardman, who hasn't panned out through 3 years, and Juju Smith-Schuster, who knows? I mean, he's very much a wild card. There's an opportunity for Moore to play a lot, and if Mahomes likes him and wants to get him the ball on 18 to 20% of his targets, he's going to be a no doubt fantasy starter, and because of that, he should be on the fantasy radar. You're going to like him in the middle rounds.
Absolutely. I'm just not in on Mecole Hardman. I mean, for 3 straight, I want to like the guy so much.
He's been good, but he doesn't get the volume.
And
there's something to be said for that. Targets and opportunities are a talent stat. If you don't get them, there's a reason why.
All right, so let's talk about Christian Watson, because he should have a ton of opportunity with Devontae Adams gone. That leaves about 300 targets there in that offense, give or take, for someone to be able to have. Curious, though, what you think about Christian Watson here with Aaron Rodgers, because a lot of possibilities here for him.
Oh, yeah. He's a fun one for sure. Small school guy, but he's 6'4", crushed it at the combine, one of the best speed scorers at the position, excellent broad jump. The guy is just a tremendous athlete, and, again, the opportunity's great. I mean, look, guys like Allen Lazard, MVS, many others haven't turned into fantasy stars in a very good Green Bay offense, but they just weren't at that level, right? If Watson is, and he's an early second-round pick, the pedigree's there, the Packers obviously think he is, and you're in that high-scoring Aaron Rodgers-led offense, I mean, we know Aaron Rodgers. He has to like you. He has to trust you. But if he picks Watson, if Watson's his guy, and he gets him, again, 20% of the targets, he's going to be a major breakout in his first season. So, and again, There's not a lot of guys there. Sammy Watkins is there, Alan Lazard, Randall Cobb. There's a path to a big workload for Watson right out of the gate. So I'm excited about him, and I'll be looking at him in the middle rounds for sure.
Heck yeah. I don't love him coming to the NFC North as a Lions fan. I mean, the idea that I'm going to have him and Aaron Rodgers, because he ran like a 4.37 at 6'4". I mean, he has great speed down the field. That's something that is going to be really interesting to be able to watch.
Well, if it makes you feel better, you have Amon-Ra St. Brown and Jamison Williams. So that Lions offense, look, if Jared Goff plays average football.
Yes.
Look out. Great offensive line.
That's all we
DeAndre
need.
Swift, Hawkinson, the 2 receiver. I mean, DJ Chark, love him.
Yes.
Lions are coming around. I don't know how this got into a positive Lions segment,
I
but
think you're a Lions fan now, Mike. Congratulations. One pride, baby. All right. While Mike rethinks his life decisions, we're going to send it back to ESPN Radio with Ian, Shay, Mike, and Jordan.
When people are going to bed compared to the 6 a.m., 7 a.m., who's the ones getting up going versus?
I think we can all tell, right? Just one glance, and you definitely know. Again, this is ESPN Radio's coverage of the 2022 NFL Draft. You can't tell. It's coming to you live from Las Vegas. Shea Cornette, Jordan Reed, Ian Fitzsimmons, and Mike Tannenbaum here with you guys. Okay, so before the break, we were kind of going through which teams maybe had really good drafts and which teams missed the mark. And we were talking about the AFC East, guys, and let's kind of stay with that same theme. And I don't want to put words in your mouth, but in the beginning, when the New England Patriots traded up to take Cole Strange, a guard out of Chattanooga, we all kind of gasped a little. Couldn't believe that this was the direction they were going with their first-round pick. Tyquan Thornton, the wide receiver out of Baylor, then again was someone that was a little bit of a questionable pick at the place that it was, which was the second round with the 50th overall pick. You don't have to go Patriots here, but if there is a team that maybe makes you take a step back and think, I don't know if they've had the best 3 days, who would it be, Jordan Reed?
No, I'm going to stay with the Patriots.
Yeah, see, I read your mind.
They always have a unique board, and just hearing them talk over the years, they actually only have 80 to 90 players total on their board, which is something that really is unheard of. Most teams have over 100, but the Patriots have such a distinct group, and I think that's why you find so many quote-unquote reaches on their board. Cole Strange, a lot of people had him in the second or the third round. They take him at number 29 overall, and I thought I was high on Cole Strange. I had a second-round grade on him, and they take him at number 29 overall. Then they go Tyquan Thornton in the second round. I had Thornton with the 4th-round grade. They take him in the second round. So, and then you just go down the list. I thought Jack Jones was a reach. I had him with the 6th-round grade, and they end up taking him in the 4th round. So the Patriots have such a unique draft board. It's really unpredictable.
It's interesting you say that. When I was first named GM, there's excitement and anxiety. And it was 2006. I remember speaking to Coach Parcells. I felt like I was calling him every day, just double-checking and asking question after question. And the one thing he kept asking me, Jordan, it's so funny you bring it up, he's like, how many guys are on your board? And I think I said 130. Way too many. Hangs up the phone. Okay, Coach, we got it down to 115. Hangs up the phone. And Coach Belichick obviously learned a lot of this from Coach Parcells. And the whole notion of it is, and I think this is where a lot of, when it seeps into these discussions about Baker Mayfield, but Coach Parcells was a big prototype, height, weight, speed, and that goes back 40, 50 years. A gentleman named Bucko Kilroy going back to the Patriots in the 1970s, and George Young. But the whole notion is that over time, the bigger, more physical person's going to win over people that aren't. And, and this is a physical game. And to hear you say that, the philosophy has remained the same. And I agree, we certainly could argue about the value of Cole Strange. And one thing I would say is, if you guys remember, that was part of the trade they made with Kansas City going from 21 to 29. And when you look at, their depth chart right now, they lost J.C. Jackson. And right now, Malcolm Butler, they're trying to resurrect him. They got Jonathan Jones. I thought right there they could have taken Trent McDuffie, who was the ultimate Bill Belichick corner, a smart, tough, high character, plug-and-play corner. And if we go back to the last time they played a football game, they never made the Bills punt.
Right, in the playoffs.
Yep. That's the part that I don't understand.
Let me ask you this, Mike. Moving up to get Cole Strange, that was the strange part of it.
Right. Had they just selected him and let him fall how we were complimenting him with Mac Jones a year ago, that would have been a different story.
Because I think he is going to start this year. I mean, he second, third round type player on most draft boards, Jordan, as you mentioned. Yeah. So it's not like, I think everyone's hiking their leg on the pick like a fire hydrant, like a dog on a fire hydrant, because they moved up to get him. But if you could have gotten him later, but because it is Belichick and it is the Patriots, even though the draft history recently has been horrendous, it's almost like we give him a pass for some reason.
Fitz, how do you rank the 4 teams in the AFC East as of today?
Bills, 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 and Bills.
So who's the second best team after the Bills?
I think New England.
Even with everything that the other 2 teams have done.
Tua has to prove it to me.
Are you trying to tell us that we should put the Jets ahead of any other team in this
I think he's
division?
going Miami. I'm not. Tua has to prove it to me.
I don't know how. I'm just concerned about the speed of the Patriot defense.
Yeah, but the reality is they were in the postseason last year with a rookie quarterback. And you would assume no matter who the draft picks are that they would get better. Yes, they lose guys like J.C. Jackson, and you can go on down the list. But still, what Bill Belichick was able to do a year ago, I would still put teams like Miami and the Jets behind them.
My biggest concern with New England is who the hell's calling plays from Mac Jones?
Yeah. So
they don't have an offensive coordinator.
They don't have an offensive coordinator.
Yeah.
That's right.
Matt Patricia and Joe Judge are splitting play calling duties right now.
But if you listen to Bill Belichick, like, he reveres those guys. Like, he reveres Matt Patricia. He reveres Joe Judge. I said this on ESPN a couple weeks ago. If you were the owner of the Patriots and you look at the bio of Bill Belichick, mediocre performance at the Browns, goes to the Jets, resurrects his career, rest is history. Matt Patricia, you could make a lot of the same points, like average result in Detroit, resurrect his career. Is he a potential heir apparent to Bill Belichick?
Oh, I don't know if I could go that far. But since we're talking about the Patriots,
I don't have an answer for you.
Yeah, I can't take that big a leap of faith. And I would also argue you're saying mediocre job with the Lions. I would say mediocre to bad job with the Lions.
So how would you evaluate Coach Belichick? Well, you probably weren't even born yet, Shay, but for those of us who were.
Thank you for giving me the youth. Thank you.
Yeah,
What? How would I
worked for
evaluate
Bill
what?
in Cleveland. I'm just saying, like, he
went 8-8.
He did a good job. I'm just saying, like, people perceive
That's
because
a better job than what Matt Patricia did with the Lions.
Okay.
Oh my God, Matt Patricia was horrendous in Detroit.
Horrendous.
I mean, Daniel Zappe, who's hosting our, on the digital side. I mean, he's right now screaming, going, Matt Patricia, Al Rosenberg, our great engineer, is a diehard Lions fan. He's just shaking his head, about to throw up on his own equipment. Right? I mean, Matt Patricia.
Al had a full head of hair when we started.
Was horrendous. You brought up Matt Patricia, and he went bald.
It's true. Okay, outside of the New England Patriots, is there another team that's had a, let's call it suspect draft, that just the decision-making has been not what you thought it would be? I'm going to throw out a team here. One we haven't talked a lot about, you guys. Jacksonville Jaguars. Yes, we talked a lot about their #1 overall pick, but then beyond that, we've been kind of quiet about it. What did we think of their draft?
Yeah, no, I think that's totally fair. Starting with Trayvon Walker, I still would have taken Aidan Hutchinson. I like Devin Lloyd, former safety, move him a little closer to line of scrimmage. I think him and Chad Muma could replace Miles Jack, who they lost, but I think that's a fair point. I think their draft has been okay, not great.
Okay, not great, with a lot of opportunity. 2 first-round picks, 2 third-round picks, and then a 5th, a 6th, and a 7th. Their draft day is now done. What do you think about what the Jags did, Jordan?
Yeah, it is a little confusing, and you can start at the top with Trayvon Walker. They went with a potential overproduction prospect. And Trayvon Walker only had 9.5 sacks in 3 years played there. I would have went Aidan Hutchinson personally, just because whenever I'm picking #1 overall, I want to make sure I get that pick right. And there's no such thing as a safe prospect in a draft ever. But with Aidan Hutchinson, he checks a lot of the boxes that you look for from a production standpoint. He has the athleticism, and then he has off-the-charts intangibles, and then also character. I didn't really understand doubling up at linebacker, and I think Devin Lloyd and Chad Muma are 2 really good players, but you invest a lot in the position in free agency at that linebacker spot, and then also you bring in 2 linebackers, and then running back. I didn't understand that either. You have Travis Etienne coming back. You have James Robinson there too, so it just seems like a lot of log jams at a lot of spots.
As far as Walker goes, I'm curious to get your thoughts on this. Because I talked to 2 SEC offensive coordinators. They're both independent of one another. We talked a lot about this on Thursday for people just tuning in. They said forget the production numbers. It's the way he was used was not about getting results for stats. It was about getting results for wins. They lined him up all over the place. And one SEC OC told me, man, you got to give the young man a ton of credit. In this world where players are all about individual stats, he bought into everything Kirby Smart wanted to do, and the result was a national championship.
So everybody keeps saying that, but here's my biggest issue.
You obviously don't agree.
I don't. And I think he was misused. But we're talking about Kirby Smart. Why wouldn't Kirby Smart try to maximize his ability at the edge rushing spot and allow him to rush off of the edge if he could do it? So we're questioning Kirby Smart, one of the best defensive minds in football.
I'm complimenting Kirby Smart. And I think these two offensive coordinators in that conference were by saying they moved him around not to and sacrificing his statistics to be able to get wins that led to a national championship.
I see what you're saying, but I'm talking about when people say he was misused.
Oh, I'm not. No, these two guys were not saying he was misused.
Okay, I got you.
They're saying that the stats aren't there because he was willing to line up next to 99 over the center, or go drop back in coverage. Go wide 9. I mean, he was willing to do whatever the coaching staff wanted to do to not get results for stats, but to get the wins.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
All right, guys, we're rolling right along here in the 7th round of the 2022 NFL Draft. Shea Cornette, Mike Tannenbaum, Ian Fitzsimmons, and Jordan Reed. Ian, let's go to Isaiah Thomas, who was taken with the number 223rd pick, and he went to the Browns all weekend long. We've been talking about how there's going to be a lot of steals in this draft because of this oversaturation. Maybe this is a good example of it.
The super seniors from COVID, this is the ultimate example. And, Jordan, I think you and I agree on this one. The Oklahoma Sooner was a multi-sport athlete, won a state title in high school at Memorial High School in Tulsa, where they put guys into the NBA. I mean, multiple dudes go to D1. He was a remarkable basketball player, played both D tackle and edge at Oklahoma. When I talked to him last week, and I asked him, just being about an edge rusher, he told me, and playing inside, along with trying to be an edge, he said playing inside taught me more about being physical and not trying to win with just speed. Life lessons are learned in there when you're putting your hand in the dirt on the inside of the trenches. And he said it made me a lot better player, a more complete player. And he was a big basketball guy, still plays hoops to this day. He says nothing is better when it comes to footwork than playing basketball. He has a mean streak to him, very cerebral player. Jordan, I'm stunned he went in the 7th round.
Yeah, me too. And we talk about that Oklahoma defensive front and just how disappointing they were. And they had a lot of big-time players up there. LaRon Stokes is another player that's very productive, along with Perrion Winfrey and then Isaiah Thomas, too. I think Thomas is going to be a steal in the 7th round for the Browns, playing with Perrion Winfrey. And I just think they were interchanging those guys so much they could never get into a rhythm. And what I really think it was is that they had so much talent up there. Alex Grinch didn't really necessarily know how to rotate those guys and maximize them to the best of their ability. So I think now with them entering some new roles, being able to maximize their roles, they'll be able to do that in Cleveland.
Okay, so not 1, not 2, but 3 players from Oklahoma did end up going to the Cleveland Browns. We now pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is the 2022 NFL Draft on ESPN Radio.
Oh, we're up.
We're up.
Love it. Welcome
go.
back to the ESPN studios. My name is Daniel Dopp. This is Mike Clay.
That's me.
We were just talking about some tight ends because that's what we do during the break.
Talking about guys still on the board that haven't gone yet.
Love it. All right, let's go through and do a rookie draft, Mike Clay. We've had a lot of things happen. I'm going to give you. I got my drafting hat on, my Mina Kimes.
Oh, okay.
Drafting hat on. It's my special drafting
Mina.
hat.
I felt bad for her yesterday when the Seahawks took a second-round running back.
Oh my gosh, seriously.
All right, that's rough.
Speaking of that, let's go through our own draft. If you were drafting right now, let's say it's a dynasty draft, you and I go back and forth through the top 10. You have the first overall pick. Who you taking for the first rookie off the board?
Yeah, it's interesting. I thought the answer here was going to be Breece Hall. I thought it would be Breece Hall going in. That's why I had pre-draft as my number 1 guy. But this landing spot was just not quite good enough with Michael Carter there with the Jets. So I'm going to go with Drake London. We talked about this throughout this show. Top 10 wide receivers in fantasy are standouts right away. Like, he'll be wide receiver 3 if history holds as a rookie. And then obviously we love him long term. The talent, the speed, the height, everything's there, opportunity. So I'm going London first pick here.
All right. And obviously in Dynasty, when you look at the longevity of their careers, you really enjoy that. I'm, however, excited that you took Drake London because now I get to take Breece Hall at number 2 overall.
Reach.
And listen, I'm with you. The landing spot is not ideal, but this is one of those situations where he is easily, far and away, the best running back in this class. I think he has the best chance to have the most number of touches so far this year out of all the other running backs. And so give me Breece Hall number 2 because after him, it gets thin really quick with this class.
Well, running back, no doubt about it. And so I yelled reach there, obviously joking. Love Breece Hall, right? Loved him. I actually had him behind Kenneth Walker early on in my process, and then I ended up moving him ahead after just more digging, and his combine was exceptional. He checks every box. So like Breece Hall. All right, I'm up. Up here, I'm going to go with another Jet. Who would have thought? Two of our top 3 picks are from the New York Jets. I'm going with Garrett Wilson. I'm going to get 2 top 10.
Wow.
2 top 10 wide receivers here. I mean, if you could pull that off, if you have early round picks and get 2 top 10 rookie wide receiver or wide receivers, I mean, that's a great way to go. Obviously, you're hoping here that Zach Wilson makes a leap, but Garrett Wilson looks the part. Love the pedigree. Love the ability. Wish he was a little bigger, I guess, but it doesn't necessarily matter anymore. You know, you're seeing more and more undersized standout wide receivers in the NFL. So I'll go Garrett Wilson. I think he's a long career ahead of him as a wide receiver 2, maybe a wide receiver 1 if everything goes right.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how that's going to work with Zach Wilson under center. He's the kind of guy that can really open up to that offense, especially with Elijah Moore and Corey Davis still there. They're looking for things. Obviously, I just talked about Breece Hall, so some options. I don't know. We'll see. I'm actually, with my second-round pick, I'm going to take Garrett Wilson's teammate from Ohio State, Chris Olave. Taking him, he's going to the Saints. He's going to team up with Michael Thomas. I actually, please tell me if you know something more than I do, have no idea what's going to happen with Michael Thomas.
No idea. Not to mention Alvin Kamara. We don't know either. He has some off-field issues. He could miss some time. So.
And so Jameis Winston is there. You know that he likes to chuck the ball deep. You have Chris Olave, who should have a decent target share, especially with the uncertainty that we have within that offense. So I just like the opportunity that he could potentially have. Obviously, this is really early. You're going to want to wait and see what happens throughout the offseason. But he has a chance to a lot of targets here in this offense.
No doubt about it. And again, not quite a top 10 pick, but he's in the top 15, right? So tons of pedigree. You like that. You want to chase that when you're building your dynasty team, of course.
All right, let's do one more round before we head on back.
I'm going to go with another mid-first round wide receiver. Why not Treylon Burks? Of course, A.J. Brown gets traded to the Eagles, opens the door for Treylon Burks to take over as the short and long-term number 1 wide receiver for this team. Because remember, Robert Woods dealing with that torn ACL recovery, could miss some time, could be limited earlier on, and he's 30, right? So Burks, they drafted with the goal of him being their number 1 guy, big, 225 pounds. Has the size, has the speed. You're seeing the footage now of him just outrunning defenders at that size.
At 6'2", 225.
The guy has a massive ceiling. I'll gladly take him there.
All right, I'm going to go with, for my pick, Jameson Williams. Obviously,
Homer.
Don't call me a Lions Homer. Don't call me a Lions Homer. This is all about the idea that Jameson Williams potentially was looked at as the best wide receiver entering this class before the ACL injury. You look at where Detroit was able to get him. The fact that the Vikings just gave them Jameson Williams based on that trade. He has so much speed, the ability to take the top off the defense, open it up underneath for Amon-Ra St. Brown and T.J. Hawkinson.
Oh, yeah.
Obviously, we're just wanting Jared Goff to be able to make sure that he can get the ball out to him. But give me Jameson Williams because the potential that he has for a long career, I am really excited about.
No doubt about it. No doubt.
All right. We're going to head on back to radio with Shay, Mike, Ian, and Jordan.
Thus far today, but several teams at this point day is done, but one of them is the Baltimore Ravens. And so for that, we go out to Baltimore and we're joined by Jamison Hensley. Jamison, thanks so much for being with us here this afternoon. I know it's been a full weekend for you as well, and watching this draft for the Baltimore Ravens, a draft that we all agree here has been really successful for the Baltimore Ravens. Is there a pick that stands out to you as the best one thus far?
Yeah, and I know this is going to sound crazy because it's a pick that you're not going to see until 2023, or at least get on the field. And they picked David Ojabo, the Michigan outside linebacker, in the second round, and he's the player who tore his Achilles 6 weeks ago. So the Ravens haven't ruled him out playing for his rookie season, but I think it's unlikely. But if when healthy, he would have been a top 15 pick. I consider the Ravens getting 3 first-round picks, the 2 that they actually didn't get in the first round, and now David Ojabo. And the Ravens have been searching for a consistent pass rusher, a disruptive pass rusher. I think he fits the bill. But, again, I think the Ravens are going to have to wait till next season. But as far as value, I just really love that pick.
Yep. Hi, it's Mike Tannenbaum. I totally agree with you, James. How do you sort out their wide receiver position in terms of being nice? Is that okay?
The just threw me for a loop. That's all.
I don't work with people that are as friendly as me. Apparently, that's a problem. I digress.
Yeah, I mean, as far as their wide receivers, that's the gaping hole right now because Mike, they traded their only 1,000-yard receiver in Marquise Brown in the middle of the first round, and then they proceeded to not draft the wide receiver in the entire draft. So Eric DeCosta, he was asked about that just a few minutes ago. He said it wasn't for a lack of trying for not getting a wide receiver. And he said they flew off the board maybe a round and a half earlier than every wide receiver they had on their board. I wouldn't rule out them trying to pursue a trade or getting someone like a Will Fuller to help them out. But, Rashad Bateman, they drafted him in the first round last year. He is the unquestioned number one wide receiver on this team. I thought he came on very, very strong. You have Devin Duvernay, who was a special team returner and a Pro Bowl returner last year. He also made some strides. And they have a couple of middle-round picks from the past few years in James Prochet and Tylan Wallace. They hope they can kind of step up as well. But still, it's going to be really Rashad Bateman really carrying the load for this wide receiver core. But they did add a couple of pass-catching tight ends in the fourth round. And as we all know, Lamar Jackson, he likes throwing the tight ends, whether it's Mark Andrews. You saw when he had Hayden Hurst here. So half of his completions go to tight ends. So I think they invested in the tight end position for that very reason.
Hey, Jameson, Jordan Reed here. They end up with Kyle Hamilton with their first pick in the first round. Has Eric DeCosta or Mike McDonald come out and talked about how they plan to deploy him with having such a unique skill set?
Yeah, they said, because like you said, Jordan, this is a team that their free agent splash was Marcus Williams, getting him from the Saints. They already had a 3-year starter in Chuck Clark at safety as well. So a little surprising that they did take Kyle Hamilton, but Eric DeCosta has always said he takes the best player available, and this pick proved that because they did not. That was one area that they did not need was safety, and they really like Hamilton's versatility. Whether they can play him in the box, they can move him out and maybe cover a tight end. They can have him drop back and play center field. So they're going to play a lot of moving him around and play a lot of 3 safety formations here, and I think. You might even see a case where, because Chuck Clark is a very physical safety, Clark might go in and kind of fill the Mike role in certain situations, and then you have Marcus Williams and Kyle Hamilton kind of be your deep safeties in that regard. But they're going to move him all around the field. I think maybe kind of in the same vein as a Derwin James. But the one thing we do know, when you draft someone that high, and this is their highest draft pick, in the first round in 6 years, you're not going to have him on the sideline. They're going to find a way to get him on the field.
Go back to the Hollywood Brown trade. What did you make of it when it initially came down?
I was surprised, even though I knew that Marquise Brown was not happy, and there was like subtle signs throughout. He kind of like what a lot of athletes do. He scrubbed his Instagram account of all the Ravens things right after the season. When you saw Lamar Jackson working out in California and Florida, Marquise Brown was not there to be seen. So you're kind of like, wait a second, something's going on here. But he's never hid. I will give him one thing. He has never hidden the fact. He has said it publicly to us after the season, during the season, how he just never felt like he was a good fit for this offense. He does not want to be in an offense that is run first, run heavy. And the Ravens, they have shown when a player is disgruntled, they don't want to have to keep somebody basically hostage here. Against his will. They did that last year with Orlando Brown Jr. He wanted to be a left tackle. They had him at right tackle. So what did they do? They traded him to the Chiefs. Marquise Brown, he did not want to be part of a run-centric offense. So then they worked the deal to get into the Cardinals. And I will say, from the Ravens' standpoint, if you're getting a first-round pick, if a team's offering you a first-round pick for Marquise Brown, I don't know how you can turn it down. I know it creates a big hole as far as your offense, but this is a team that they were not going to pay Marquise Brown in 2 years $20-25 million per year. So to get a first round value as far as a trade, I thought the Ravens it was a deal they just couldn't pass up.
So then, having said that, what did you make of Lamar Jackson taking to Twitter with the WTFs and everything else about Hollywood Brown? And it felt like Lamar Jackson was blindsided. So when you saw all of that on social media and Twitter, your reaction was?
Yeah, well, the WTF, and it was kind of poor timing. And he even went back. It made it seem like he was like saying when they drafted the center, which was the pick that they had gotten from the Cardinals, for Hollywood Brown, it was like, it made it seem like he was like, why would they use that pick on a center? But he went to social media saying that was not the case. The Ravens, they actually told Lamar before the deal was complete, not very far before, but they let him know before it was announced. The WTF, what I've been told where it came from, was that he saw that Marquise Brown was already at the Arizona draft party. Kind of like, wait a second, this deal just happened and you're already there? That was kind of the WTF in that part. But again, he it's not a surprise that he wouldn't be happy about this. He is very close friends with Marquise Brown. Lamar loves throwing the ball. He loves throwing the ball more than he likes running it. And when you take a weapon like that in Marquise Brown and you take him away, of course he's going to throw the ball less because he has fewer options out there. But he also knows Marquise Brown has told him the past 2 seasons he is not happy in this offense. So I think he has to come to a realization that, hey, you're friends with the guy, but if he's unhappy and the team is willing to accommodate him, there's not really much that they can do. So I wouldn't read into it too much. But again, he's unhappy about it. But he's here, and the Ravens pretty much have him under control, under their contractual control in his 5th-year option this year, and then they can put the franchise tag on the next 2 years. So it's not like he is a free agent next year. He won't become a free agent until 2025.
All right, Jamison Hensley, thank you so much. I love that not only do you give us the very latest on the Ravens, it's also the very latest on Twitter. I know that comes with part of our job nowadays, but we appreciate the breakdown. Jamison, thank you. I know the Ravens' day is over in terms of the draft, but enjoy the rest of the draft, and we'll catch up with you soon.
Thank you so much.
See you later. All right, coming up next, we're going to round out the very last little bit here of the 7th round of the 2022 NFL Draft, and also look back at one of our very own and someone that we miss dearly. This is the 2022 NFL Draft on ESPN Radio.
Welcome back to the ESPN studios. Daniel Zappe here with Mike Clay, hanging out through round 6 and 7, talking about some fantasy here. Mike, and we just started a mock draft in the segment before this. We got through the first 3 rounds, and we're going to kick it off here with the 4th round. Just to make sure that everyone knows, Drake London, Breece Hall, Garrett Wilson, Chris Olave, Treylon Burks, and Jamison Williams. Those are the 6 guys that have gone so far. You're up here with the first pick of the 4th round.
Yeah, honestly, you don't even know if we've said this name so far, which means he'll be the best in the group for sure.
Yeah.
Complete disrespect for one of the first-round wide receivers. Jahan Dotson from Penn State goes to Washington. And again, there's so much wide receiver talent. We've barely even talked about him, but a great opportunity here. Of course, Terry McLaurin's the no question #1 wide receiver there.
Yep.
But a chance here for Dotson to step right in as the #2. Curtis Samuel's there. He's healthy this year. He'll play a role. Diami Brown didn't really work out last year. Logan Thomas is coming off a serious injury, suffered late in the season, too. So that opens up some early season targets, perhaps. But no doubt about it, Dotson has a path to a big role here. And, hey, you know what? Say what you want about Carson Wentz. That Colts offense for about 6 weeks around the mid-late part of last season was the best in the NFL. They're scoring 3 to 5 touchdowns every single game. He peaked at pretty well last year. At his peak, he was pretty good in terms of their skill guys producing, even in a run-heavy offense. So, good spot here for Dotson.
All right. I'm going to take Christian Watson, Mike. Love it. Wide receiver from Green Bay. I mean, this is all about upside and potential opportunity. With Devontae Adams gone, you know that there's going to be a ton of targets open, like we talked about earlier. Allen Lazard. I feel like he's the main guy that's still there. I get they signed Sammy Watkins. Like, Randall Cobb doesn't do it for me. I mean, Christian Watson is the guy that should absolutely be targeted by Aaron Rodgers. And based on the draft capital they used in him, he should have a very productive career, assuming that Aaron Rodgers trusts him. That's the one thing that we got to make sure. Aaron Rodgers and him are on the same page, because you know how Aaron gets if he doesn't like a wide receiver.
Yeah, Randall Cobb and Sammy Watkins both had their last top 20 fantasy season the same year. It was 1992, believe it or not.
Stop it! That was a joke!
That was a joke.
That was so good.
They're a joke. It's been a long time, is what I'm saying. It hasn't been going well.
It's been a while.
Watson's certainly in a good spot, so I like that one. But, I've taken wide receiver.
Yeah, a lot of wide receivers.
Yeah, another wide receiver is at 4 wide receivers. How about a running back? I'm going to get a running back here. Kenneth Walker from Seattle. Now, look, he might have some trouble seeing the field right away, especially if Chris Carson's back. We're not sure in his health, but if he's there, you have Rashad Penny, who they said is going to get the first shot. Even if Carson's there, Penny's getting the first shot to be the lead back. So Walker might be limited to the occasional carry, maybe some goal line work early on. But Penny's on a 1-year deal.
Yep.
Carson, not a spring chicken, even if he is healthy and back. the future is Kenneth Walker for the Seattle offense. So, again, they're going to struggle this year. It might be a slow start, but in Dynasty, I'm going to get Walker. I'm going to hold on to him. And by the way, if there's no Carson and Penny gets hurt again for the 1 millionth time in his career,
he's the lead back.
He's the lead back, and he'll get 20, 25 carries a game and maybe, one or two targets. So, limited as a pass catcher, but his rushing ability is tremendous. You're seeing the I'm just watching this table. He's got to be kidding me, man. He's so good.
All right, I'm going to take Sky Moore here with my last pick. Obviously, out of Western Michigan, fell to the Kansas City Chiefs, replacing that Tyreek Hill role. And this is just as much about the idea that you put this guy with his speed and his talent in an offense with Patrick Mahomes, and we're just going to see what happens. I'm not Travis Kelce is still going to get his. Mecole Hardman does not scare me in the way that he used to, right? Byron Pringle is no longer there. You've got MVS who joined. Give me Sky Moore because they invested in this kid. They spent an early round pick on him, and I think that he has a lot of options here in this Chiefs offense.
Yeah, who's Patrick Mahomes' long-term #1 target? Because it's not Travis Kelce.
No.
Because he's old. He's getting older.
Juju Smith-Schuster and Sky Moore.
Maybe Juju, if he works out, he's on a cheap 1-year deal. It may not even be him. But if Sky Moore is a good NFL player, at least for the next 4 years, he could be Mahomes' top target. No doubt. He could lead that team in targets the next 4 years. So I'm with you. Sometimes it's playing the lottery, taking a shot, and I get that there with Sky Moore.
All right, we're going to send it back on out to ESPN Radio with Shay. Oh, we're not going to do that, actually. No, we're going to stay here, Mike. Let's talk about some more things.
Yeah, let's talk about guys who just missed the cut here. How about some guys we were thinking about? Maybe even a guy or two picked today. But,
absolutely.
I'll tell you what, if we were continuing this draft, I would have went George Pickens next. I mean,
really?
You can almost do that on the basis of the Steelers drafted a wide receiver on day 2. You take that guy every time, right? Because they just don't miss on those guys. You think back to, even Claypool and Juju and Antonio Brown and Santonio Holmes. I mean, it's like, they take one. There's James Washington even settled in as like a 3, I mean, that's like a miss for them. So, like him for sure. John Mechie's another one. Mechie goes to Houston. We haven't really talked about him. Again, he had a late career injury as well, but he has an opportunity here for to play in Houston and play a role right away. You have Nico Collins and they Brandon Cooks, so they extended, but there's an opportunity here for Mechie to play right away.
Let me ask you about Wan'Dale Robinson, because there's been a lot about Kadarius Toney. We've heard a lot of things about whether he's going to be with the Giants or not. Obviously, they brought in Kenny Golladay last year, still had Darius Slayton and Sterling Shepard. I mean, they had a ton of people, and then they drafted Wan'Dale Robinson here in the second round.
Yeah, the Giants are such a confusing team because there's so much talent, but so many injuries, right? With the Achilles for Sterling Shepard, Kenny Galladay's missed a ton of time, and Darius Toney had I think he probably led the NFL in injuries last year. It was like 1 game out, back, 1 game out, get back, and he might be traded. We don't even know. Darius Slayton could be traded. A lot of confusion there, but Wan'Dale, they spent a second-round pick on him. I'm sure he's going to be worked into that offense somehow. He's very small, and he's more of an X-factor sort of offensive player. He could carry it, return, receive. He may never be that guy that has a high fantasy ceiling just because of how he's going to be utilized.
Yeah, that's one of the things you look at those guys that are, Calvin Austin is another one of those guys that are a little bit smaller, guys that I wonder, how are they going to be able to fit in this offense because those smaller guys sometimes have such a hard time being able to stick in the NFL with how big the game is.
Yeah, no doubt about it. But he is a playmaker, and he did handle a ton of volume at the college level, and he's a playmaker. So, but you just wonder if he's a guy that's going to get 8 to 10 targets and be a standout in fantasy. Probably not.
Nobody in that offense is going to get 8 to 10 targets because they've got 15 wide receivers.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll see. Still think Kadarius Toney is the highest ceiling there of the group there for the Giants. But
who else stood out for you here?
How about Alec Pierce, another guy we haven't mentioned? Second round, goes to the Indianapolis Colts quarterback. Probably an upgrade going to Matt Ryan. Again, I think Carson Wentz probably better than he gets credit for last season because of the mistakes. But overall, had that offense scoring points. But Pierce goes there. You have Michael Pittman. He'll demand a lot of targets. Pierce will be on the other side. But after that, Paris Campbell's next up. Ashton Doolin, that's next up at wide receiver. I mean, he's going to play a lot right away. They invested in some young tight ends, but Jack Doyle retired. There's number 1. Number 2, very likely will be Alec Pierce.
All right. I want to ask you about Tyquan Thornton because he was drafted by the New England Patriots. And I feel Can you tell me what to do here in this offense with the Patriots pass catchers, because they just traded for Devontae Parker as well?
Right. Here's the thing, and we know this. This is nothing new with New England. They spread the ball around, right? They drafted 2 running backs here, right? But at wide receiver, you have Jacoby Myers. You have Devontae Parker, who they bring in. You have Kendrick Bourne, who was super efficient last year. You have Nelson Aguilar. You have Thornton. They signed Ty Montgomery. I'm sure they'll trade N'Keal Harry, but you might say, well, those names aren't super intimidating, but they're going to play. Aguilar's going to mix in. Bourne's going to mix in. We know Myers is going to get plenty of targets. Parker was traded for a reason. They have Hunter Henry and Jonnu Smith, who they want to use more at tight end. And, of course, they have 9,000 running backs, which will all rotate in. I think they actually are – the goal for them is to have 64 running backs, 1 for each snap.
Yes.
And then you have one guy – they're fresh every single time, right?
They're going to be the only team with 6 running backs, each to have 400 rushing yards on the
That's
season.
exactly right, yeah. So, anyway, we know they spread it around. It always hurts them in fantasy. It's good for them. It's smart. I'm not saying it's wrong. Nothing wrong with it. Bill Belichick is – the GOAT for a reason, the best to ever do it, but it makes it tough in fantasy for sure. So Thornton, not a guy I'm interested in the short term.
We're looking to wrap up here around 6 and 7. We've been hanging out here for a while. I'm just curious, over the entire draft, all 3 days, what stood out to you? And we talked about a lot of fantasy. This doesn't have to be a fantasy thing. Just looking at the draft, what stood out to you, Mike?
Yeah, I think without question, one of the biggest storylines of this draft is quarterbacks plummeting, right? I mean, especially because the mock drafts, the pre-draft hype, even the odds, right, for where these quarterbacks were going to go, all favored at least some quarterbacks going early on. Malik Willis, for example, falling to the 3rd round in massive shock. Only 1 quarterback in the 1st round, almost unheard of for that to happen, and then none for quite a while after that. So that's one of the big storylines. From a fantasy perspective, though, 2 words, wide receiver. I mean, just loaded with wide receivers, like the 3rd straight year we've been able to say that. Tons of wide receiver talent entering the NFL. And I've heard this said a lot over the last few days. Wide receiver has become the 2nd most important position in the NFL right now in terms of priority. You're seeing it with the trades, you're seeing it with the contracts, you're seeing it with the early round investment in the draft. No doubt about it. So tons of talent incoming. And remember, there's 32 teams. Most of them use 3 wide receivers when they're throwing. That's 96 players. It's an important position. Those guys are on the field a lot, and that's why it's become such a huge priority.
Yeah. I do find it very interesting. You mentioned this, right? Only 1 quarterback in the 1st round. I think probably the fewest quarterbacks drafted through the first 2 rounds in like the last 20-plus years, which is odd. I shouldn't say odd, which is interesting because it's a quarterback-driven league. It's a passing league. You know how many teams are starved for quarterbacks? And I think that's just a testament to where the quarterback class really was this year.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see now what happens with Baker Mayfield and especially Jimmy Garoppolo, too, because some of these teams that I'm actually surprised the markets weren't stronger on them coming into this process, because if you went in and you're like a Carolina or an Atlanta and you don't view any of these guys as like 1st-round talents, which you don't, or you would, like Carolina would have traded way up if they were like, man, we have to get our hands on one of these guys. They would have traded way up and made that happen. Then why wasn't there a stronger market for Garoppolo? I know he's coming back from the injury, which is probably part of it, but still, if you think he's a guy that could get you to the playoffs, you trade for him, and Baker Mayfield as well. So we'll see if something pans out there. Maybe Baker to Seattle is something that could happen. Maybe he gets cut. Who knows? Who knows what happens? But
speaking of getting cut, talk to me about Jalen Reagor. You think he's getting cut here?
Well, usually the way you know a player's getting traded or cut is they delete all mentions of their team from their social media, right? And he did that.
No,
right? He did that yesterday. So. Yeah, it's not a guy I was super high on coming in, but they have A.J. Brown, they have Devontae Smith, they have Dallas Goedert. Reagor could be done with Philly.
That's too bad. That's too bad.
By the way, wide receiver in fantasy this year, chaos. Absolute chaos.
Seriously.
We're going to talk about it throughout the summer on Fantasy
So
Focus
much.
and in content. It is going to be the craziest year I can imagine in wide receiver with all the moves, the second-year guys, the rookies. Chaos.
Crazy. Yeah. All right, back to ESPN Radio with Shay, Ian, Mike, and Jordan.
Thank you, Doug. Appreciate it. Yeah, thank you for those updates on the last couple picks here. We're coming down the wire in the 7th round of the 2022 NFL Draft. Jordan Reed, Ian Fitzsimmons, Shea Cornett, and Mike Tannenbaum here with you, taking you all the way up until the end. Guys, a team I don't even think we've brought up not one time in the last 3 days is the Buffalo Bills. And that's probably because there wasn't really a lot of room for them to go as far as up, but or I'm saying as far as down because they played so well last year. But nonetheless, and I think their picks were kind of sandwiched with some other headliners in here. But let's look at what the Buffalo Bills did in this draft. They had a 1st-round pick, a 2nd-round pick, a 3rd-round pick, no picks in the 4th round today, and then a 5th, 6th, and 1 7th. Their draft is now done until they go to undrafted free agents. Jordan, going to you first here in terms of the Buffalo Bills and what draft grade you would give them. How do you think they did?
I would give them a B- just because I thought they started off really strong, but it kind of tapered off a little bit after that. I like the Kaiir Elam selection, Tre'Davious White battling back from the torn ACL and then losing Levi Wallace to the Pittsburgh Steelers. They obviously had a big need at corner. I think Kaiir Elam is a ready-made day one starter there. He's really, whatever the mold is that they like for their corners, he really fits the billing for that. He's tough, he's physical, he's big, he's long, and he's nasty too. So I like Kaiir Elam here in Buffalo. James Cook was actually the 3rd best running back in my rankings in this draft class behind Breece Hall. And then also Kenneth Walker III from Michigan State. I like James Cook a lot just because of the versatility that you can use him. And then in this offense, you're just adding another dynamic weapon to help out Stephon Diggs, Gabriel Davis, and then some of these other weapons that they do have on the offensive side of the football. I thought Terrell Bernard was a bit of a reach. I thought they could have got him with that 5th-round selection that they did have. I thought they took him a couple rounds too early. And then Khalil Shakir, who was one of my top sleepers in this draft, I thought he was really good at the Senior Bowl. So I thought they started off strong outside of the Bernard pick, and then it kind of tapered off a little bit at the end.
You mentioned Stephon Diggs. That was a day 3 guy from the draft that obviously had paid big dividends for multiple teams, but especially the Buffalo Bills. They added Von Miller to this team in free agency. They added O.J. Howard, Jamison Crowder, Case Keenum as a backup there because obviously Mitch Trubisky's not there anymore, and they addressed a lot of their needs. What did you like about what Buffalo did in this draft?
Yeah, well, first of all, I think you nailed it. Like what they did heading into this draft, highlighted by Von Miller, was really important. And then to me, it was the corner position, as Jordan was just talking about, because they were really thin there, especially with Levi Wallace leaving. So Elam, I thought, lacked physicality. I didn't like him as much as you did, but I did like the position, Jordan. And then James Cook will come in, and I think he'll get a lot of reps and what he could do out of the backfield. I thought when you watch the Michigan-Georgia semifinal game, I thought Michigan really struggled with his perimeter speed. I thought he just had a higher gear there, and that was really impressive to me.
Dalvin Cook's little brother. That's one thing Dalvin told him, man. You got to work on your pass catching and pass pro. And he really, going back to previous season of this year, Jordan, I mean, I think he improved immensely and very grounded. He's very close to his older brother, and obviously he's going to learn from a guy who's been one of the best in the National Football League. Bernard, I agree with you on as far as the reach. They could have gotten him, in the 5th round. Yeah. But he's so versatile that for a general manager like Mike Tannenbaum, I mean, he can play safety. He has before. I mean, you can walk him down if you need to. He plays bigger than the 220 pounds he's listed at. So, could they have gotten him later? Yeah. But do I like the selection? I do, because he'll be a core special teams guy, and you can move him around on defense. He can play multiple spots.
So let's go to the team now that the Buffalo Bills lost to in the postseason. That would be the Kansas City Chiefs, guys. The Kansas City Chiefs, 12-5 last year, but their defense was atrocious. They also added Juju Smith-Schuster. They lost Tyreek Hill. We talked a lot about that. They brought in Marquez Valdez-Scantling, and they did address the wide receiver hole in terms of not having Tyreek Hill in the 2nd round with Sky Moore out of Western Michigan. But the interesting thing that I thought that the Kansas City Chiefs did here in this draft, and again, they still have 2 picks left here towards the bottom of the 7th round. A team loaded with draft picks. I actually thought they would trade away a few more of them than they actually ended up doing. But nonetheless, 5 of their first 6 picks, they went defense. Again, this was a defense that was bad. It was part of the reason that they lost a lot of games throughout the season last year, and they addressed it here throughout the draft.
Yeah, that's really well said, Shay. It was a necessary thing they needed to do. They got an outstanding corner. Like, look, Sauce Gardner, to me, was clearly number 1. We've debated Derek Stingley quite a bit, but Trent McDuffie, to me, really had scheme versatility. I saw him play in zone with really good awareness. I saw him tackle, saw him play man-to-man. everyone just raves about his character. So I think they got a bona fide shutdown corner, which they really needed, losing Chardavius Ward to San Francisco. Karlaftis didn't love. I think George Karlaftis is a really good college football player with not a lot of juice, but a solid player. And then Chanel, I know that's someone that you liked a lot there, Fitzy, who struggled to eat growing up because there was 14 people.
15, don't short him. 15 brothers and
14
sisters.
competitors.
Oh, okay.
14 competitors at the dinner table.
Exactly.
Yes,
so productive draft. And again, I think it goes back to one thing that's really fascinating to me is defining greatness, which is as Patrick Mahomes' contract ascended into this $45 million a year, Tyreek Hill had to graduate. And this was probably better for them team-wise. But now, can Aaron Rodgers go win with Christian Watson? Can Patrick Mahomes go out there and win with Sky Moore? That's what greatness is about. And who develops those younger guys quicker, hang in the balance of who wins next year's championship.
Yeah, I mean, I like this draft class a lot. It starts off really strong with 2 first-round selections. Trey McDuffie, I think you're spot on. I think he can play inside or he can play outside. He's so smart. There's very few things that fool him as far as from a pass game or pass concept perspective. He's physical in the run game. He's not scared to come up and strike ball carriers either. So I like the McDuffie pick a lot. And that's a team that needed a lot of help on the perimeter. George Karlaftis, even though he's more of a power rusher, he doesn't have the length that you desire at the position. I think he's going to consistently be able to generate pressure. And the big issue that they had was getting quarterbacks down to the ground. They have Chris Jones up the middle. Frank Clark really hasn't been what they thought he would when he was coming over from Seattle. So Karlaftis can be another natural penetrator that they have coming off of the edge. And Sky Moore, I think, is one of their better picks. He had the best workout at the combine of any wide receiver that I saw. He didn't drop anything. Whether it was inside the strike zone or outside the strike zone, he was able to go up and get it. But an underrated pick that I like a lot, and he's one of my favorite late-round running backs, is Isaiah Pacheco from Rutgers. I was able to see him at the
came off the board, right?
I was able to see him at the East-West Shrine game, and he's not going to give you much in the passing game, but as far as a between the tackles banger, he's 6 foot, 230 pounds. He ran 4.39 at the combine, so he has the speed. And I think he could be a really good fit as far as a change of pace back in between the tackles for the Chiefs.
I thought they reached on Brian Cook, and talking to several scouts and then watching him in person against Alabama, he was consistently inconsistent. He'd make this wow play, and you're like, oh, my God, he's going to be a Pro Bowler. And then the next series, you're going, how did he whiff on that tackle? And you're going, he's undrafted. They took him in the second round, so that was a bit of a head-scratcher. But I do love the Leo Chanel pick. I mean, when I saw him against Iowa, he was just a wrecking machine. Sideline to side. He and Jack Sanborn. I mean, arguably the best duo at linebacker in the Big Ten. And Chanel, I mean, he's just a tackling machine. Every time you look up, he was around the football. And he's every bit of 6'3", 245 pounds. He's probably even bigger than that, right, Jordan?
I'd say that's being generous.
Yeah, I mean he's a throwback, probably more 255,
he's
right?
A sledgehammer.
He's a throwback backer that runs. I mean, so now is he going to have some coverage issues? Maybe. They didn't ask him to do a ton of that at Wisconsin, but to get him in the third round, I thought that was an outstanding selection.
And you just talked about Jordan Isaiah Panenko, running back out of Rutgers, and how he's a really good player. And they've got one more pick here in the 7th round. Guys, something we didn't really touch on, but I did in the beginning, just really quick before we go to break here, your thoughts on the fact that they had so many picks and they already had such a loaded roster and they didn't trade a lot of these picks away. So now what do you do with all these guys?
So in the old days, you would put them on IR. So, that was the old Joe Gibbs in Washington. You put those guys on IR for the year. Now, what you're trying to do is probably get them to the practice squad, but when you do that, they're subject to being claimed. So they may lose a couple of these guys because they have such a deep roster. Yeah. So
why didn't they trade some of them?
Maybe they tried, They did trade up in the first round with New England, but it's a great question. Or sometimes, what you like to do is flip out a 7th, this year for a 6th round next year. So maybe they just couldn't find a trade partner.
Yeah, interesting stuff. All right, we'll finish up draft coverage here from Las Vegas. We're approaching the end of the 7th round. This is the 2022 NFL Draft on ESPN Radio.
All right, back here in the ESPN studios one last time. My name is Daniel Dopp. This is Mike Clay. Mike, we've been hanging out here for the entire 6th and 7th rounds, talking about some fantasy stuff. We do this quite a bit, actually. We have a podcast that we do called the Fantasy Focused Football Podcast. And there's a CSS DFS podcast. We do a daily fantasy show.
Everyone's like, what does that mean?
This
It's
matters
just a bunch
in
of letters.
5 months. In like 5 months, come back and listen to the podcast.
This is not actionable info. I don't know.
But if you had fun with us here, please, I am at Daniel Zappe on Twitter. You can follow me there. He is at Mike Clay NFL. He's got a ton of hot takes. It's always great. Mike, just to wrap today up, I mean, there's been so much excitement throughout the NFL draft. A ton of trades in the first round. So much movement. How are you feeling about the draft here as we're closing everything up?
Well, I mean, I'm a little disappointed we didn't do kicker and punter rankings.
Right?
I mean, what's
Seriously.
that about? You have punters in your league, right?
I want to.
Oh, well, we need them now.
Yeah.
We had some punters drafted. We had a kicker. The Browns took a kicker in the 4th round. I mean,
2 kickers were taken in the 4th round.
Two kickers. There you go.
Yeah.
Right. So we have to worry about that.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, we have to break that down. They'll be in the projections. That's what I'll be doing, by the way. I'm going to go home and finish plugging in all of the guys who were drafted into the projections. We'll get the players activated in the game by tomorrow. You'll have projections and a draft pool that includes all of these guys. So it's time. You know, they're in there.
Yeah.
They're ready. It's time to draft. And we have a lot of crunching to do. We have our mag we're working on.
That's right.
So a lot of content coming, projections. I mean, the season starts now. The draft's over. We can get rolling. We have a good idea what the rosters are going to look like, a good feel for fantasy rankings, ballpark, or where they're going to be, and we'll just learn more and more and more in the coming months.
Yeah, we've been working on rankings recently with the hopes that once we have rookies in there, it'll be a little bit easier to tweak. So coming up in the next couple of weeks, we are going to have so much content for you guys to delve into, so much fantasy stuff. And we're really, I don't know, I'm excited about it. I like having that lull where you get a little bit of a break from football, but then after like 3 weeks, it's like, okay, I'm ready to get back to it again.
Oh, yeah, no doubt about it. And I'll tell you what, this is with more and more teams using committees at running back.
Oh,
and
yeah.
The question marks at quarterback and all of these wide receiver classes coming in this year, not to mention all of the trades. Again, it's one of the most chaotic seasons, not just it's the most chaotic NFL offseason all the time, and that's going to fall over to fantasy, no question about it. I almost want us to all do our wide receiver rankings separately with you can't see what everyone else is doing,
nothing
and then
else.
compare them, and we're like, you have him 11th and I have him 37th,
Yeah.
and you're going to be like, you know what, I could see it. I could see how you have Jerry Jeudy 13th, and I could see how you have him 33rd. You know, that's how deep really that wide receiver group is after the first go. There's like 7 really good guys where you feel really good about, and then there's a lot of question marks.
Yeah, I feel like the range of outcomes for a lot of these guys is really big. We've talked about that. But this year, a lot of moving parts. You said you're going to go home and work on some more stuff once you get home. Is that true?
Yeah, I have this huge computer, which you can see here, which is twice the size of your computer. That powers our projections in the ESPN fantasy game. So I already did rounds 1 through 3, but obviously things from today are going to change that. So obviously this will always be updated. Even the punters will be in there. The kickers will be in there.
That's
the
right.
teams will have I have a 65-page PDF that has team projections, league leaderboard projections, NFL standings, depth charts, unit grades, all that stuff's in there. So that'll be up in the next 24 hours or so, and we're off and running for the offseason.
Heck yeah. I'm going to see a show tonight after this. Do you remember who I'm going to see?
Yeah,
I told you 2 bands.
A band that no one has ever heard of.
It's
sure.
Silverstein and Beartooth, Mike. People have heard of those bands.
Naturally, of course.
Oh,
yeah.
my gosh.
I know the Killers and Justin Timberlake and the Beatles. I've heard of them.
Wow, that's so good. All right. Well, I've honestly had a ton of fun with you. We've had a blast being able to do this. It's great to be able to just talk football. I cannot wait for the regular season to be able to start. For August to get here, we can start doing preseason and rankings and all this stuff. For now, if you guys are still hanging out with us, please head on over to ESPN to finish watching the draft. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. We'll see you guys next time.